It was an ordinary Wednesday afternoon in downtown San Francisco, the city bustling with its usual mix of tech entrepreneurs, tourists, and those who had fallen through the cracks of society. Amidst the shiny skyscrapers and electric cars zipping by, there sat a man on the corner of Mission Street, hunched over a makeshift workstation made of discarded electronics. His clothes were tattered, his face weathered, and his hands bore the marks of someone who had seen a lifetime of struggle. But his eyes? His eyes were alive with a spark that hinted at a mind far sharper than anyone passing by would have imagined. Elon Musk, the billionaire innovator and CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, and more companies than most could name, had a rare moment of freedom in his packed schedule. He was in the area for a private meeting about a potential investment in an AI startup but decided to take a quick detour. The streets of San Francisco always intrigued him, offering glimpses into both the brilliance and challenges of humanity. Today, however, the detour would take him somewhere far more unexpected than he could have ever planned. As Elon walked past the corner, something caught his attention. The man, surrounded by what looked like junk to most, was intently working on a small device. A crowd of people hurried by, some casting quick glances, others ignoring him completely. But Elon, ever curious, stopped in his tracks. He squinted at the man's setup, his engineering instincts kicking in. Was that a functional miniature Tesla coil? "Excuse me," Elon said, his voice calm but firm. The man barely looked up, his hand still deftly adjusting the coil. "What are you working on here?" The man finally glanced at Elon, his expression a mix of suspicion and mild annoyance. "Fixing something that shouldn't have been broken in the first place," he replied, his tone sharp but not unkind. He didn't seem to recognize Elon, or if he did, he didn't care. Elon knelt down slightly, bringing himself closer to eye level with the man. "You built that?" he asked, gesturing to the coil. "Yeah," the man replied, a trace of pride in his voice. "And it's not just a Tesla coil. It's a prototype for wireless energy transfer. Clean, efficient, scalable, well, it would be if I had the right materials." Elon's eyebrows shot up. Wireless energy transfer was a topic he had explored before, but the challenges in scaling it were immense. And here, on the corner of a busy street, this man, homeless by all appearances, claimed to have created a prototype. "What's your name?" Elon asked. "Call me Jack," the man said curtly, turning back to his work. "Jack, I think you've got something interesting here," Elon continued, his curiosity deepening. "Mind if I take a closer look?" Jack hesitated, his hands hovering protectively over the device. "Look, I don't have time for games," he said. "People like you usually don't stop for people like me unless you're looking for a photo op or a good story." Elon's lips twitched into a small smile. "Fair point," he admitted. "But I'm genuinely interested. And I'm not just someone. I might be able to help." Jack stared at him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, as if making a decision, he leaned back slightly and nodded. "Fine. But if you break it, you buy it," he muttered. Elon chuckled, though his focus was now entirely on the device. As he examined it, Jack began explaining his design, a mix of salvaged parts and pure ingenuity. The more Jack spoke, the more Elon realized he wasn't just dealing with someone clever, he was dealing with a genius. But something didn't add up. How had a mind like this ended up here, living on the streets? Why hadn't anyone discovered Jack before? Elon's thoughts raced as he listened, his mind already working on the possibilities. Before Elon could dig deeper, a loud voice interrupted their conversation. "Hey! Move along, buddy!" A security guard approached, his tone brusque. "We don't need people loitering around here." Jack stiffened, his hands instinctively pulling the device closer. Elon stood up, his presence suddenly commanding. "It's fine," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The guard blinked, recognizing the billionaire, and awkwardly backed off. Jack looked up at Elon, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "Thanks," he mumbled. "No problem," Elon replied. "But I think we need to continue this conversation somewhere else. What do you say, Jack? Want to grab a coffee?" Jack hesitated, glancing at his cobbled-together workstation. "I don't know," he said quietly. "I've got work to do here." "Jack," Elon said, his voice serious now. "This could be the start of something bigger. Let me help you." Jack looked at him, his expression torn between skepticism and the faintest glimmer of hope. Finally, he gave a small nod. "All right," he said. "But if this is a waste of time, I'm out." Elon smiled, a mixture of excitement and determination in his eyes. "Deal," he said. As they walked away from the corner, leaving the makeshift workstation behind, neither of them realized just how much their lives were about to change. Jack had no idea that he was stepping into a world of opportunities he had only dreamed of, and Elon didn't yet know that this encounter would challenge everything he thought he knew about innovation, humanity, and the power of second chances. But what happens next? You'll have to stay tuned to find out. Jack followed Elon down the bustling street, his steps hesitant and his expression guarded. It wasn't every day that someone like him got approached by someone like Elon Musk, and Jack wasn't entirely sure he trusted the situation. In his experience, most offers of help came with strings attached, especially from people who lived in a world so far removed from his own. Still, curiosity won out. If Elon was genuinely interested in his work, maybe, just maybe, this could lead somewhere. They entered a small, quiet cafe a few blocks away. It wasn't flashy, just a tucked-away spot that seemed more about privacy than ambience. Elon ordered 2 coffees without asking Jack's preference, but Jack didn't complain. He was too busy taking in his surroundings, his fingers nervously tapping on the table. "You seem cautious," Elon said as he slid a cup toward Jack and sat across from him. "I don't blame you. But let's make one thing clear, I'm not here to waste your time or mine." Jack took a sip of the coffee, letting the warmth settle him. "Yeah, well, I've heard that before," he said, his tone tinged with bitterness. "People say they want to help, but they always want something in return." Elon leaned forward, his gaze steady. "You're right. Most people do. And I won't lie, I'm interested in what you've built. But I don't need to take anything from you to recognize the value of your mind. I've built my career on innovation, and I can tell when someone has something extraordinary." Jack stared at him, searching for any signs of deceit. He didn't find any, but that didn't mean he was ready to trust just yet. "Why me?" he asked finally. "Why stop for some guy on the street when you've got access to the best engineers in the world?" Elon's lips curved into a faint smile. "Because genius doesn't always wear a suit. And sometimes, the most groundbreaking ideas come from the places you least expect. You're out there solving problems with nothing but scraps and creativity. That's the kind of thinking we need more of." Jack didn't respond immediately. He wasn't used to being seen, not like this. Most people either pitted him or ignored him altogether. Hearing someone like Elon speak to him with respect felt strange. "All right," Jack said finally. "If you're serious, then let's talk. But you should know, I'm not some sob story waiting to be rescued. I've got my reasons for being where I am, and I'm not looking for charity." "Good," Elon said, nodding. "Because I'm not offering charity. I'm offering an opportunity." For the next hour, they talked. Jack explained how he had ended up on the streets, not in detail, but enough to paint a picture. He'd once been a promising young engineer, fresh out of college with big dreams of working in renewable energy. But life had a way of derailing even the best-laid plans. A series of personal tragedies, coupled with the harsh realities of the tech industry, had left him without a safety net. He lost his job, his home, and eventually, his faith in the system that had promised so much. But Jack's mind had never stopped working. Even with no resources, no support, he kept tinkering, kept dreaming. The device Elon had seen was just one of many projects he'd worked on over the years, each one born out of a desperate need to prove, to himself, if no one else, that he still had something to offer. Elon listened intently, his respect for Jack growing with every word. This wasn't just a man with talent, this was someone who had faced unimaginable obstacles and still found a way to create. It was the kind of resilience that couldn't be taught, the kind of perspective that could change the world if given the chance. "So," Jack said, leaning back in his chair, "what's your angle? You say you're interested, but what does that really mean?" "It means I want to see what you're capable of when you're not fighting to survive," Elon said. "I want to give you access to the tools, resources, and team you need to bring your ideas to life. If your work is as good as I think it is, we'll both benefit. And if it's not, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Jack's eyes narrowed. "And what's the catch?" "No catch," Elon said, his tone calm but firm. "Just one condition. If we do this, you commit fully. No half measures, no disappearing when things get tough. I'll invest in you, but you have to believe in yourself enough to see it through." Jack let out a short laugh, though there was no humor in it. "Believe in myself? That's a tall order." "Maybe," Elon said. "But I think you're up for it." The words hung in the air between them, a challenge and a promise all at once. Jack didn't respond right away. He stared into his coffee, his mind racing. This could be it, the break he'd been waiting for, the chance to finally prove he was more than the sum of his mistakes. But it could also be another disappointment, another reminder that the world wasn't built for people like him. After what felt like an eternity, Jack looked up. "All right," he said quietly. "I'm in. But don't expect me to be some overnight success story." "I wouldn't dream of it," Elon said, his smile returning. "The best things take time." They left the cafe with an unspoken understanding, a fragile partnership born out of curiosity and mutual respect. Elon promised to arrange a workspace for Jack, along with a team of engineers who could help refine his ideas. Jack, for his part, promised to show up, to give this a real shot, even if part of him still doubted it would lead anywhere. But as they walked down the street, side by side, neither of them could shake the feeling that something bigger was at play. Jack wasn't just another project for Elon, and Elon wasn't just another benefactor for Jack. This was the start of something neither of them fully understood yet, something that could change not only their lives but the world itself. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of his mind, Jack allowed himself to feel a flicker of something he hadn't felt in years: hope. Jack followed Elon down the bustling street, his steps hesitant and his expression guarded. It wasn't every day that someone like him got approached by someone like Elon Musk, and Jack wasn't entirely sure he trusted the situation. In his experience, most offers of help came with strings attached, especially from people who lived in a world so far removed from his own. Still, curiosity won out. If Elon was genuinely interested in his work, maybe, just maybe, this could lead somewhere. They entered a small, quiet cafe a few blocks away. It wasn't flashy, just a tucked-away spot that seemed more about privacy than ambience. Elon ordered 2 coffees without asking Jack's preference, but Jack didn't complain. He was too busy taking in his surroundings, his fingers nervously tapping on the table. "You seem cautious," Elon said as he slid a cup toward Jack and sat across from him. "I don't blame you." But let's make one thing clear, I'm not here to waste your time or mine. Jack took a sip of the coffee, letting the warmth settle him. Yeah, well, I've heard that before, he said, his tone tinged with bitterness. People say they want to help, but they always want something in return. Elon leaned forward, his gaze steady. You're right. Most people do. And I won't lie, I'm interested in what you've built. But I don't need to take anything from you to recognize the value of your mind. I've built my career on innovation, and I can tell when someone has something extraordinary. Jack stared at him, searching for any signs of deceit. He didn't find any, but that didn't mean he was ready to trust just yet. Why me? He asked finally. Why stop for some guy on the street when you've got access to the best engineers in the world? Elon's lips curved into a faint smile. Because genius doesn't always wear a suit. And sometimes, the most groundbreaking ideas come from the places you least expect. You're out there solving problems with nothing but scraps and creativity. That's the kind of thinking we need more of. Jack didn't respond immediately. He wasn't used to being seen, not like this. Most people either pitted him or ignored him altogether. Hearing someone like Elon speak to him with respect felt strange. All right, Jack said finally. If you're serious, then let's talk. But you should know, I'm not some sob story waiting to be rescued. I've got my reasons for being where I am, and I'm not looking for charity. Good, Elon said, nodding. Because I'm not offering charity. I'm offering an opportunity. For the next hour, they talked. Jack explained how he had ended up on the streets, not in detail, but enough to paint a picture. He'd once been a promising young engineer, fresh out of college with big dreams of working in renewable energy. But life had a way of derailing even the best-laid plans. A series of personal tragedies, coupled with the harsh realities of the tech industry, had left him without a safety net. He lost his job, his home, and eventually, his faith in the system that had promised so much. But Jack's mind had never stopped working. Even with no resources, no support, he kept tinkering, kept dreaming. The device Elon had seen was just one of many projects he'd worked on over the years, each one born out of a desperate need to prove, to himself, if no one else, that he still had something to offer. Elon listened intently, his respect for Jack growing with every word. This wasn't just a man with talent, this was someone who had faced unimaginable obstacles and still found a way to create. It was the kind of resilience that couldn't be taught, the kind of perspective that could change the world if given the chance. So, Jack said, leaning back in his chair, what's your angle? You say you're interested, but what does that really mean? It means I want to see what you're capable of when you're not fighting to survive, Elon said. I want to give you access to the tools, resources, and team you need to bring your ideas to life. If your work is as good as I think it is, we'll both benefit. And if it's not, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Jack's eyes narrowed. And what's the catch? No catch, Elon said, his tone calm but firm. Just one condition. If we do this, you commit fully. No half measures, no disappearing when things get tough. I'll invest in you, but you have to believe in yourself enough to see it through. Jack let out a short laugh, though there was no humor in it. Believe in myself? That's a tall order. Maybe, Elon said. But I think you're up for it. The words hung in the air between them, a challenge and a promise all at once. Jack didn't respond right away. He stared into his coffee, his mind racing. This could be it. The break he'd been waiting for, the chance to finally prove he was more than the sum of his mistakes. But it could also be another disappointment, another reminder that the world wasn't built for people like him. After what felt like an eternity, Jack looked up. All right, he said quietly. I'm in. But don't expect me to be some overnight success story. I wouldn't dream of it, Elon said, his smile returning. The best things take time. They left the cafe with an unspoken understanding, a fragile partnership born out of curiosity and mutual respect. Elon promised to arrange a workspace for Jack, along with a team of engineers who could help refine his ideas. Jack, for his part, promised to show up, to give this a real shot, even if part of him still doubted it would lead anywhere. But as they walked down the street, side by side, neither of them could shake the feeling that something bigger was at play. Jack wasn't just another project for Elon, and Elon wasn't just another benefactor for Jack. This was the start of something neither of them fully understood yet, something that could change not only their lives but the world itself. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of his mind, Jack allowed himself to feel a flicker of something he hadn't felt in years: hope. The next few days were a whirlwind for Jack. True to his word, Elon moved quickly, arranging a workspace in one of Tesla's research facilities. It wasn't anything flashy, just a modest lab tucked away from the bustling main operations. But to Jack, it felt like stepping into another world. The room was stocked with tools he'd only dreamed of using, shelves lined with components and materials he'd spent years scavenging for on the streets. Jack stood in the doorway for a moment, overwhelmed by the possibilities in front of him. He'd spent so long working with scraps that he almost didn't know where to start. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two engineers already working at a nearby station. They glanced up when he entered, their expressions polite but unreadable. Jack could tell right away they were sizing him up, trying to figure out what a guy like him was doing in a place like this. "Hey," one of them said, a tall woman with sharp features and an air of quiet confidence. "You must be Jack." "I'm Lisa, and this is Matt. Elon told us you'd be joining the team." Jack nodded, his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets. "Yeah, that's me." Matt, a younger guy with a nervous energy, offered a quick smile. "Cool setup, huh? Elon's really invested in this project. He says you've got some big ideas." Jack's mouth twitched in a faint smile. "Something like that." Lisa gestured toward the workbench. "Well, if you need anything, let us know. We're here to help." Jack muttered a thanks and made his way to his assigned station, trying to ignore the feeling of being out of place. He could sense the unspoken questions hanging in the air. Who was this scruffy newcomer, and why had Elon taken such a sudden interest in him? Over the next few days, Jack threw himself into his work, determined to prove he belonged. He started by refining the wireless energy transfer device, carefully rebuilding it with the new materials at his disposal. The process wasn't easy. He'd spent years adapting to a lack of resources, and now he had to unlearn some of those survival-based shortcuts. But as he worked, he felt a familiar rhythm returning, a sense of purpose he hadn't felt in years. Lisa and Matt watched from a distance at first, unsure how to approach him. They were used to working with seasoned professionals, people with polished resumes and prestigious degrees. Jack was different. He was brilliant, no doubt about it, but he operated in a way that felt chaotic, almost reckless. It wasn't until the third day, when Lisa saw him troubleshoot a circuit with an unorthodox but shockingly effective method, that she started to understand why Elon had brought him in. "You've done this before," she said, breaking the silence as she watched him work. Jack glanced up, wiping his hands on a rag. "Yeah. Not exactly like this, but close enough." Lisa crossed her arms, her curiosity piqued. "Where did you learn? I mean, you clearly know your stuff, but your approach, it's different." Jack hesitated. He wasn't used to sharing his story, especially with people who seemed to have it all figured out. "Life has a way of teaching you things," he said finally. "When you don't have the right tools, you learn to make do." Lisa nodded slowly, sensing there was more to the story but deciding not to press. "Well, if you ever need a second set of eyes, I'm around." "Thanks," Jack said, his tone softening slightly. As the days turned into weeks, Jack began to settle into a rhythm. The initial awkwardness with Lisa and Matt eased, and they started to see him as more than just an outsider. Jack, in turn, began to trust them, even sharing bits of his past when the moments felt right. He told them about his early dreams, his love for solving problems, and the heartbreak of watching it all slip away. But even as he started to find his footing, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There were whispers in the hallways, fleeting glances from other employees who seemed both curious and skeptical of his presence. It wasn't paranoia, he knew how the tech world worked. People were protective of their territory. And an unknown like him was bound to stir up questions. One day, as Jack was testing a new iteration of his device, he overheard a conversation just outside the lab. Two voices, low and urgent, were discussing him. "I just don't get it," one of them said. "Why would Elon bring in some guy off the street? There's no way he's qualified." "Maybe he's a PR stunt," the other replied. "You know how Elon is, always looking for the next big story." Jack's jaw tightened, but he didn't move. He'd heard comments like this before, and they always cut deeper than he wanted to admit. He thought about confronting them, about proving he wasn't just some random guy looking for a handout. But instead, he turned back to his work, channeling his frustration into the project in front of him. Later that evening, as the lab emptied out, Elon stopped by unannounced. Jack was the only one still working, his focus so intense that he didn't notice Elon until he spoke. "Burning the midnight oil?" Elon asked, leaning against the doorframe. Jack glanced up, surprised but not entirely unhappy to see him. "Something like that." Elon stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the workstation. "How's it going?" Jack shrugged. "Making progress. Slowly." Elon nodded, sensing there was more beneath the surface. "I've been hearing good things about you. Lisa says you've got a unique approach." "She's being polite," Jack said with a faint smirk. "Unique is just a nice way of saying unconventional." "Unconventional is good," Elon said. "It's how we get from point A to point B without spending decades in the middle." Jack hesitated, then decided to voice the thoughts that had been weighing on him. "Why me?" he asked, his voice quiet but firm. "I know you've got your reasons, but I can't help wondering if this is some kind of experiment. Like, you're testing to see if I'll fail." Elon's expression softened, and he took a seat across from Jack. "It's not about failure," he said. "It's about potential. When I saw you on that street corner, I saw someone who wasn't just surviving, someone who was still creating, still pushing boundaries, even when the world had given up on him. That's rare. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that rare minds don't come with guarantees. They come with risks. But those risks are worth taking." Jack studied him for a moment, searching for any hint of insincerity. But all he saw was someone who genuinely believed in him, someone who saw what he could barely see in himself. "All right," Jack said finally, his voice steady. "Let's see where this goes." Elon smiled, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "That's all I ask." But as Elon left the lab that night, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The whispers, the glances, the pressure to prove himself, it was all building toward something. And whether he was ready or not, he knew he was stepping into a world far bigger and more complicated than anything he'd ever faced. Weeks turned into months, and Jack's project began to take shape in ways even he hadn't anticipated. The wireless energy transfer prototype was no longer just a crude concept pieced together from scavenged parts. With access to the advanced tools and materials in the lab, Jack had managed to refine the design into something scalable, something that could disrupt entire industries if it worked as intended. But the closer he got to success, the more pressure seemed to mount. The whispers hadn't stopped. In fact, they'd grown louder, though never in his presence. Jack could feel the eyes of the other engineers and executives on him, their skepticism sharpening with every passing day. Some of them probably saw him as a wild card, an outsider Elon had plucked out of nowhere. Others, Jack suspected, were actively hoping he'd fail, if only to prove that they'd been right to doubt him. One afternoon, Lisa approached him as he worked, her face unusually serious. "We need to talk," she said, her voice low. Jack frowned, wiping his hands on a rag. "What's going on?" Lisa glanced around, ensuring they were alone. "There's been some chatter," she said carefully. "A few people are questioning the validity of your work. They think you're bluffing, that you're stringing Elon along with a flashy idea that doesn't actually have any substance." Jack felt a wave of frustration rise in his chest. "Of course they do," he muttered. "Why wouldn't they? I don't have a fancy resume or a degree from MIT. To them, I'm just some guy off the street who got lucky." "That's not how I see it," Lisa said firmly. "And neither does Matt. But you have to understand, there are people here who are used to playing politics. They don't like that Elon bypassed the usual channels to bring you in. They see you as a threat." Jack leaned against the workbench, running a hand through his hair. "What am I supposed to do, Lisa? I've been working non-stop, proving myself every single day. If that's not enough, then what is?" Lisa hesitated, then said, "Elon believes in you. And so do I. But you might need to be ready to defend your work, maybe even in front of him. If people are planting doubts, they might try to push him into questioning this whole project." Jack's stomach churned at the thought. Elon had given him a chance when no one else would, and the idea of losing that trust was unbearable. "All right," he said finally, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "If it comes to that, I'll defend it. They want proof? I'll give them proof." But as Lisa walked away, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just office politics. Something deeper was brewing, and he wasn't sure he'd be ready when it hit. That evening, Jack stayed late in the lab, fine-tuning the prototype. He couldn't afford to leave anything to chance. If someone challenged him, he needed to be able to demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that his design worked. He was so absorbed in his work that he didn't notice Matt entering the room until he spoke. "You're really pushing yourself," Matt said, leaning against the doorway. Jack glanced up, surprised to see him. "Can't afford not to." Matt nodded, his usual nervous energy subdued. "I wanted to tell you something. I overheard a meeting this morning. One of the senior engineers was talking about scheduling a review of your project. Officially, it's to evaluate progress, but I think they're hoping to find holes in your design." Jack sighed, his shoulders tightening. "Of course they are. Anything else?" Matt hesitated, then said, "Yeah. They're trying to get Elon to sit in on it. If they convince him you're not delivering results, this could all be over." Jack stared at him, the weight of the words sinking in. He'd known from the start that this wasn't going to be easy, but now it felt like the walls were closing in. "Thanks for the heads up," he said finally. "I'll be ready." But as Matt left, Jack felt a flicker of doubt creep in. He'd always believed in his own abilities, even when no one else did. But now, with so much riding on this one project, the stakes felt impossibly high. If he failed, it wouldn't just be his own future on the line, it would be a betrayal of the trust Elon had placed in him, a trust that had given him a second chance at life. The day of the review came faster than Jack expected. He entered the conference room to find a group of senior engineers already seated, their expressions a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Lisa and Matt were there too, offering small, reassuring smiles. At the head of the table sat Elon, his gaze calm but unreadable. "All right," one of the senior engineers said, his tone brisk. "We've all heard about your work, Jack. But now it's time to see if it holds up. Why don't you walk us through your design?" Jack swallowed hard, his palms sweating as he stepped to the front of the room. He launched into his explanation, detailing the principles behind the device, the challenges he'd faced, and the breakthroughs he'd made. His voice was steady, but his mind raced, aware of every critical eye on him. When he finished, the room was silent for a moment. Then, one of the engineers spoke. "It's an interesting concept," he said, his tone laced with doubt. "But it's all theoretical, isn't it? Have you conducted any large-scale tests? Do you have data to back this up?" Jack bristled but kept his tone calm. "I've conducted extensive tests on a smaller scale. The principles are sound, and the data support scalability." Another engineer chimed in. "Principles are one thing. Execution is another. Can you demonstrate the device here, now?" Jack nodded, his jaw tightening. "I can." With trembling hands, he set up the prototype in the center of the room. He explained each step as he went, ensuring there was no room for misinterpretation. Finally, he activated the device, holding his breath as the system powered up. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a faint hum, the device came to life, emitting a soft glow. The small receiver Jack had placed across the room lit up, its LED flickering steadily as it drew power wirelessly. The room was silent, every eye fixed on the display. Jack turned to face the group, his heart pounding. "This is just the beginning," he said. "With the right resources, this can be scaled to power homes, businesses, entire cities." But as the demonstration ended, Jack noticed something in Elon's expression, a flicker of concern, almost imperceptible. The tension in the room was palpable, and Jack couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The stakes had never been higher, and the true test was yet to come. The room erupted in a mix of stunned silence and scattered murmurs. Jack stood there, still gripping the edge of the table, waiting for the weight of judgment to fall. His device had worked perfectly, exactly as he had designed it to. But the reaction in the room wasn't the unrestrained praise he had hoped for. Instead, there was hesitation, like a collective pause as everyone processed what they'd just witnessed. One of the senior engineers, the same man who had questioned Jack's execution, cleared his throat. "All right. That's impressive," he admitted reluctantly. "But theoretical and small-scale demonstrations are one thing. Scaling this up to a viable, real-world solution is another. There are safety concerns, regulatory hurdles, and, well, let's just say, this isn't the kind of thing we can roll out tomorrow." Jack's heart sank. He'd expected skepticism, even pushback, but this felt like a calculated dismissal, a way to undercut him without outright rejecting the success of his work. Before he could respond, Elon leaned forward, his fingers steepled as he surveyed the room. "That's enough," Elon said, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. This demonstration wasn't about whether the device is ready for mass production. It was about whether the concept works. And clearly, it does. Elon's words were firm, but Jack caught that same flicker of something unspoken in his eyes. He felt a mix of relief and unease as Elon continued. Jack has proven that his idea has potential. The next step is to refine it, scale it, and address the challenges that come with any groundbreaking technology. That's how innovation works. There were nods around the table, though a few of the engineers exchanged skeptical glances. Jack stayed silent, his pulse still racing. He should have felt victorious, but something about Elon's tone didn't sit right with him. It wasn't until the meeting ended and the room began to clear out that Elon approached him directly. "Walk with me," Elon said, gesturing toward the hallway. Jack followed, his nerves on edge. They walked in silence for a while, weaving through the quiet corridors of the facility. Finally, Elon stopped in front of a large window overlooking the production floor. He turned to Jack, his expression unreadable. "You did well in there," Elon said, his tone measured. "But there's something we need to talk about." Jack frowned, his stomach knotting. "What is it?" Elon hesitated, then said, "Your device is brilliant. But it's also dangerous." Jack blinked, caught off guard. "Dangerous? What are you talking about?" "I've tested it thoroughly. It's safe." "I'm not talking about physical safety," Elon said. "I'm talking about the implications. Do you have any idea what this technology could do if it falls into the wrong hands? The ability to transfer energy wirelessly at scale, it's a game changer, yes. But it's also a weapon." Jack's mind reeled. He hadn't thought about it that way, at least not in detail. To him, the device was a way to help people, to make energy more accessible and affordable. But now, as he considered Elon's words, he realized the darker possibilities. A system like his could be manipulated, weaponized, used to disrupt entire infrastructures. "I didn't create it for that," Jack said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I just wanted to make something that mattered." "I know," Elon said. "That's why I brought you here. Because I believe in your intentions. But there are people out there who won't care about that. They'll see this as an opportunity to exploit, to control. That's why we need to be careful." Jack felt a wave of frustration and helplessness. He'd poured everything he had into this project, only to find himself standing on the edge of a moral dilemma he wasn't prepared for. "So what happens now?" he asked. "Do we bury it? Pretend it never existed?" Elon shook his head. "No! We don't bury it. But we don't rush it, either. We take the time to make sure it's secure, that it can't be misused. And we decide how to introduce it to the world in a way that maximizes the good it can do while minimizing the risks." Jack nodded slowly, though he still felt a pang of disappointment. He wanted this to be his moment, a chance to prove himself to the world. Instead, it felt like his creation was being locked away, its potential overshadowed by fear. As they stood there in silence, Jack noticed movement on the production floor below. A group of engineers was working on a sleek, unfamiliar prototype, their movements quick and efficient. Jack squinted, his curiosity piqued. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to the activity below. Elon followed his gaze, his expression tightening. "That's something I was hoping to talk to you about later," he said. "It's a parallel project, a safety net, in case your device didn't work." Jack felt a pang of betrayal. "You didn't trust me." "It's not about trust," Elon said. "It's about contingency. When you're dealing with technology that has the power to change the world, you need to have options." Jack's mind raced as he watched the engineers below. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than Elon was letting on. And as he stood there, staring at the prototype, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if the real danger wasn't his device falling into the wrong hands? What if it already had? For the first time, Jack realized that his journey wasn't just about proving himself. It was about navigating a world far more complex and treacherous than he'd ever imagined. And as he turned back to Elon, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd made the right choice in trusting him. Jack's thoughts churned as he left the meeting with Elon. The sense of betrayal mingled with confusion. He had always been a fighter, someone who took challenges head-on. But this felt different. It wasn't just about proving himself anymore, it was about navigating the labyrinth of power, responsibility, and trust that came with his invention. The weight of it all settled heavily on his shoulders. For the next few weeks, Jack threw himself into refining the device, determined to address every concern that had been raised. He worked tirelessly to create safeguards, encryption layers, and fail-safes to ensure the technology couldn't be exploited. Lisa and Matt supported him, providing insights and encouragement when the doubts threatened to overwhelm him. But the unease lingered. Elon's words, the activity on the production floor, and the secretive nature of the parallel project gnawed at the edges of his focus. One evening, Jack decided he couldn't let it go any longer. He needed to know the truth. Slipping into the lab late at night, he accessed the company's internal database. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he followed his instincts, searching for anything related to the mysterious project Elon had mentioned. It didn't take long for him to find it, a file buried under layers of encryption, labeled Project Sentinel. The more Jack read, the colder he felt. Project Sentinel wasn't just a backup plan. It was a direct response to the potential threats posed by his technology. The prototype on the production floor was designed to counter his invention, effectively shutting it down if it were ever deployed without approval. But what struck Jack the most was a note in the file: primary objective, ensure control remains centralized. Jack leaned back in his chair, his heart pounding. This wasn't just about safety. It was about control. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. Elon, the man who had given him a second chance, didn't fully trust him. Worse, he didn't trust the world with the freedom Jack's invention could bring. The next day, Jack confronted Elon. They met in the same conference room where Jack had first demonstrated his device. Elon listened quietly as Jack laid out everything he'd found, his expression calm but unreadable. "So," Jack said finally, his voice steady despite the anger bubbling underneath, "you're not just trying to make the world safer. You're trying to keep control." Elon sighed, leaning back in his chair. "Control is necessary, Jack. Without it, chaos reigns. Your technology is revolutionary, yes. But revolutions are dangerous. They disrupt. They destabilize. And they can be co-opted by people with far worse intentions than ours." Jack shook his head. "That's not your call to make. This was supposed to be about giving people power, not taking it away." "And it still can be," Elon said. "But only if it's introduced the right way. If this technology falls into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. Do you really want that on your conscience?" Jack didn't answer right away. He wanted to argue, to push back against Elon's logic. But deep down, he knew there was some truth to it. The world wasn't black and white. It was a messy, complicated place where good intentions weren't always enough. But that didn't mean he was ready to accept Elon's approach. Over the next few days, Jack wrestled with his decision. He could walk away, leave the project behind, and try to rebuild his life elsewhere. But that would mean abandoning the dream that had driven him this far. Alternatively, he could stay and fight for his vision, even if it meant going up against Elon himself. In the end, Jack chose a third option. He approached Lisa and Matt, sharing what he discovered and his plan to move forward. Together, they devised a way to release a simplified version of the technology, one that was safe, scalable, and designed to benefit communities without centralized oversight. They worked in secret, using their access to create an open-source blueprint that could be shared globally. When the blueprint was ready, Jack brought it to Elon. He laid it on the table between them, his expression resolute. "This is how we do it," he said. We released this version. It's safe, practical, and can't be weaponized. It's not the full-scale revolution I dreamed of, but it's a start. Elon studied the blueprint in silence, his face giving nothing away. Finally, he nodded. It's a compromise, he said. But it's a good one. If this is how you want to move forward, I'll support it. Jack felt a wave of relief, tempered by the knowledge of what he was giving up. But it was worth it. This wasn't just about him anymore, it was about creating something that could make a real difference without causing harm. The open-source blueprint was released a month later, sparking a wave of innovation and excitement across the tech community. Engineers, inventors, and dreamers around the world began experimenting with the technology, finding new ways to apply it to solve local problems. Jack watched from the sidelines, knowing he'd done the right thing, even if it wasn't the grand breakthrough he'd once imagined. As the months passed, Jack found a new sense of purpose. He stayed on with Elon's team, helping to refine the technology further while also mentoring others who, like him, had once been overlooked. He never stopped dreaming, but he learned to temper those dreams with the reality of the world he lived in. One evening, as he walked through the city, Jack passed by a park where a group of kids was playing under the glow of solar-powered lights powered by his simplified invention. He paused, watching as they laughed and ran, their faces lit with joy. In that moment, he realized that success didn't always come in the form of monumental change. Sometimes, it was the small, quiet victories that mattered most. Jack had started this journey as a man searching for redemption. He ended it as someone who had found not just his place in the world, but a way to make it better, one step at a time. It was a blistering summer afternoon, and the streets of a bustling city hummed with activity. The air was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread from a nearby bakery and the occasional honk of impatient drivers stuck in traffic. Among the sea of people, a boy no older than 12 wove his way through the crowd, his wiry frame quick and nimble. His name was Elijah, a young black boy with a smile that could light up even the darkest alley. But today, his face was etched with determination. Elijah wasn't like the other kids his age. While most children spent their days at school or playing games, Elijah had responsibilities. After his father passed away, it was just him and his mother in their tiny apartment on the edge of the city. She worked long hours cleaning houses, and Elijah did what he could to help, running errands, collecting scrap, and sometimes even shining shoes at the park. Life wasn't easy, but Elijah was a fighter. He believed that better days were ahead, even if they felt far away. As Elijah hurried through the streets with a bag of groceries, something unusual caught his attention. A sleek black car was parked haphazardly by the curb, its hazard lights flashing. The car's driver, a sharply dressed man in his mid-30s, was pacing back and forth, his phone pressed to his ear. He looked frustrated, occasionally glancing into the car where a woman sat clutching her stomach, her face pale and strained. Elijah slowed down, his curiosity piqued. He could sense that something was wrong. The man's frantic gestures and the woman's clear discomfort told him that this wasn't just a minor inconvenience. As Elijah edged closer, he overheard snippets of the man's phone conversation. "No, I can't wait for another ambulance. My wife is in labor, and we're stuck in traffic." "This is an emergency," the man shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. Elijah's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know much about childbirth, but he could tell that this was serious. Without thinking, he stepped closer and spoke up, his voice clear yet timid. "Sir, I can help." The man turned sharply, his eyes scanning Elijah from head to toe. For a moment, he seemed unsure whether to trust the boy, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. "Help? How? Do you know a shortcut?" Elijah nodded. "I know this area better than anyone. I can guide you through the back streets and get you to the hospital faster." The man hesitated only for a moment before nodding. "All right. Get in." Elijah climbed into the car, squeezing into the back seat next to the woman. She looked at him weakly, her lips forming a faint smile despite her pain. "Thank you," she whispered. The car sped off, with Elijah barking directions from the back. "Turn left here. Take the alley on the right." The narrow streets were like a maze, but Elijah knew them like the back of his hand. He had spent years running through them, dodging traffic and finding shortcuts to save time on errands. As they navigated the city, the man's anxiety slowly began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope. The boy's confidence was infectious, and for the first time in what felt like hours, he felt like they might actually make it. But just as they approached the final turn before the hospital, disaster struck. The car lurched to a sudden stop, the engine sputtering before going silent. The man cursed under his breath, slamming the steering wheel in frustration. "We're out of gas," he exclaimed, his voice heavy with despair. Elijah didn't miss a beat. He opened the door and turned to the man. "We're not far from the hospital. I can run ahead and get help." The man looked at him, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. "Are you sure?" It's a lot to ask. Before he could finish, Elijah was already running. The boy's feet pounded against the pavement as he raced toward the hospital, his mind focused solely on one thing: saving the woman and her unborn baby. He didn't think about the heat, the sweat dripping down his face, or the stares of strangers as he dashed past them. All that mattered was reaching the hospital in time. As the hospital came into view, Elijah pushed himself harder, his legs burning with effort. He burst through the entrance, gasping for breath, and shouted for help. Nurses and doctors sprang into action, and within minutes, an ambulance was dispatched to retrieve the stranded couple. Back at the car, the man held his wife's hand, whispering words of comfort as they waited. When the ambulance arrived, the relief on his face was palpable. The paramedics quickly assessed the situation, helping the woman onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. The man climbed in after her, but not before turning to look for Elijah. The boy was nowhere to be seen. Later that evening, as the man sat in the hospital waiting room, cradling his newborn daughter in his arms, he couldn't stop thinking about the boy who had saved his family. He knew he had to find him. But when he finally tracked Elijah down and asked him what he wanted in return for his incredible act of kindness, the boy's response left him speechless and in tears. The next day, the city was still buzzing with its usual rhythm, but in the heart of a wealthy neighborhood, the atmosphere was anything but ordinary. The man, whose name was Jonathan Harper, sat in his sprawling office, staring out at the skyline. His mind kept replaying the events of the previous day, the moment his daughter was born, the relief of knowing his wife, Emily, was safe, and, most vividly, the courage of the young boy who had appeared out of nowhere to help them. Jonathan wasn't just any man, he was one of the most successful entrepreneurs in the city, known for his wealth and influence. Yet, despite all his achievements, he felt humbled in a way he hadn't experienced in years. Elijah had asked for nothing in return, disappearing before Jonathan could properly thank him. That kind of selflessness was rare, and it left a mark on his heart. Determined, Jonathan made it his mission to find the boy. He didn't know much, just a first name and a vague idea of where Elijah might live. But Jonathan had resources at his disposal. He sent his assistant to scour the area near where Elijah had first approached their car. Flyers were printed, and questions were asked, but it was harder than Jonathan expected. Elijah seemed to be one of many invisible faces in a city teeming with people. Meanwhile, Elijah went about his usual routine, unaware of the search underway. After leaving the hospital the previous day, he had returned home to find his mother worried sick. She scolded him gently for being late but softened when she saw how exhausted he was. Elijah didn't tell her what had happened. He didn't want her to worry or feel the weight of the risks he had taken. Instead, he went to bed early, his dreams filled with flashes of the hospital lights and the grateful faces of the couple he had helped. By the third day, Jonathan's search paid off. A shopkeeper near the alley where Elijah had directed them remembered the boy. "That sounds like Elijah," the man said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "He's a good kid. Lives a couple of blocks over with his mom. You'll find him near the park most afternoons, selling snacks or running errands." Jonathan wasted no time. That afternoon, he drove to the park, scanning the crowd for the boy who had been on his mind nonstop. It didn't take long to spot him. Elijah was sitting on a bench, tying up a small bundle of newspapers he planned to sell. He looked up, startled, as Jonathan approached, but recognition quickly dawned on his face. "Hey, I remember you," Elijah said with a smile. "How's your wife? And the baby?" Jonathan smiled back, his chest tightening with emotion. "They're both doing great, thanks to you. I've been looking everywhere for you, Elijah. I owe you more than words can express." Elijah shrugged modestly. "I just did what anyone would do." Jonathan shook his head. "No, Elijah. What you did was extraordinary. You didn't have to help us, but you did, and I'll never forget it. Now, I want to do something for you. Anything you need, just name it." Elijah hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of asking for something. He looked down at his shoes, scuffed and too small for his growing feet. "I don't need much," he mumbled. "I mean, my mom could use a little help with rent, and I'd like some new school supplies, maybe. But really, I'm okay." Jonathan's throat tightened. He hadn't expected such a humble request. Here was a boy who had gone above and beyond to save his family, asking for nothing more than a bit of relief for his mother and the tools to continue his education. "No," Jonathan said firmly, but not unkindly. "That's not enough. You deserve more than that, Elijah. Tell me, what's your biggest dream?" Elijah's eyes widened. He wasn't used to thinking about dreams. His life had always been about survival, about getting through the day. But as he looked into Jonathan's earnest eyes, he felt a flicker of hope. "I've always wanted to be a pilot," he admitted shyly. "To fly planes and see the world." Jonathan smiled, his resolve strengthening. "Then that's what we'll work toward. I'll make sure you have everything you need to follow that dream." Elijah's jaw dropped, his heart pounding with a mix of disbelief and excitement. "Really? You mean it?" "I do," Jonathan said. "But it's not just about giving you things. I want to help you build a future. You showed me what real courage and kindness look like, Elijah. Now, it's my turn to help you reach for the skies." Over the next few weeks, Jonathan kept his promise. He didn't just pay for Elijah's rent and school supplies, he enrolled him in a prestigious after-school program that specialized in STEM education, with a focus on aviation. He even arranged for Elijah to visit a local airfield, where he met pilots who shared their stories and gave him his first hands-on experience in a cockpit. Elijah's mother was overwhelmed with gratitude. She couldn't believe the sudden change in their circumstances, and she worried about accepting so much help. But Jonathan reassured her. "Your son gave me the greatest gift of all, he saved my family. This is the least I can do." As the months turned into years, Elijah flourished. His natural intelligence and work ethic shone through, and he quickly became a star student. Jonathan stayed by his side, mentoring him and ensuring he had every opportunity to succeed. The bond they formed was unbreakable, a testament to the power of kindness and the unexpected ways it could change lives. And though Jonathan had initially set out to repay Elijah, he soon realized that the boy had given him something even greater, a renewed sense of purpose and a reminder of what truly mattered in life. Jonathan Harper couldn't shake the image of Elijah sprinting toward the hospital, his small figure disappearing into the distance with the weight of someone else's life on his young shoulders. It wasn't just gratitude that lingered in Jonathan's heart, it was a profound sense of curiosity. Who was this boy, and what had shaped him to be so brave, so selfless? Jonathan, a man who had built his empire by being prepared for every scenario, couldn't comprehend how someone so young had acted with such resolve in a crisis. Back in his office, Jonathan paced the floor, his thoughts tangled. His wife, Emily, was recovering well, and their newborn daughter, Ava, was a beacon of light in their lives. But Elijah's story remained unfinished in Jonathan's mind. He couldn't move on without understanding more about the boy who had risked everything for strangers. That evening, Jonathan sat by Emily's bedside in the hospital, holding her hand as she slept. His mind wandered to his own childhood, growing up in a wealthy family where challenges were few, and opportunities were plenty. He had never known struggle, not the way Elijah clearly did. Jonathan was struck by the disparity between their worlds, and it gnawed at him. The next morning, Jonathan returned to the park where he had found Elijah the day before. This time, he brought a small notebook, determined to learn more about the boy in his life. Elijah was there again, seated on the same bench, busy sorting through a pile of loose change. He looked up, surprised but pleased to see Jonathan. "You're back," Elijah said, his face lighting up. Jonathan smiled and sat down beside him. "I couldn't stay away. I owe you a proper conversation. I want to know more about you, Elijah." Elijah's smile faltered slightly, his fingers nervously fiddling with the coins. "There's not much to tell," he said, shrugging. "Try me," Jonathan encouraged, his tone gentle. "I want to understand what drives someone like you to step up in the way you did. It wasn't just bravery, it was extraordinary." Elijah hesitated, unsure where to begin. No one had ever taken this kind of interest in him before. But Jonathan's sincerity was hard to ignore. Slowly, Elijah opened up. He spoke about his mother, the heart of his world, who worked tirelessly to keep a roof over their heads. He talked about his father, who had passed away when he was just 7, leaving a void that Elijah had tried to fill by being the man of the house. He described their tiny apartment with its peeling wallpaper and leaky faucet, and the constant hustle to make ends meet. "I guess I've just learned to figure things out," Elijah said, his voice quiet. "When my dad died, I promised my mom I'd help her, no matter what. She works so hard, but it's never enough. I can't let her carry it all alone." Jonathan listened intently, his heart aching for the boy who had faced so much at such a young age. He saw a reflection of himself, not in circumstance, but in determination. Elijah had the kind of grit that couldn't be taught, and Jonathan couldn't help but admire him. "What about school?" Jonathan asked gently. "Do you have time for it?" Elijah nodded. "Yeah, I go. I like it, but I can't always keep up. Sometimes I miss days when there's work to do, or when my mom needs help. My teachers are nice, though. They know things are hard." Jonathan's mind whirred as he took in Elijah's words. It was clear that the boy was intelligent and capable, but his potential was being stifled by circumstances beyond his control. Jonathan thought about the resources he had, the connections he could leverage to change Elijah's trajectory. But he didn't want to come across as someone swooping in to save the day. He needed to tread carefully, to ensure that whatever help he offered would empower Elijah, not overwhelm him. "I can see you're someone who doesn't give up easily," Jonathan said after a pause. "But even the strongest people need a little support sometimes. What would make things easier for you and your mom?" Elijah tilted his head, considering the question. "I don't know," he admitted. "I mean, I'd like for her to work less. She's always tired. And I wish I could go to school every day without worrying about what's waiting at home." But it's not just about us. There are so many people like us in the neighborhood. It's just how things are. Jonathan felt a pang of guilt at the boy's acceptance of such hardship. How had society allowed children like Elijah to believe that struggle was inevitable? But what struck Jonathan most was Elijah's lack of bitterness. The boy didn't complain or ask for pity. He simply shared his reality with a kind of quiet dignity that was both humbling and inspiring. "Well," Jonathan said, leaning forward, "what if we tried to change how things are? Together?" Elijah looked at him, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Jonathan said carefully, "that I want to help you, not just you, but your mom, your neighbors, anyone who's struggling. You've shown me what it means to step up for others. Now I want to do the same." Elijah's gaze softened, but his caution remained. "Why?" he asked. "Why do you care so much about me? I just did what anyone would do." Jonathan shook his head. "Not anyone, Elijah. Most people would have walked past. You didn't. You saw someone in trouble and acted without hesitation. That kind of courage is rare. You've reminded me of something important, that we all have a responsibility to look out for each other. And if I have the means to help, why wouldn't I?" Elijah didn't respond immediately. He wanted to believe Jonathan, but he had learned to be wary of promises. Too often, people offered help without following through. But something about Jonathan felt different. The man's sincerity was hard to ignore, and Elijah found himself wanting to trust him. "Okay," Elijah said finally. "But I don't want charity. If you help me, I want to earn it." Jonathan smiled, impressed by the boy's integrity. "Deal," he said, extending his hand. They shook on it, sealing an agreement that would mark the beginning of a partnership neither of them could have anticipated. Jonathan didn't yet know exactly how he would help Elijah, but he was committed to figuring it out. And as for Elijah, he couldn't help but feel a spark of hope, a feeling he hadn't allowed himself to entertain in a long time. As they parted ways that evening, the city lights flickering against the encroaching darkness, both Jonathan and Elijah felt the weight of possibility pressing on their shoulders. They didn't know what lay ahead, but they both sensed that their paths had crossed for a reason. And somewhere in the shadows, as the world continued to spin, a quiet but powerful story was unfolding, one that would challenge everything they thought they knew about fate, resilience, and the unshakable bond between two unlikely allies. Jonathan Harper couldn't get Elijah's words out of his head as he drove home that night. The boy's reluctance to accept charity, his determination to earn every opportunity, those weren't traits you saw every day, especially in someone so young. It stirred something in Jonathan, something he hadn't felt in years. Despite all his wealth and accomplishments, there had always been a part of him that felt hollow, like something essential was missing. He wondered if this boy, with his unyielding spirit, might hold the key to filling that void. When Jonathan arrived home, the house was quiet. Emily was asleep upstairs, and the baby's soft cries were muffled behind the nursery door. For a long time, he stood in the living room, staring at the photo frames lining the walls. Pictures of corporate milestones, family vacations, and award ceremonies stared back at him, each a testament to his success. Yet, as he gazed at them, they felt distant, almost meaningless. What did all of this matter if he couldn't use it to make a difference? The next morning, Jonathan made a decision. He called a meeting with his closest advisors, summoning them to his office. When they arrived, he didn't waste time with pleasantries. Instead, he stood at the head of the conference table, his hands resting firmly on its polished surface, and said, "I want to start a foundation." His advisors exchanged puzzled glances. One of them, a gray-haired man named Martin, leaned forward. "A foundation for what, exactly?" Jonathan's eyes gleamed with purpose. "For kids like Elijah. For families struggling to make ends meet. I want to provide scholarships, job training programs, resources for single parents, anything that can create real, lasting change." There was a murmur of agreement around the table, though a few skeptical voices spoke up. "It's a noble idea," Martin said carefully, "but it's a massive undertaking. You'll need a dedicated team, a clear vision, and substantial funding." "Funding isn't the issue," Jonathan said firmly. "I'll start with my own money if I have to." "The vision? That's where Elijah comes in. He's going to help me understand what these families need, what gaps we can fill. This foundation isn't about throwing money at problems, it's about listening, about building something that actually works." The room fell silent. Jonathan's passion was contagious, and even the skeptics couldn't deny the sincerity in his voice. By the end of the meeting, his team had agreed to begin laying the groundwork for the Harper Foundation, with Jonathan promising to personally oversee its development. Meanwhile, Elijah went about his day as usual, unaware of the storm of plans brewing in Jonathan's world. He woke early, helped his mother prepare breakfast, and walked her to the bus stop before heading to school. On the surface, everything seemed normal. But deep down, Elijah felt a shift. Jonathan's words from the park still echoed in his mind. What if things really could change? What if his life didn't always have to be this hard? At school, Elijah's teacher, Ms. Carter, noticed the change in him. Elijah had always been a bright student, but his attention had often wavered, distracted by the weight of his responsibilities at home. Today, though, he seemed focused, even excited. When class ended, Ms. Carter pulled him aside. "Elijah," she said gently, "you seem different today. Is everything okay?" Elijah hesitated, unsure how much to share. But Ms. Carter had always been kind to him, and he trusted her. "I met someone," he said finally. "He says he wants to help me and my mom. I don't know if it'll actually happen, but it feels real." Ms. Carter smiled warmly. "That's wonderful, Elijah. You deserve every bit of help and support you can get. Just remember, it's okay to let people care for you. You don't have to do everything on your own." Elijah nodded, her words sinking in. As much as he wanted to believe in Jonathan's promises, a small part of him still held back, afraid of being let down. Life had taught him to be cautious, to protect himself from disappointment. But for the first time in years, he felt something that resembled hope. Later that afternoon, as Elijah sat on the same bench at the park, Jonathan approached him again, a large envelope in hand. Elijah looked up, surprised to see him so soon. "Hey, Mr. Harper," Elijah greeted him with a grin. "Back for more questions?" "Something like that," Jonathan replied, sitting down beside him. He handed Elijah the envelope. "This is for you." Elijah opened it cautiously, his eyes widening as he pulled out a folder filled with papers. "What is this?" he asked, confused. "It's a plan," Jonathan said, his voice steady. "For you, your mom, and the other families in your neighborhood. I'm starting a foundation, Elijah. You inspired it. And I want you to be part of it, not just as someone we help, but as someone who helps shape it." Elijah stared at him, stunned. "You're serious?" "As serious as it gets," Jonathan replied. "This isn't about charity, Elijah. It's about partnership. You've got a perspective that I can't even begin to understand. If this foundation is going to succeed, I need you to tell me what works and what doesn't. Will you help me?" Elijah's mind raced. It was an overwhelming offer, one that felt almost too good to be true. But as he looked into Jonathan's eyes, he saw something he hadn't seen in a long time, unwavering sincerity. For the first time, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, this man really meant what he said. "I'll help," Elijah said finally, his voice firm. "But only if we do it right. No empty promises." Jonathan grinned, extending his hand once again. "Deal." As they shook hands, the air between them seemed to crackle with possibility. Neither of them fully understood what lay ahead, but they both knew this was the start of something extraordinary. Elijah's life was about to change in ways he couldn't have imagined, and so was Jonathan's. Together, they were about to embark on a journey that would challenge everything they thought they knew about themselves and the world around them. And somewhere in the distance, the city continued its relentless hum, oblivious to the quiet revolution taking root in the unlikeliest of places. Elijah felt a sense of cautious excitement as he walked home from the park that evening. The folder Jonathan had given him was tucked securely under his arm, and his mind raced with possibilities. A foundation? A partnership? It all sounded like a dream, something far removed from the reality he had always known. But Jonathan's words had been so convincing, so genuine, that Elijah couldn't help but believe that maybe, just maybe, things were about to change. At home, his mother, Teresa, was busy chopping vegetables for dinner. She glanced up as Elijah walked in, her expression softening when she saw the folder in his hands. "What's that?" she asked, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Elijah hesitated. He wanted to tell her everything, but he was afraid of getting her hopes up too soon. "Just some stuff from school," he said quickly, setting the folder on the table. "I'll look at it later." Teresa raised an eyebrow but didn't press him. She was used to Elijah keeping things close to his chest, especially when it came to anything he thought might worry her. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about him today. There was a lightness in his step, a spark in his eyes that she hadn't seen in a long time. That night, after dinner, Elijah sat at the small desk in his room and opened the folder. Inside, he found detailed plans and ideas for the Harper Foundation, along with a handwritten note from Jonathan. It read, Elijah, this is just the beginning. Your perspective and ideas are crucial to making this work. Take your time to look over everything, and let's talk about it soon. I believe in you. Jonathan Elijah's chest tightened as he read the note. No one had ever said they believed in him before, at least not like this. He spent hours poring over the papers, his mind buzzing with questions and ideas. He didn't notice the time slipping away until his mother knocked on his door, her voice laced with concern. Elijah, it's late, she said. You've got school tomorrow. Sorry, Mom, he replied, quickly shoving the papers back into the folder. I'll go to bed soon. As the days passed, Elijah found himself juggling his usual responsibilities with his newfound role as a collaborator for the foundation. Jonathan had arranged regular meetings with him, sometimes at the park and other times in the sleek, glass-walled offices of Harper Enterprises. At first, Elijah felt out of place in the polished corporate environment, but Jonathan made sure he always felt heard. What do kids in your neighborhood need the most? Jonathan would ask, his notepad ready. Elijah's answers were raw and unfiltered, after-school programs. A place where kids can go to stay out of trouble. Affordable groceries. Better transportation so people can get to jobs. And jobs that actually pay enough to live on. Jonathan took notes on everything, his determination growing with each conversation. He began visiting Elijah's neighborhood, talking to residents, and seeing the challenges firsthand. It was a stark contrast to the world he was used to, and it fueled his resolve to make the foundation a success. But not everyone was supportive of Jonathan's efforts. Some of his board members began to voice concerns, questioning the financial implications of the foundation and whether it would distract from the company's core business. One particularly vocal critic, a man named Robert, wasn't shy about expressing his doubts during a board meeting. Jonathan, this is a nice idea, but it's not practical, Robert said, his tone sharp. We're a business, not a charity. If you divert too many resources to this foundation, it could hurt our bottom line. Investors won't be happy. Jonathan's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice calm. This isn't just about charity, Robert. It's about creating opportunities and building stronger communities. That benefits everyone, including our business. If we invest in people, the returns will come in ways we can't even measure yet. Robert didn't look convinced, but Jonathan wasn't about to back down. He had seen the potential in Elijah and his community, and he refused to let corporate politics derail his vision. Meanwhile, Elijah faced challenges of his own. Word about the foundation had started to spread in the neighborhood, and not everyone was thrilled about it. Some people were skeptical of Jonathan's intentions, assuming he was just another wealthy man looking for a tax write-off or a publicity stunt. Others resented Elijah for being at the center of it all. "Who does he think he is?" one boy sneered as Elijah walked past the basketball court one afternoon. "Just because some rich guy likes him, he thinks he's better than us." Elijah tried to ignore the comments, but they stung. He didn't think he was better than anyone else. If anything, he wanted to prove that this foundation wasn't just for him, it was for everyone. But the weight of those expectations began to wear on him, and he found himself questioning whether he was truly ready for this responsibility. One evening, as Elijah sat alone in the park, Jonathan found him there, his head bowed and his shoulders slumped. "Hey," Jonathan said, sitting down beside him. "You okay?" Elijah didn't look up. "I don't know if I can do this," he admitted. "People are mad at me. They think I'm just in it for myself. And what if I mess everything up? What if I let you down?" Jonathan placed a reassuring hand on Elijah's shoulder. "Elijah, you're not going to let anyone down. What you're feeling is normal. Change is hard, and not everyone is going to understand it right away. But you're doing something brave, something that matters. And I'm right here with you." Elijah nodded, his resolve slowly returning. "I just want it to work," he said quietly. "For my mom, for everyone." Jonathan smiled. "It will. We'll make sure of it." As the foundation's plans began to take shape, the tension in both Jonathan's corporate world and Elijah's neighborhood continued to simmer. Conflicting interests and clashing perspectives threatened to derail their progress at every turn. But amidst the challenges, something unshakable was growing, a bond between two people from vastly different worlds, united by a shared belief in the power of hope and the possibility of change. And though the road ahead was uncertain, neither of them was willing to give up. They had started something that was bigger than themselves, and they were determined to see it through. But as the weeks went on, the shadows of doubt and opposition loomed larger, setting the stage for a conflict that neither of them could yet foresee. The challenges only grew as the days turned into weeks. Elijah tried to keep his focus on school, his part-time responsibilities at home, and the foundation, but the pressure was mounting. People in the neighborhood were divided. Some applauded the idea of the foundation and saw it as a lifeline, while others were skeptical, whispering about ulterior motives and hidden strings. One evening, Teresa overheard a conversation at the local corner store. Two women were chatting near the produce aisle, their voices hushed but sharp enough to cut through the air. "I heard that Harper guy is just using the boy," one woman said. "You know how these rich folks are. Always looking for a way to make themselves look good." The other woman nodded. "And when they get bored, they'll pull the plug. Seen it happen too many times. Poor kid's gonna be left picking up the pieces." Teresa's chest tightened as she placed her basket on the counter. She didn't say anything, but the words followed her home, hanging heavy in her mind. That night, as Elijah worked on his homework at the kitchen table, she sat across from him, her hands folded. "Elijah," she began, her voice hesitant, "are you sure about all this? Mr. Harper's plans, the foundation, it sounds good, but people are talking." Elijah looked up, his pencil paused mid-sentence. What are they saying? They're saying it might not be what it seems, Teresa admitted. I just don't want you to get hurt. We've had enough disappointment in this life, and I don't want this to be another one. Elijah met her gaze, his expression resolute. Mom, I know it's a risk. But Mr. Harper's different. He listens. He cares. He's not just throwing money at problems, he's trying to fix them for real. I have to believe in this. If I don't, who will? Teresa sighed, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. I trust you, Elijah. Just be careful. While Teresa tried to quiet her doubts, Jonathan was facing his own set of hurdles. The Harper Foundation was beginning to take shape, but not without resistance. Investors were growing restless, and the board of directors had called an emergency meeting to address what they called Jonathan's misplaced priorities. During the meeting, Robert's voice was the loudest. Jonathan, this foundation is pulling resources away from the company's core operations. The media is already asking questions, and some of our major stakeholders are threatening to back out. This is becoming a liability. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, his expression calm but unyielding. The foundation isn't a liability, Robert. It's an investment in people. And if some investors can't see that, maybe they're not the right partners for us. Robert scoffed. Spoken like a man who's forgotten what keeps the lights on around here. You can't save the world, Jonathan. You're a businessman, not a saint. Jonathan's jaw tightened, but he refused to be drawn into an argument. This isn't about being a saint. It's about using what we've built to make a difference. If that's a problem for some people, so be it. The tension in the room was palpable, but Jonathan held his ground. He knew the road he was on wasn't an easy one, but he wasn't willing to turn back now. Elijah had shown him what true resilience looked like, and he was determined to honor that lesson, no matter the cost. Back in the neighborhood, Elijah found himself stepping into a new role he hadn't anticipated. People began approaching him with questions, concerns, and even suggestions for the foundation. Some were hesitant, while others were bold, demanding answers he didn't always have. Why should we trust this guy? One man asked during an impromptu gathering at the park. What's in it for him? Elijah took a deep breath, his voice steady as he replied. I can't speak for Mr. Harper's motives, but I've seen how much he cares. He's not just sitting in some fancy office making decisions. He's out here, talking to people, trying to understand what we need. That's more than anyone else has done. The man nodded reluctantly, but the doubt in his eyes remained. Elijah understood that trust wouldn't come easily. His community had been let down too many times before. But he also knew that this was their chance to change that, to prove that hope wasn't just a fleeting dream. As the foundation's first project, a community center, moved closer to becoming a reality, the stakes continued to rise. Jonathan poured more of his own money into the project, drawing criticism from both his corporate peers and the media. Headlines questioned his motives, speculating about everything from a midlife crisis to a bid for political aspirations. Jonathan ignored the noise, but the scrutiny took its toll. Late one night, as he sat alone in his office, staring at the city lights, he found himself questioning his decisions. Was he doing the right thing? Was he biting off more than he could chew? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Elijah. Mr. Harper, I talked to some people today about the community center. They're excited, but they're worried it won't last. I told them we're not giving up. We're going to prove them wrong, right? Jonathan smiled, his doubts fading. Right, he texted back. The journey was far from over, and the challenges were only beginning. But as Jonathan and Elijah pushed forward, their determination grew stronger. Together, they were building something that couldn't be measured in dollars or headlines, something that mattered. And though the path ahead was uncertain, they were ready to face whatever came next. As the foundation's plans for the community center neared completion, the tension surrounding the project reached a breaking point. Construction crews worked tirelessly to meet the deadline, but delays and budget overruns began to pile up. Jonathan poured more resources into keeping the project on track, but the pushback from his board became fiercer with every passing day. Robert, emboldened by the frustrations of other investors, started spreading rumors that Jonathan was recklessly jeopardizing the company's stability. Elijah, too, felt the pressure in his own way. The community's skepticism hadn't disappeared; if anything, it had grown louder. People whispered about the risks of relying on promises that might never materialize. Some even confronted Elijah directly, accusing him of being naive. "You think this center is going to fix everything?" a middle-aged woman named Sharon said one afternoon as Elijah helped distribute flyers about the center's opening event. "They'll build it, take their pictures, and then leave. That's how it always goes." Elijah tried to explain. "This isn't just about a building. It's about creating programs, jobs, opportunities. It's a start." Sharon shook her head. "I've lived here long enough to know better, kid. Don't get your hopes up." Elijah's confidence wavered. For all his faith in Jonathan, doubts began to creep in. What if Sharon was right? What if everything they were building came crashing down? He pushed the thoughts aside, reminding himself that this wasn't just about him. It was about his mom, his friends, and the countless others who deserved a chance at a better life. He couldn't afford to give up now. On a brisk Friday morning, as the city buzzed with its usual chaos, Jonathan received a call that changed everything. It was Martin, his longtime advisor, with an urgent tone in his voice. "Jonathan, we have a problem," Martin said. "Robert's been talking to the media. There's a story set to break about the foundation and your finances. They're painting it as reckless mismanagement." Jonathan gripped his phone tightly. "How bad is it?" "Bad," Martin replied. "They're questioning the legitimacy of the foundation, calling it a vanity project. If this gets out before the center's opening, it could ruin everything." Jonathan's stomach churned, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Let them print whatever they want," he said. "We'll prove them wrong with results." "It's not just about the article," Martin warned. "Investors are already getting cold feet. If they start pulling out, it could spiral." Jonathan hung up, his mind racing. He had faced tough situations before, but this felt different. The stakes weren't just financial, they were personal. He wasn't just fighting for his reputation, he was fighting for Elijah, for Teresa, and for everyone who believed in what they were trying to achieve. That evening, Jonathan called Elijah to meet him at the construction site. When Elijah arrived, he found Jonathan standing amid the scaffolding and tools, staring at the unfinished walls of the community center. "Elijah," Jonathan began, his voice heavy, "we're running out of time. There's a story coming out tomorrow that could destroy everything we've worked for. People are going to question my intentions, your involvement, the whole project." Elijah frowned. "So what do we do?" Jonathan turned to him, his eyes filled with determination. "We finish this. No matter what happens, this center opens on time. We show them what this place means, not just to us, but to the entire community." Elijah nodded, the fire in Jonathan's voice igniting his own resolve. "Then we work harder. Whatever it takes." The next day, the article broke as Martin had warned. Headlines blared accusations of financial recklessness and painted Jonathan as an out-of-touch billionaire seeking redemption through empty gestures. News crews descended on the construction site, cameras flashing as reporters demanded statements. The chaos threatened to overwhelm the project, but Jonathan and Elijah stayed focused. At the same time, tensions in the neighborhood were nearing a boiling point. Groups of residents gathered outside the construction site, some to protest and others to show support. Arguments broke out, with tempers flaring over what the center truly represented. "This isn't about helping us," one man shouted. "It's about him looking good." Another woman countered, "At least someone's trying to help. What have you done for this community?" Elijah stood on the sidelines, watching the scene unfold with a mix of frustration and determination. He realized that the community center wasn't just a building, it had become a symbol of hope and division, of promises and distrust. Its success or failure would mean more than anyone had anticipated. Inside the construction site, Jonathan received a surprise visitor, Teresa. She had been watching the media frenzy unfold and had decided it was time to step in. "Mr. Harper," she said, her voice steady but firm, "I've seen what you've done for my son. For our family. I believe in what you're doing. But if you want the neighborhood to trust you, they need to hear from someone who knows what it's like to live here." Jonathan listened intently, nodding. "You're right, Teresa. This isn't just my story to tell. It's yours, Elijah's, and everyone else's." Teresa smiled. "Then let's tell it together." As the final days before the center's opening approached, Jonathan, Elijah, and Teresa worked tirelessly to rally the community. They held meetings, answered questions, and shared their vision with anyone who would listen. Slowly, the tide began to turn. More and more people began to see the center as a chance to create something meaningful, not just for themselves but for future generations. But just as it seemed like things were falling into place, an unexpected setback threatened to derail everything. Late one night, a fire broke out at the construction site. By the time firefighters extinguished the flames, a portion of the building had been destroyed. The cause was unclear, but rumors of sabotage quickly spread. Standing outside the smoldering remains, Elijah felt his chest tighten with anger and despair. "Why would someone do this?" he asked Jonathan, his voice shaking. Jonathan placed a hand on Elijah's shoulder, his expression grim but determined. "Because change scares people. But this isn't the end. We'll rebuild. We'll finish what we started." The fire became a rallying cry for the community. Volunteers showed up in droves to help repair the damage, working side by side with construction crews to ensure the center opened on time. The tension reached a fever pitch as the clock ticked down, with everyone wondering if they would make it. The stakes had never been higher, and the outcome was anything but certain. The community rallied behind the rebuilding efforts, but the pressure only intensified. With every passing day, the clock ticked louder. The opening of the community center was just days away, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. Elijah worked tirelessly alongside volunteers, helping clear debris, hauling materials, and doing whatever was necessary to get the center back on track. But the threat of failure loomed large, especially with the fire still fresh in everyone's minds. Jonathan was no less determined. His meetings with the board had become more frequent, and the opposition had only grown stronger. Robert, who had once only whispered doubts, now spoke openly about pulling funding from the project. "We've invested too much already, Jonathan," he said during one heated discussion. "This fire is a sign that things aren't as secure as you think. We can't keep throwing money into this bottomless pit." Jonathan, his face flushed with frustration, replied with unwavering confidence, "You're not seeing the bigger picture, Robert. This community needs this center. It's not about just the building. It's about the future of these kids, these families. If we can't see that, then we're not the ones who should be in charge." But as the days wore on, Jonathan began to feel the weight of his words, the strain of trying to hold everything together. The doubt that had crept in after the fire was starting to fester. Could he really pull this off? Was he just a well-meaning outsider in a world he didn't fully understand? On the night before the grand opening, Elijah stood alone outside the center. The building was almost ready, but there was something missing. The grandiose vision had always been clear in Jonathan's mind, but now, as the center stood on the verge of completion, Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that something was incomplete. It wasn't just the structure. It was the community. Would they accept it? Would they show up? Or would they, like Sharon and others, simply watch from the sidelines, cynical and disillusioned? As he paced back and forth, he saw Jonathan walking toward him from across the street, his silhouette outlined by the dim streetlights. He'd been pushing himself just as hard as Elijah, but there was something different in the way he carried himself tonight. He looked tired, drained, even. It wasn't the physical exhaustion, it was something deeper, something that came from the constant fight, the constant questioning, the constant pressure of trying to do the right thing in a world that didn't always seem to care. "Hey," Elijah said, his voice more quiet than usual. Jonathan stopped beside him, his gaze lingering on the building. "Hey." They both stood there in silence for a while, taking in the sight of the center as it loomed before them, unfinished, but full of potential. A place where so many dreams could be realized, but one where the ghosts of doubt and fear had already left their mark. "You ever think about walking away?" Elijah asked suddenly, his voice almost a whisper. Jonathan didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at the doors, his eyes distant. Finally, he spoke. "Sometimes. It would be easier, wouldn't it? To just let it all go. But then I think about the kids. The people who are counting on us. I can't walk away. Not now." Elijah nodded slowly, a lump forming in his throat. "I know. I feel the same way. I can't let them think I gave up. But I don't know if they'll believe in us, Jonathan. I don't know if this is enough." Jonathan turned to look at him, his expression serious. "That's not something we can answer right now. What we can do is show up tomorrow. And the next day. We show up every day, and we keep proving them wrong. We keep believing, even when no one else does." As they stood there, staring at the center, Elijah realized how much had changed in the months since that day in the park when Jonathan had first reached out to him. This wasn't just about a building anymore. It wasn't about whether the community would accept them, or if they would succeed. It was about the journey, the struggle, and the relentless pursuit of something greater than themselves. "I don't want to disappoint you," Elijah said quietly. Jonathan gave him a small, encouraging smile. "You won't. I believe in you." The words hung in the air between them, heavier than the night itself. The next morning, the day of the opening, tension reached a boiling point. As the sun rose, the streets were filled with anticipation. People came from all over the neighborhood, cautiously approaching the community center, some unsure of what to expect, others excited but hesitant. The media had descended once again, cameras flashing as reporters asked questions, trying to get a glimpse of the day's drama. Everyone was watching, waiting to see whether this would be a moment of triumph or failure. Inside, Elijah and Jonathan worked alongside volunteers, making final preparations for the event. But despite the excitement and the rush, there was an undercurrent of anxiety running through the air. People were showing up, but would they stay? Would they truly embrace what they had created, or would the criticisms and doubts of the past few weeks still haunt the project? Elijah caught sight of his mother across the room, her face a mixture of pride and concern. She had been by his side through everything, but even she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. He gave her a reassuring smile, though it didn't quite reach his own heart. Then, just as the crowd began to gather, a figure approached from the back of the crowd, Robert. His presence alone seemed to cast a shadow over the event. Jonathan, who had been talking to some of the local leaders, turned to see him. "Jonathan, we need to talk," Robert said, his voice low, but unmistakably authoritative. About the foundation. About everything. Jonathan's stomach clenched. This wasn't the conversation he'd hoped for today. He could feel the weight of it pressing on him, threatening to undo everything they'd worked for. Elijah stood nearby, watching the exchange, but before he could react, the crowd began to murmur, shadows of doubt creeping in once more. The media, too, began to circle, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Jonathan took a deep breath, meeting Robert's gaze. "This is not the time, Robert. Today is about the community. If you're here to undermine that, we'll talk later." But Robert wasn't backing down. He stepped closer, and the tension in the air grew thick. The stakes had never been higher. The question wasn't just about the foundation anymore. It was about everything Elijah and Jonathan had worked for. Would they be able to open the doors, or would they be forced to face the cold, harsh reality of defeat? Jonathan's heart pounded as Robert stood in front of him, his expression unreadable. The tension between them was palpable, the weight of the moment heavy with unresolved questions. Elijah, still standing at the edge of the scene, watched the exchange closely, his stomach in knots. It wasn't just about the community center anymore, it was about everything they had fought for, everything they had built. "Jonathan," Robert said again, his voice more insistent now, "you don't understand. The investors are nervous. There's too much riding on this. You're risking everything, and I'm here to make sure it doesn't all come crashing down." Jonathan clenched his fists, his jaw tight. "I'm not going to stand here and let you derail this, Robert. We're opening this center today, no matter what." Robert's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Jonathan thought he might leave. But instead, Robert reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an envelope. Without saying a word, he handed it to Jonathan, his gaze lingering for a beat longer than necessary. Jonathan stared at the envelope for a moment before slowly taking it. His hand trembled slightly as he opened it, and the words on the first page nearly knocked the breath out of him. It was a legal document. A restraining order. The investors had formally filed to halt the community center's opening, citing a breach of contract and citing safety concerns in the wake of the fire. It was a blow so unexpected, so devastating, that Jonathan couldn't process it at first. The dream they had been fighting for was now in danger of being ripped from their hands. Elijah's eyes widened as he saw Jonathan's face fall. He stepped forward, unsure of what to say, but knowing that something had changed. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Jonathan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he skimmed the rest of the document, each line weighing heavier than the last. It seemed that the investors, those who had promised their support, who had backed Jonathan's vision, were pulling out completely. The fire had given them the excuse they needed, and now, they were using it to bury everything they had built. "This is a joke, right?" Elijah muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. He had fought too hard for this, alongside Jonathan and the community. He couldn't comprehend what he was reading. "They can't just do this." Jonathan looked up at him, his face pale, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. "It's real, Elijah. They've pulled out, and they're shutting us down." The words hung in the air between them, and for a moment, the world seemed to go still. Elijah's heart sank, but the anger that followed was quick to rise. They couldn't let this happen, not after everything they had done. "We can't let them win. We've come too far for this to be how it ends." Jonathan's gaze flickered to the crowd that had gathered outside, sensing that something was wrong. The murmurs began again, growing louder with every passing second. The media was closing in, their cameras focused on the unfolding drama. Robert stood nearby, watching the scene unfold with an air of quiet satisfaction. Just as Jonathan was about to speak, a voice cut through the tension. "Jonathan!" Teresa's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. She pushed her way through the crowd, her face flushed with frustration. I just spoke to someone. The investors, they've been fed lies about the project. There's more going on here than just the fire. Jonathan turned to her, confusion flickering in his eyes. What are you talking about? There's someone pulling strings behind the scenes, Teresa continued, her voice low but urgent. Someone who doesn't want this to succeed. Elijah felt a chill run down his spine. Who? Teresa shook her head. I don't know yet. But I've been hearing rumors, someone has been sabotaging everything. The fire, the delays, the complaints, it's all part of a bigger plan. Jonathan felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. It wasn't just the investors, or even Robert, who were standing in their way. There was someone else, someone more powerful, more influential, who was working behind the scenes to destroy everything they had built. He turned to Robert, his voice steady but filled with an intensity that made Robert take a step back. Who's behind this, Robert? Who's really pulling the strings? Robert didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze flickered nervously, betraying his own discomfort. For the first time, Jonathan saw something other than the arrogance and self-assurance that usually characterized Robert. It was fear. Robert knew more than he was letting on. You have no idea what you're up against, Robert finally muttered, his voice tight. This is bigger than you think. Jonathan's mind raced as the pieces began to fall into place. The fire, the sabotage, the sudden pressure from the investors, it was all connected. But how? Who had the power to manipulate the situation like this? Who had the resources to make it all fall apart? Tell me, Jonathan demanded, his voice low but unwavering. Who's behind it? We can't fight an enemy we can't see. But before Robert could answer, the sound of tires screeching broke through the tension. A sleek black car pulled up to the curb, and out stepped a figure Jonathan never expected to see. It was Martin. Martin, the man who had been advising Jonathan for years, the one who had always been loyal, walked toward them with a calm, almost calculated expression on his face. His eyes briefly met Jonathan's, but there was no warmth there, no reassurance. Instead, it was as if a wall had come up between them, one that Jonathan couldn't quite explain. Jonathan's throat tightened. Martin? What are you doing here? Martin's lips curled into a thin smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. I think you know, Jonathan, he said, his voice cold and calculated. You've been fighting a battle you can't win. Jonathan's heart pounded as he took a step forward, the truth dawning on him in a rush. Martin hadn't just been advising him, he had been orchestrating this entire downfall from the start. You've been behind this all along, Jonathan said, his voice trembling with disbelief. Martin didn't deny it. Instead, he glanced at the envelope in Jonathan's hand, then back at him. It was never about helping the community, Jonathan. It was always about power. About control. And now, it's too late for you to turn back. Elijah's chest tightened with rage and confusion. Why, Martin? Why do this? Martin's smile deepened, but there was no joy in it, only cold calculation. Because, Elijah, some things are more important than helping a few people. And power, well, that's one of them. The weight of his words crushed Jonathan's spirit, but it also lit a fire within him. The battle was far from over, and now it was more than just about the community center. It was about everything they had been led to believe, everything that had been stolen from them. And with Martin's betrayal, Jonathan knew there was no turning back. The game had changed. But this time, they would fight on their own terms. Jonathan stood frozen for a moment, struggling to process what Martin had just revealed. The betrayal was so complete, so unexpected, that it took every ounce of willpower to keep his composure. Martin, the one person he had trusted above all others, had been playing him from the very beginning. The truth seemed almost unreal, like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. Elijah was the first to break the silence, his voice rising with a mix of anger and disbelief. You've been lying to us this whole time? After everything we've been through?" Martin didn't flinch. He didn't even look guilty. In fact, there was a certain calmness to him now, a cold confidence that only fueled the rising storm of emotions inside Jonathan. "I did what needed to be done," Martin replied, his tone matter-of-fact, as if explaining a simple business transaction. "The community center? It was never going to work. You're trying to fix something that can't be fixed." Jonathan's hands curled into fists. The words hit harder than any punch could, and for a brief moment, he couldn't speak. It wasn't just the project he had been working for, it was his entire belief system, his sense of purpose, all shattered in one conversation. "You're wrong," Jonathan said, his voice tight with frustration. "You have no idea what this community needs. You never did." Martin's expression didn't change. "I knew what they needed. And it wasn't this. What they need is stability, control, not some half-baked idea of help. You were naive, Jonathan. You thought you could fix things with a building. But a building doesn't fix people." The coldness in Martin's voice stung, but it wasn't just the words that made Jonathan's blood boil. It was the realization that Martin had been manipulating everyone behind the scenes, pulling the strings from the shadows while pretending to be an ally. The fire, the sabotage, the sudden rush of investor doubt, it had all been a carefully calculated move to push Jonathan into a corner. And now, it was working. "You've been playing us all this time," Elijah said through gritted teeth. "How long has this been going on?" "Longer than you think," Martin admitted, his eyes flickering briefly to Robert, who had been standing quietly off to the side, watching the exchange unfold. Robert hadn't said anything more, but Jonathan could feel his role in all this, his quiet support for Martin's machinations. It was all becoming clear now. "This isn't just about the community center, is it?" Jonathan asked, his voice barely a whisper. "It's about control. About money." Martin nodded slowly, his lips curling into a thin smile. "Exactly. The community center was a distraction, Jonathan. A way to get you to burn through resources, to make you appear weak, unprepared. It wasn't about helping anyone. It was about manipulating a situation where I could take control." Elijah's hands balled into fists at his sides, his face flushed with anger. "You were never on our side. You were never here to help us." "Helping people was never the goal," Martin said, his voice unwavering. "You should have seen that sooner. But now you're in too deep to get out. The investors have made their decision. The center's going to be shut down, and it doesn't matter how hard you fight." Jonathan felt a surge of frustration, the fight within him reigniting. He couldn't let Martin win, not after everything they had sacrificed, everything they had built. "You're wrong," Jonathan said, his voice growing steadier with each word. "I'm not done yet. And I won't let you take everything away." But before the confrontation could escalate further, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "I think you're forgetting something, Martin." Everyone turned to see a new figure stepping out from the crowd, a woman whose presence seemed to command attention. It was Sharon, Elijah's mother. She had been quiet for most of the journey, but now, she was stepping forward, her face set with a determination Jonathan had never seen before. "You may have thought you controlled everything," Sharon continued, her voice cutting through the air like a knife, "but you underestimated one thing, our community's resilience." Martin's calm demeanor faltered just slightly, his gaze shifting to Sharon, though he quickly masked his surprise. "Sharon, I didn't expect you to be involved in this," he said, his tone dripping with condescension. Sharon didn't flinch. "You thought you could play us. That you could tear down everything we've worked for. But you're wrong. We're not going to let you win. Jonathan's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had known Sharon was strong, but he hadn't realized the depth of her resolve. She had seen something he hadn't, something he had missed in his desperation to move forward. What do you mean? Jonathan asked, his voice uncertain for the first time in their exchange. Sharon stepped closer, her gaze never leaving Martin. I've been hearing things, Jonathan. People are talking. And I think I know who's been funding this sabotage. Elijah's breath caught in his throat as the pieces started to fall into place. The more Sharon spoke, the clearer it became that Martin wasn't the only one involved in the scheme. Someone else, someone even more powerful, was pulling the strings. I can't be sure yet, Sharon said, but I've got people looking into it. There's someone with deep pockets who's been quietly moving against this project. And I think you'll be surprised when you find out who. Jonathan's mind was spinning. Could it really be? Was there someone else behind all of this? Someone with even more to lose than just a few investors? Martin's smile faltered again, his eyes narrowing at Sharon's words. You're wasting your time, he said, though the nervous edge in his voice was unmistakable now. You'll never find the truth. It's over. But Sharon was undeterred. We'll see about that. Jonathan was shaken but more determined than ever. He wasn't going to let this end here, not after everything they had fought for. The community center was more than just a building, it was a symbol of hope, of change, and of resilience. And no one, not Martin, not the investors, not anyone, was going to take that away. Thank you, Sharon, Jonathan said quietly. We're not done yet. Not by a long shot. Sharon gave him a firm nod, a silent promise that she wasn't backing down. As she turned to leave, Jonathan felt the weight of the battle ahead. There were forces at play far beyond anything he had imagined, but he had to keep fighting. For Elijah. For the community. For everyone who had believed in them. But as the day stretched on, the stakes grew higher, and the sense of urgency only deepened. Martin's words haunted Jonathan, but Sharon's revelation had given him new hope. The fight wasn't over. Not yet. And as he stood there, facing the rising tide of opposition, he knew one thing for sure: he wouldn't stop until the truth came to light and the community center opened its doors, for good. The final days leading up to the community center's opening were filled with a tension so thick that it felt suffocating. Jonathan and Elijah worked tirelessly, preparing for the event, but the shadow of Martin's betrayal still loomed over them. Sharon's investigation into the sabotage was ongoing, but nothing concrete had surfaced yet. They knew they were running out of time, and with each passing hour, the pressure mounted. Then, just when Jonathan thought he couldn't take any more, Sharon called with unexpected news. I have a lead, Jonathan. Meet me at the old warehouse just outside town. Bring Elijah. You'll want to hear this. The call was brief, and the urgency in Sharon's voice left no room for doubt. Jonathan didn't waste a moment. He quickly told Elijah what was going on, and they rushed to the meeting spot, their minds racing with the possibilities of what they might uncover. As they approached the warehouse, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into the lion's den, but he had no choice. It was their last shot. Inside, Sharon was waiting, her expression intense. She wasted no time. I found the connection. The person behind the funding, behind all the sabotage, it's someone you both know. Someone you never suspected. Jonathan's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be someone close to them? Someone who had been involved from the beginning? Sharon handed them both a set of papers, documents linking a series of mysterious transactions, all pointing to one name, Robert. Jonathan's mind reeled. Robert. The man who had been the face of the investor group, the one who had stood by his side all this time. The same man who had seemed so helpful, so committed to the project. It was impossible. Robert's been playing both sides, Sharon continued. He's been funneling money into Martin's pockets to sabotage the community center. All while pretending to be your ally. He wanted to drive you to the edge, to force you into a position where you'd lose everything. And when you did, he was planning to buy the center out from under you. The revelation hit Jonathan like a freight train. All this time, Robert had been the mastermind behind the scenes, pulling the strings and watching as the project unraveled. But the reason behind it, the reason Robert had been so determined to destroy everything, was still unclear. They had to confront him. There was no other choice. With the papers in hand, they returned to the community center, only to find Robert already waiting there. His calm demeanor was the same as always, but there was an underlying tension in the air. He knew they were onto him, but he wasn't ready to give up just yet. "You've been busy," Jonathan said, his voice steady but full of the anger he had been holding back for weeks. "You didn't just want the project to fail. You wanted to take it for yourself." Robert gave a tight smile, his eyes cold. "You were never meant to succeed, Jonathan. I gave you the tools, the resources, and I watched you fumble. You think you can build something for this community? It's too late. You never stood a chance against the bigger players." Elijah stepped forward, his fists clenched. "You're going to regret this. We're not backing down. Not now, not ever." Robert raised an eyebrow, clearly unfazed. "You think you've won? That somehow, your little group can overcome the power I have? You're delusional." Jonathan's mind raced, the weight of everything they had fought for pushing him forward. "It's over, Robert. I know what you've been doing, and I'm going to make sure everyone else knows too." The words felt like a victory, but deep down, Jonathan knew it wasn't that simple. Robert was dangerous, and he had played his cards too carefully to give up without a fight. But before Jonathan could say anything more, a loud, unexpected noise echoed through the room. Someone had entered the building. They all turned to see a man in a suit, his face unfamiliar, yet somehow authoritative. Robert's expression shifted, his usual confidence cracking for the first time. "What's going on?" Robert demanded, but the man ignored him, walking straight up to Jonathan. "I'm here on behalf of the investors," the man said, his voice deep and commanding. "There's been a change of plans." Jonathan's heart dropped. What now? Had they come to finish what Robert had started? Was it all over? He tried to read the man's expression, but it was unreadable. "Change of plans?" Jonathan repeated, his voice thick with disbelief. "What are you talking about?" The man handed Jonathan a briefcase, then glanced at Robert with a cold, almost amused expression. "We've decided to go in a different direction. The community center is opening today, and Robert's actions have been reviewed. The investors are pulling out of his involvement, effective immediately. He's no longer part of the project." Jonathan's breath caught in his chest. The investors, who had been so quick to back away, were now turning on Robert. Robert's face twisted in anger, but there was no more bravado. He stepped forward, but the man in the suit held up his hand, signaling him to stop. "You've lost, Robert," the man said, his tone final. "The community center will open as planned. You're out of the picture." It was the news Jonathan had been hoping for, but the victory felt hollow. There was still a deep sense of unease hanging in the air. As Robert's face contorted in disbelief and fury, Jonathan looked around the room. He had won, but at what cost? The community center was set to open, but the battle had changed him. It wasn't just about building a space for people to come together anymore. It was about trust, and how quickly it could be broken. But as he took a deep breath, preparing to speak again, something happened that completely blindsided him. The man in the suit turned to leave, but before he did, he handed Jonathan a small envelope. "This is for you. It's from the higher-ups." Jonathan hesitated for a moment, then opened it. Inside, there was a single piece of paper, with a message written in bold letters. Asterisk, we've been watching. You're one of the few who still believes in change. Keep pushing forward. The sender's opening is just the beginning. But remember, this is only a temporary win. The real fight is just starting. Asterisk, the words sent a shiver down Jonathan's spine. The real fight was just starting? What did that mean? Who was behind this, and why were they still watching him? As the man in the suit disappeared into the shadows, Jonathan couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something much larger, and much more dangerous, than he had ever anticipated. The community center was about to open its doors, but Jonathan knew in his heart that the battle for its future, and for the community it was meant to serve, was far from over. As the doors to the community center were about to open, Jonathan felt a weight heavier than any before. The culmination of years of hard work, of dreams and hopes pinned on this very moment, was within his grasp. And yet, with the envelope in his hand and the mysterious message burning in his mind, it felt like the beginning of something much more complex and dangerous than he had anticipated. The opening ceremony was fast approaching, and the excitement in the air was palpable. People gathered from every corner of the community, eager to see the center they had all hoped for. Elijah stood by Jonathan's side, his face filled with a mixture of pride and uncertainty. They had fought so hard for this, and now, it was here. But Jonathan couldn't shake the nagging feeling that everything they had worked for might crumble beneath them. As they prepared for the event, Sharon approached Jonathan, her expression tense. She had been instrumental in uncovering the truth about Robert's treachery, and now, Jonathan couldn't help but wonder if she, too, was feeling the same unease. "Jonathan," Sharon began, her voice low but firm. "There's something you need to know. It's about the investors. I've been digging deeper, and it's not just about Robert. There's a larger network at play here, people with more power than we can imagine. You were right to be suspicious. This community center might be just the beginning of their plans." Jonathan's heart sank. "What are you saying? What does this have to do with us?" Sharon glanced around to make sure no one was listening before continuing. "The higher-ups, the ones who've been controlling the flow of money, they've been manipulating this whole thing from the start. Robert was just a pawn in their game. They never wanted you to succeed, Jonathan. They wanted to use you to create a rift, to divide the community and then profit from the chaos." Jonathan felt a cold shiver run down his spine. "Are you telling me we've been part of some bigger plan? All this time?" Sharon nodded. "Yes. And I think the opening of the community center was never meant to happen. They thought they could derail it. But you fought back harder than they expected. Now they're going to make sure they get their way, one way or another." Jonathan stood still for a moment, processing her words. This was bigger than he had imagined. It wasn't just a corrupt investor or a vengeful businessman. There was a force much larger than anything he had encountered, forces he had unknowingly tangled with. "We have to be ready," Sharon continued. "They won't let you open this center without a fight. They'll stop at nothing." The tension in the air thickened as the opening ceremony began. Jonathan and Elijah walked out onto the stage, greeted by cheers from the crowd, but Jonathan's thoughts were miles away. Despite the smiles, despite the clapping, the words of the mysterious letter still echoed in his mind. "The real fight is just starting." They cut the ribbon, the crowd erupted in applause, but the sense of accomplishment felt fleeting. Something was coming. Jonathan could feel it in his gut. As the day wore on, Jonathan's unease grew. The more he interacted with the people in the crowd, the more he felt the strange undercurrent of tension that hadn't been there before. The energy was different now. There were whispers in corners, glances exchanged behind backs, and the subtle sense that not everyone there was genuinely celebrating the center's opening. And then it happened. Jonathan received a call that changed everything. It was from a local journalist, someone he had met in passing during the development of the center. Her voice trembled on the other end of the line. "Jonathan, you need to come here right now. There's something you have to see." He didn't hesitate. He left the ceremony, telling Elijah to stay behind and manage the event. When Jonathan arrived at the address the journalist had given him, he was met with a shocking sight, a wall of photographs, all pinned to a corkboard. There were pictures of Jonathan, Elijah, Sharon, people he thought he could trust. And then, there were others. People he didn't recognize, all connected in some way, all part of a larger puzzle. The journalist gestured to the board, her hands trembling. "These are the people behind it all, Jonathan. The ones funding Robert, pulling the strings from the shadows. They've been watching you from the start." Jonathan's mind spun as he looked at the faces in the photographs. The names, the connections, they were all so carefully orchestrated, like pieces of a master plan that he had never seen coming. But what chilled him the most was the final picture, the one that stood out among all the others. It was a picture of his own father. Jonathan's heart stopped. His father, the man he had trusted his entire life, was in the center of this web. There was no mistaking it. His father had been involved in the schemes from the very beginning. The journalist watched Jonathan's face as he processed the revelation. "I don't know how much you know about your father's business dealings, but it looks like he's been part of this from the start. It's not just about the community center, Jonathan. They've been planning something much bigger." Jonathan felt the ground beneath him shake. His father, how could he have known? How could he have been involved in something so destructive, something that threatened the very community he had grown up in? The journalist stepped back. "You need to confront him. You need to find out what he's really been doing." Jonathan's head spun. He didn't know where to begin. Everything he thought he knew about his father, his family, was it all a lie?
Black man arrested without cause, but when police learn his true identity, they're speechless. On a quiet Monday afternoon, in the middle of a bustling suburban neighborhood, a police cruiser slowed to a stop in front of a small corner cafe. Inside, a man sat alone at a table, sipping his coffee, his eyes scanning a book in his hands. To anyone passing by, he appeared ordinary, dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark jeans, his demeanor calm and composed. But outside, the officers in the cruiser exchanged glances, their suspicion growing. One of them reached for the radio. The man, later identified as Marcus Gray, seemed unaware of the attention he was drawing. He adjusted his glasses, flipped a page, and sipped his coffee again. However, to the officers, something about Marcus felt off. It wasn't his behavior or even anything he had done. It was simply a gut feeling, fueled perhaps by the recent spike in patrols around the area. Without any clear reason, the officers decided to approach him. As they entered the cafe, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations among the patrons quieted, and an awkward tension filled the air. Marcus noticed the officers right away but continued reading, his posture unchanged. When one of them cleared his throat and asked to speak with him, Marcus calmly closed his book and looked up. "Is there a problem?" he asked politely, his voice steady. "We've had some reports about suspicious activity in the area," one officer said. "Can we see some identification?" Marcus raised an eyebrow, but without hesitation, he pulled out his wallet and handed them his ID. The officer studied it carefully. Still, their unease didn't wane. One of them stepped aside to radio in a background check while the other stood, keeping his eyes locked on Marcus. The other patrons in the cafe began whispering among themselves. Some pulled out their phones, recording the interaction. One woman leaned over to a friend and murmured, "He didn't do anything. He was just sitting there." Marcus, noticing the attention, sighed softly. "Am I being accused of something?" he asked, his tone calm but firm. The officer hesitated. "We're just following up on a report. It's standard procedure." Moments later, the radio crackled. The background check came back clean, but the officers weren't satisfied. They asked Marcus to step outside. Reluctantly, he agreed, grabbing his belongings and following them to the sidewalk. By now, a small crowd had gathered near the cafe, curiosity and concern etched on their faces. Standing outside, Marcus turned to one of the officers. "What exactly are you looking for?" he asked. But before he could get an answer, one officer suddenly moved to cuff him. "You're under arrest," the officer said, his voice steady but devoid of explanation. "For what?" Marcus asked, his voice rising slightly in disbelief. "Resisting investigation," came the vague reply. Marcus didn't resist physically, but his frustration was evident. "This is absurd," he said as the cuffs tightened around his wrists. The crowd began to murmur louder, their phones capturing every second of the scene. A few voices in the crowd shouted, "He didn't do anything. And this is wrong." But the officer seemed unmoved, guiding Marcus toward the cruiser. As they drove off, Marcus sat silently in the back seat, his expression unreadable. At the station, things took an unexpected turn. When the officers ran a more thorough check on his identity, their faces turned pale. Marcus wasn't just anyone. His name and credentials opened a floodgate of information that left them stunned. Who was Marcus Gray? And why did his true identity leave even the police speechless? Stay tuned for the full story, it's one you won't forget. As Marcus sat in the dimly lit holding cell, the weight of the situation began to sink in. The initial calm he had displayed during his arrest now gave way to a mixture of anger and frustration. He replayed the events in his mind, trying to pinpoint what had gone wrong. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand why the officers had singled him out. The cold metal of the handcuffs had left red marks on his wrists, a stark reminder of the injustice he had just endured. At the front desk of the police station, chaos was brewing. One of the officers who had arrested Marcus stared at the screen of his computer, his brow furrowed deeply. "This can't be right," he muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. He called over another officer, who leaned in to read the information displayed. As the seconds ticked by, their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. The officer who had initiated the arrest, Officer Miller, ran a hand through his hair. "Do you know who this guy is?" he asked his partner, his voice barely above a whisper. His partner shook his head, still staring at the screen as if trying to process the data in front of him. "He's a federal attorney," Miller said, his words heavy with realization. "And not just any attorney. This guy's handled some of the biggest civil rights cases in the country." His partner looked up, his face pale. "You're kidding." "I wish I was," Miller replied, the regret evident in his tone. "He's been on national news. He's defended wrongfully accused individuals. The man's practically untouchable." As the officers grappled with their mistake, word of Marcus's identity began to spread throughout the station. A few officers exchanged uneasy glances, while others whispered among themselves, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. One officer approached the desk sergeant and asked, "What's the protocol for when we mess up this badly?" The sergeant let out a long sigh. "Damage control," he said, rubbing his temples. "We need to fix this before it becomes a PR nightmare." Meanwhile, Marcus remained seated in the holding cell. His expression calm but his mind racing. He had seen situations like this play out before, but always from the other side of the table. Never in a million years had he imagined he'd become the subject of such a blatant miscarriage of justice. Suddenly, the door to the holding area opened, and Officer Miller stepped inside. His demeanor was noticeably different, his shoulders slightly hunched, his eyes avoiding Marcus's gaze. "Mr. Gray," Miller began, his voice tight with tension, "we need to have a word with you." Marcus stood, his expression unreadable. "About time," he said, following the officer out of the cell. He was led into a small interrogation room where two senior officers were waiting. They introduced themselves, their tone overly polite, as though they were speaking to a superior rather than someone they had just wrongfully detained. Marcus sat across from them, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp, silently demanding an explanation. One of the senior officers cleared his throat. "Mr. Gray, let me start by saying this was a misunderstanding. We had reports of suspicious activity in the area, and," Marcus held up a hand, cutting him off. "Suspicious activity? I was drinking coffee and reading a book. Explain to me how that qualifies as suspicious." The officer hesitated, clearly unprepared for Marcus's straightforward challenge. "We acted on incomplete information," he said finally, though his words lacked conviction. Marcus leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Let's not dance around this. I was profiled, Wasn't I? And instead of admitting you made a mistake, you arrested me without cause. The second senior officer shifted uncomfortably in his seat. We understand how this must look, Mr. Gray. And we deeply regret the error. Marcus didn't respond immediately. He let the silence hang in the air, the weight of their actions pressing down on everyone in the room. Finally, he spoke, his tone measured but firm. Regret doesn't erase what happened. It doesn't erase the humiliation, the unnecessary force, or the fact that you've reinforced the very stereotypes I've spent my career fighting against. The officers exchanged uneasy glances, realizing there was no easy way out of this. Marcus's calm yet commanding presence made it clear he wasn't going to let this slide. As the meeting continued, word of the situation began to leak outside the station. Videos of Marcus's arrest, recorded by bystanders at the cafe, had already started to gain traction online. The hashtags #JusticeForMarcus and #ProfilingExposed began trending, drawing attention from activists, journalists, and the general public. Back in the interrogation room, Marcus stood up abruptly, cutting the conversation short. "I don't need an apology," he said, his voice steady. "I need accountability. And trust me, I'll make sure this doesn't end here." With that, he walked out of the room, leaving the officers in stunned silence. Jenna could hear the anger simmering beneath the surface. For what obvious tea, but as he exited the station, his phone buzzed in his pocket. When he checked the screen, he saw dozens of missed calls and messages. The world was already watching, and the truth about what had happened was spreading like wildfire. What Marcus did next would not only shake the local police department but spark a nationwide conversation about justice, accountability, and the power of standing up against injustice. And as the spotlight turned toward him, it became clear that Marcus Gray wasn't just a victim, he was about to become a symbol of change. The ride home was quiet, but the tension in Marcus's chest didn't ease. He drove with one hand on the wheel, the other gripping his phone tightly. The notifications hadn't stopped since he left the station, texts from colleagues, voicemails from reporters, and even a few messages from strangers who had somehow already tracked down his contact information. He hadn't responded to any of them yet. Right now, his focus was on processing the weight of what had happened and planning his next move. When he pulled into the driveway of his modest two-story home, Marcus sat in the car for a moment, staring blankly at the dashboard. His mind raced through fragments of the day, the cafe, the officers, the cold, accusing glares, and the suffocating tightness of the handcuffs. No matter how composed he had appeared outwardly, the experience had shaken him deeply. It wasn't just the humiliation, it was the undeniable realization that even someone like him, a respected attorney with a spotless record, could be reduced to a mere suspicious figure in an instant. Inside the house, the smell of fresh coffee lingered, a stark contrast to the sour taste the day had left in his mouth. His wife, Jenna, greeted him in the hallway, her face etched with concern. She had heard about the arrest before he even had the chance to call her, thanks to the viral videos circulating online. Jenna was a journalist, sharp and unyielding, and Marcus could already see the wheels turning in her head. "Marcus," she began, her voice soft but urgent. "What happened? Are you okay?" He set his keys on the table and let out a long sigh. "They arrested me for no reason," he said bluntly. "Claimed I was resisting investigation." His tone was measured. "But Gation?" she pressed, crossing her arms. "You were drinking coffee, for crying out loud." Marcus shook his head, pacing the length of the living room. They didn't have an answer. They didn't even have probable cause. They just decided I looked out of place. He stopped and turned to face her. "And when they realized who I was, they panicked. Tried to smooth it over with empty apologies." Jenna's eyes narrowed, and Marcus could tell she was already thinking about the broader implications. "This is bigger than just today," she said. "This isn't just about you, it's about everyone who doesn't have the resources or the voice to fight back." "I know," Marcus replied quietly. He sank onto the couch, running a hand over his face. "I've spent my career fighting for those people. And now I'm living proof of exactly what they go through." The two sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the situation settling over them. Jenna eventually broke the quiet. "What's the next step? Are you going to file a formal complaint?" Marcus nodded slowly. "I have to. But it's not just about the complaint. This isn't something we can let fade into the background. People need to know that this happens, even to someone like me." Jenna's lips pressed into a thin line, her determination evident. "Then we make sure they know. You tell your story. And I'll make sure it gets heard." That night, Marcus began drafting a detailed account of the day's events. His hands moved steadily over the keyboard as he wrote down every interaction, Every word exchanged, and every moment of doubt or fear he had felt. The process was cathartic, but it also fueled his resolve. He wasn't just writing for himself, he was writing for the countless others who had been silenced, dismissed, or ignored. As the hours passed, Marcus delved deeper into his memories, not just of the arrest but of the countless instances throughout his life where he had been judged or underestimated because of the color of his skin. He thought about the time in law school when a professor had questioned whether he had written his own paper, despite its brilliance. He thought about the client who had hesitated to hire him until they learned about his impressive win record. And now, he thought about the officers who had seen him sitting in a cafe and decided, without any evidence, that he must be up to no good. By the time he finished writing, it was well past midnight. Marcus leaned back in his chair and stared at the glowing screen, his eyes tired but his mind buzzing with ideas. Jenna walked in with a cup of tea, her expression softening when she saw the look of determination on his face. "Got it all down?" she asked, setting the tea on the desk. "Every detail," he replied. "Now it's just a matter of what to do with it." Jenna smiled faintly. "You've always known what to do, Marcus. This is no different." But deep down, Marcus knew this time was different. The stakes felt higher, the consequences more far-reaching. He wasn't just an attorney fighting for justice, he was now part of the very narrative he had spent years trying to change. The next morning, Marcus woke to a flood of new messages. His email inbox was overflowing, and his phone was buzzing with calls and texts. The videos of his arrest had gained millions of views overnight, sparking outrage and debate across social media. Prominent figures were weighing in, with some condemning the police's actions and others questioning whether there was more to the story. The polarization didn't surprise Marcus, but it reminded him just how much work still needed to be done. One message stood out among the rest. It was from an old colleague, Sam, who had worked with Marcus on several high-profile cases. The message was short but clear: "We need to talk. Call me ASAP." Marcus stepped outside, the morning air crisp and cool, and dialed Sam's number. The phone rang twice before Sam picked up. "Marcus," Sam said, his tone urgent. "I saw the videos. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Marcus replied, though his voice betrayed a hint of weariness. "It's been a lot." "I can imagine," Sam said. "Listen, I've been thinking. This could be a turning point, not just for you but for the broader fight against systemic bias. If you're willing, I think we can use this to push for real change." "I'm willing," Marcus said without hesitation. "But I want to make sure this doesn't just become another viral moment that fades away. It needs to lead to something tangible." "That's why I'm calling," Sam said. "I've got some ideas. But first, I need you to know that this won't be easy. The backlash is going to be intense. Are you prepared for that?" Marcus took a deep breath. He thought about the years of hard work, the sacrifices, and the unshakable belief that justice was worth fighting for. "I've never been more prepared," he said. As the call ended, Marcus felt a renewed sense of purpose. The road ahead would be long and filled with challenges, but he was ready. This wasn't just his fight, it was a fight for everyone who had ever been judged, dismissed, or silenced. And Marcus Gray wasn't about to back down. Over the next few days, Marcus's life transformed into a whirlwind of attention and action. Every major news outlet wanted an interview, and his name was trending on social media alongside hashtags demanding accountability. Jenna worked tirelessly by his side, helping him sift through requests and advising him on how to share his story effectively without losing sight of the bigger picture. Still, amid all the activity, Marcus found himself struggling with a deep sense of unease. He wasn't used to being in the public eye this way. As a lawyer, he'd always worked behind the scenes, letting his clients take center stage while he guided them through the complexities of their cases. Now, the spotlight was on him, and every word he said was being analyzed, debated, and dissected. It was during one of those quiet moments, late at night when Jenna had already gone to bed, that Marcus's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at the screen and saw it was from an unknown number. The message read, "You're making a lot of noise. Be careful who you're up against." For a moment, Marcus just stared at the text, a chill running down his spine. He debated whether to respond, but something told him it was better to ignore it. Instead, he screenshot the message and forwarded it to Jenna with a brief note, "We might need to tighten security." Then he turned his phone off and went to bed, trying not to let his mind spiral into paranoia. The next morning, Marcus shared the message with Sam during a call. Sam wasn't surprised. "You're challenging a system that doesn't like to be challenged," he said matter-of-factly. "The pushback is inevitable. But we've faced this before, and we'll face it again. "Yeah, but it's different when it's personal," Marcus replied. "I'm used to fighting for other people. Now it feels like the fight is following me home." Sam was silent for a moment before responding. "That's how you know you're hitting a nerve. Stay the course, Marcus. You're doing the right thing." Later that day, Marcus decided it was time to go public in a more formal way. He scheduled a press conference outside the police station, ensuring that the setting would serve as a powerful backdrop for his message. Jenna helped him prepare his statement, urging him to focus not just on his personal experience but on the broader issues it represented. When the day arrived, the area outside the station was packed. Journalists with cameras and microphones jostled for position, while a growing crowd of supporters held signs with messages like "Justice for All" and "End Racial Profiling." Marcus stood at a small podium, his demeanor calm but resolute. He took a moment to scan the crowd before beginning. "I want to thank everyone for being here today," he started, his voice steady. "This isn't just about me. This is about a system that allows individuals to be judged, detained, and humiliated based on nothing more than their appearance." He went on to recount the events of that fateful day at the cafe, his words clear and deliberate. He described the moment he realized he was being profiled, the confusion and anger he felt when he was arrested without cause, and the disbelief that followed when he learned the officers hadn't even known who he was. "But here's the thing," Marcus continued, his voice rising slightly. "It shouldn't matter who I am. Whether I'm a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, or unemployed, I deserve the same respect and dignity as anyone else. We all do. And that's why I'm standing here today, to demand change, not just for myself but for everyone who has ever been treated as less than because of the way they look." The crowd erupted into applause, and Marcus took a moment to let the noise settle before delivering his final words. "This isn't the end of the story. It's the beginning. Together, we can push for accountability, for transparency, and for a future where no one has to experience what I did." "Thank you." As Marcus stepped away from the podium, reporters shouted questions, but he didn't respond. Instead, he walked toward Jenna, who was waiting nearby with a proud smile. "You nailed it," she said, squeezing his hand. The press conference was just the start. In the weeks that followed, Marcus and his team worked tirelessly to keep the momentum going. He appeared on talk shows, participated in panel discussions, and even met with lawmakers to discuss potential reforms. Each step felt like progress, but it also came with its own set of challenges. The hate mail increased, and so did the anonymous threats. Jenna insisted on hiring private security, a precaution Marcus reluctantly agreed to. Through it all, Marcus stayed focused on the bigger picture. He knew the road ahead would be long and filled with obstacles, but he also knew that change was never easy. And if his story could shine a light on the flaws in the system, then every uncomfortable moment would be worth it. One evening, as Marcus sat in his home office reviewing notes for an upcoming panel, Jenna walked in with a folder in her hands. "You need to see this," she said, her tone serious. Marcus took the folder and opened it, his brow furrowing as he read the documents inside. They detailed internal emails from the police department, leaked anonymously, that revealed just how deeply the profiling issue ran. The emails discussed quotas for stops in high-risk areas and included thinly veiled language that disproportionately targeted people of color. "This is it," Jenna said. "This is the smoking gun." Marcus set the folder down, his mind racing. This was bigger than just his case, it was proof of systemic bias at an institutional level. He knew what had to be done. But as he prepared to take the next step, he couldn't shake the feeling that the fight was about to get even more intense. Marcus sat at his desk, the leaked documents spread out before him like pieces of a puzzle that painted a damning picture. The more he read, the heavier the weight on his chest became. The emails revealed a chilling level of indifference, even outright hostility, toward the very communities the police were supposed to serve. Words like containment zones and undesirable elements jumped off the page, their meaning unmistakable. This wasn't just a problem with a few officers, it was a culture deeply ingrained in the department. Jenna leaned against the doorframe, watching him with a mix of concern and admiration. "This changes everything," she said softly. "You have to go public with it." Marcus rubbed his temples, exhaustion etched into his face. "I know. But I need to be smart about how I do it. If I just throw this out there without a plan, it could get buried, or worse, discredited." Jenna nodded, her journalist instincts kicking in. "We need to establish its credibility first. Cross-reference the language in these emails with actual incidents, build a timeline. If we can show a pattern, they can't just dismiss it as isolated." As they worked late into the night, another layer of the story began to unfold. One email in particular caught Marcus's attention. It mentioned a special task force operating in his city, one with vague objectives and even vaguer oversight. The email referred to the task force's success in keeping certain neighborhoods manageable but didn't elaborate on what that meant. Marcus's gut told him this was worth digging into, but he also knew it was a rabbit hole that could lead to even more dangerous territory. Meanwhile, outside their home, the world was shifting. The leaked documents had already begun to circulate online, shared anonymously by the same source who had sent them to Marcus. Public outrage was mounting, and the city was abuzz with protests and calls for accountability. People were gathering outside the police station, demanding answers, while local leaders scrambled to control the narrative. The mayor issued a carefully worded statement, promising an independent investigation, but Marcus knew how those often ended, with no real consequences. One of the most unexpected twists came from within the police department itself. Marcus received an encrypted email from someone claiming to be an officer on the force. The message was brief but intriguing. Not everyone in the department agrees with what's happening. Some of us want to help. If you're willing to listen, I can give you more. At first, Marcus was wary. This could easily be a trap, a way to discredit him or lure him into saying something that could be used against him. But Jenna, ever the strategist, saw it as an opportunity. If this person is genuine, they could be the key to proving how deep this goes, she said. We just have to be careful. They arranged a meeting at a neutral, public location, a small diner on the outskirts of the city. Marcus and Jenna arrived early, taking a seat near the back where they could see the entrance. The tension in the air was palpable as they waited, each glance at the door a reminder of how high the stakes had become. When the officer finally arrived, Marcus was struck by how ordinary he looked, just a man in his mid-30s with tired eyes and a nervous energy. He introduced himself as Officer Daniels and quickly got to the point. "I've been on the force for 10 years, Daniels said, his voice low. "I joined because I wanted to help people. But what I've seen lately, it's not what I signed up for." He went on to describe the inner workings of the department, confirming many of the suspicions Marcus had developed while reading the emails. Daniels spoke of unspoken quotas, where officers were pressured to meet certain numbers by the end of their shifts, even if it meant targeting innocent people. He explained how certain neighborhoods were treated as training grounds for rookies, with little regard for the harm caused to the residents. But what struck Marcus the most was Daniels's account of the task force mentioned in the emails. According to him, it operated almost like a shadow unit, with its own chain of command and objectives that were never fully explained to the rank-and-file officers. "They don't answer to anyone," Daniels said. "Not the chief, not the mayor. They just do what they want." As Daniels spoke, Marcus felt a mix of anger and determination. This was exactly the kind of inside perspective he needed to expose the system for what it was. But it also raised new questions. Who was behind this task force? And what were they trying to achieve? After the meeting, Marcus and Jenna sat in the car, digesting everything they had learned. "This is bigger than I thought," Marcus admitted. "If what Daniels says is true, this isn't just about racial profiling. It's about unchecked power." Jenna nodded, her expression grim. "And if they're willing to go this far, they won't hesitate to come after us to protect themselves." The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the risks they were taking. But neither of them wavered. They knew the fight was just beginning, and the road ahead would only get more treacherous. As they drove home, Marcus's phone buzzed with another message, this one from a number he recognized. It was Sam, and the text was brief: "We need to talk. Call me as soon as you can." The cryptic message sent a jolt of unease through Marcus. He glanced at Jenna, who gave him a reassuring nod. Whatever was coming next, they would face it together. But as the car turned onto their quiet street, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that the conflict was about to escalate in ways he couldn't yet predict. The unease that had settled over Marcus grew heavier as they pulled into their driveway. The house was dark, save for the faint glow of the porch light. Marcus hesitated for a moment, his hand lingering on the car door handle. Jenna noticed and placed a reassuring hand on his arm. "We'll get through this," she said softly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Marcus nodded, exhaling slowly before stepping out of the car. As they made their way inside, the weight of the day seemed to follow them, lingering in every shadowed corner. Jenna locked the door behind them, double-checking the deadbolt out of an abundance of caution. Marcus immediately dialed Sam, pacing the living room as the call connected. When Sam answered, his tone was unusually serious. "I just got off a call with someone high up," Sam began without preamble. "They're scrambling, Marcus. The leaked documents have them in full damage control mode, and they're looking for a scapegoat. You need to be careful. They'll try to discredit you." Marcus frowned, gripping the phone tighter. What do you mean? How could they discredit me? The documents speak for themselves. Sam hesitated before responding. They're digging into your past, your cases, your personal life, everything. If they find even a shred of something they can spin, they'll use it. And if they can't find anything, they'll make something up. The words sent a chill down Marcus's spine. He had always kept his personal and professional lives above reproach, but the idea of being targeted with fabricated accusations was unsettling. He thanked Sam for the warning and promised to stay vigilant. After hanging up, Marcus shared the conversation with Jenna. She listened intently, her brow furrowed in concern. They're getting desperate, she said finally. That means we're getting close to something big. But it also means we need to be smarter than ever. They decided to double down on their preparations. Jenna reached out to trusted journalists she had worked with in the past, sharing carefully vetted portions of the leaked documents to ensure the story would continue to spread, even if Marcus became the target of a smear campaign. Meanwhile, Marcus began compiling his own evidence, every interaction, every threat, every odd occurrence, documenting it meticulously in case he needed to defend himself. The next morning, Marcus woke to a flood of notifications on his phone. His name was trending again, but this time, the headlines were different. Accusations of misconduct during one of his past cases had surfaced, with anonymous sources claiming he had manipulated evidence to win. Marcus's heart sank as he read through the articles, each one painting him as a lawyer willing to bend the rules for personal gain. This is it, he muttered, showing Jenna his phone. This is their play. Jenna scanned the articles, her jaw tightening. We knew this was coming. They're trying to muddy the waters, make people question your credibility. But we can fight this. Marcus nodded, though a part of him couldn't help but feel the weight of the accusations. Even if they were baseless, the damage to his reputation could be lasting. Still, he refused to let it derail their efforts. Later that day, he held another press conference, addressing the accusations head-on. Standing in front of a crowd of reporters and supporters, Marcus spoke with conviction. These claims are false, and they are a distraction, he said. They are an attempt to shift the focus away from the real issue, a broken system that needs to be held accountable. I won't be intimidated, and I won't be silenced. The truth will prevail. The crowd erupted in applause, but Marcus could see the reporters' pens flying, their questions already forming. He stepped away from the podium, ignoring the shouted queries, and made his way back to Jenna. We have to keep the pressure on, he said. His resolve hardening. Over the next few days, new developments emerged, each one adding to the growing complexity of the situation. Officer Daniels contacted Marcus again, this time with more detailed information about the task force. He provided names, dates, and locations of operations that had targeted specific communities under the guise of maintaining order. Marcus cross-referenced the information with the leaked documents, uncovering a pattern that was impossible to ignore. But just as they were preparing to go public with the new evidence, another twist emerged. Marcus received an anonymous email containing a single video file. He opened it cautiously, his stomach knotting as the footage played. It showed a meeting in a dimly lit room, several men in suits discussing strategies to manage the fallout from the leaked documents. One of them mentioned Marcus by name, suggesting that eliminating the source might be the simplest solution. Jenna, who had been watching over his shoulder, gasped. This is a direct threat. Marcus's mind raced. The video was proof of a deliberate effort to silence him, but it also put him in even greater danger. He knew he had to act quickly, but every move felt like stepping deeper into a minefield. That night, as Marcus and Jenna discussed their next steps, their home phone rang, a rarity these days. Marcus hesitated before answering, his voice cautious. Hello? A deep, unfamiliar voice responded. You're playing a dangerous game, Mr. Carter. Walk away while you still can. The line went dead, leaving Marcus gripping the receiver, his pulse pounding. He set the phone down and turned to Jenna, his expression grim. They're not just trying to discredit me, he said quietly. They're trying to scare me off the case entirely. Jenna's eyes narrowed, her determination evident. Then we'll show them we're not afraid. We've come too far to back down now. As the night stretched on, Marcus and Jenna prepared for the next battle, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. The truth was within reach, but so were those who would stop at nothing to bury it. The following days felt like a race against an unseen clock. Marcus and Jenna moved with a sense of urgency, knowing they had to act before the forces working against them could strike again. The anonymous threats kept coming, each more unsettling than the last, but they only seemed to fuel Marcus's determination. Every email, every phone call, every shadow that lingered too long in their periphery was a reminder of the stakes. Still, they pressed on, driven by the weight of the truth they were uncovering. Marcus's meetings with Officer Daniels became more frequent and more secretive. Daniels revealed a troubling detail about the Shadow Task Force: their operations weren't just about control. They were about silencing dissent in the most brutal and covert ways possible. People who had once spoken out against the force had vanished, their disappearances dismissed as unrelated incidents. Daniels shared names, addresses, and chilling first-hand accounts from other officers who had turned a blind eye for fear of losing their careers, or worse, their lives. Jenna worked tirelessly behind the scenes, connecting dots and reaching out to allies who could help amplify their findings. One of those allies was a prominent civil rights lawyer named Eliza Navarro, known for taking on cases that no one else would touch. When Marcus and Jenna presented her with the evidence they had gathered, Eliza didn't hesitate. She immediately agreed to join their fight, bringing with her a team of seasoned investigators and a network of journalists eager to expose the corruption. Despite the growing coalition, the threats escalated. Late one evening, while Marcus was reviewing case files in his home office, the power suddenly cut out. The house plunged into darkness, the hum of the appliances replaced by an oppressive silence. Jenna called out from the living room, her voice tinged with worry. Marcus grabbed a flashlight and made his way to her, the beam cutting through the shadows as they checked the windows and doors. Outside, the street was eerily quiet, the usual glow of porch lights conspicuously absent. Before they could process what was happening, a car sped past their house, its headlights briefly illuminating their faces. Something small and metallic clattered onto the front porch before the car disappeared into the night. Marcus's heart raced as he opened the door, shining his flashlight on the object, a broken padlock, its jagged edges glinting ominously. He didn't need to say anything. Jenna's expression mirrored his own fear. The message was clear: their home wasn't as safe as they thought. The next morning, Marcus filed a police report about the incident, though he knew it would likely go nowhere. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone within the department itself was orchestrating the harassment. It only made him more resolved to expose the truth. He began sleeping less, working longer hours, and pushing harder to get the story out. Jenna worried about his health, but she knew better than to try to stop him. They were in this together, and she shared his relentless drive. Meanwhile, Eliza and her team uncovered something even more explosive: a direct link between the Shadow Task Force and several high-profile disappearances that had been dismissed as accidents or suicides. The evidence pointed to a coordinated effort to eliminate perceived threats, with the task force acting as judge, jury, and executioner. Eliza cautioned Marcus to proceed carefully, warning that what they had now wasn't just a scandal, it was a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of power. As word of Marcus's investigation spread, public support began to swell. Protests grew larger, more organized, and more vocal. People from all walks of life came forward, sharing their own stories of harassment and injustice. For the first time, it felt like the tide was beginning to turn. But with that shift came an even greater sense of danger. One night, as Marcus was driving back from a late meeting with Eliza, he noticed a car following him. At first, he thought it might just be a coincidence, but every turn he made was mirrored by the vehicle behind him. His hands tightened on the wheel as he tried to shake the tail, taking a series of random turns through unfamiliar neighborhoods. The car stayed with him, its headlights glaring in his rearview mirror. Marcus's pulse quickened as he weighed his options. He couldn't lead them back to his home, where Jenna was waiting. Instead, he decided to head to a well-lit gas station, hoping the presence of cameras and other people would deter whoever was following him. As he pulled into the lot, the car slowed but didn't stop, continuing down the road and disappearing into the night. Marcus exhaled, his grip on the wheel loosening slightly, but the encounter left him rattled. When he finally made it home, Jenna was waiting at the door, her worry evident. Marcus didn't want to alarm her, but he couldn't keep the incident to himself. As he recounted what had happened, Jenna's expression hardened. "They're trying to scare you off," she said firmly. "But it won't work. We're too close." The tension between them and their unseen adversaries was at an all-time high. Every move felt like a gamble, every decision fraught with risk. But as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, Marcus knew they were nearing the climax of their fight. The truth was within reach, and with it came the promise of justice, or the danger of retaliation that could shatter everything they had worked for. The pressure around Marcus and Jenna seemed to tighten like a noose, but retreating wasn't an option. Every day brought new challenges, yet it also brought more clues, more courage, and more people willing to stand by their side. The car incident had left Marcus shaken, but he refused to let it cloud his focus. He was convinced now more than ever that they were circling the heart of something far darker than they initially imagined. Eliza's team worked tirelessly, compiling irrefutable proof that the Shadow Task Force wasn't just a rogue faction, it was a calculated arm of a much larger network of corruption. The names they uncovered were shocking: city officials, influential businessmen, even members of law enforcement who publicly presented themselves as paragons of justice. This wasn't just about harassment or abuse of power, it was a systemic operation designed to exploit and oppress. But with each new revelation came another threat. Marcus began receiving cryptic messages on his personal phone, chilling in their simplicity. Phrases like "you're in too deep" and "turn back before it's too late" appeared at all hours, from unknown numbers that vanished when traced. Jenna, too, started noticing oddities, her email suddenly disappearing, her phone acting erratically, like it was being monitored. They had suspected for weeks that their every move was under surveillance, but now it felt invasive, personal. One evening, as Marcus sat in his study reviewing the newest set of files Eliza had sent, he noticed something unusual. Buried in one of the documents was a reference to a hidden location, a warehouse on the outskirts of the city frequently mentioned in coded communications between task force members. It was listed as a safe house, but the wording hinted at something far more sinister. Marcus's instincts told him this could be a turning point. If they could uncover what was happening there, it might be the key to blowing the entire operation wide open. When Marcus shared his discovery with Jenna, she was cautious. "If this place is as important as it seems, it'll be heavily guarded. You can't just walk in there. You'll need help." "I know," Marcus agreed. "But this might be the only way to get solid evidence. We can't afford to wait." Jenna reached out to Eliza, who arranged for a small team of trusted investigators to scout the location. They agreed to be discreet, knowing any misstep could tip off their adversaries. The plan was to gather intel and, if possible, retrieve tangible evidence of the task force's activities. The following night, Marcus, Jenna, and the team parked a safe distance from the warehouse. The area was desolate, surrounded by overgrown brush and rusting industrial equipment. The air was heavy with the scent of oil and damp earth, and the only sounds were the distant hum of traffic and the occasional rustle of leaves. Marcus felt his heartbeat quicken as they approached the building, its looming structure barely visible under the faint moonlight. Eliza's team moved with practiced efficiency, using small cameras and audio recorders to capture everything. Marcus and Jenna stayed close, their nerves taut as they scanned the area for signs of activity. From the outside, the warehouse appeared abandoned, its windows shattered and its metal walls streaked with rust. But as they moved closer, subtle details betrayed its true purpose: fresh tire tracks in the dirt, faintly glowing security cameras hidden in the shadows, and the unmistakable hum of generators coming from within. Suddenly, a light flickered inside the warehouse, casting faint silhouettes against the cracked glass. Marcus signaled for the team to hold back as he and Jenna edged closer, careful to stay out of view. Peering through a gap in the wall, they saw a group of men gathered around a table laden with documents, weapons, and what appeared to be surveillance equipment. Their faces were obscured by shadows, but their movements were precise, methodical. Jenna nudged Marcus and pointed to one of the documents on the table. Even from their position, they could make out the words "Operation Clean Sweep" printed in bold at the top. It was a term they had seen before in the leaked files, a code name for one of the task force's most controversial missions, linked to several unexplained disappearances. As they watched, one of the men stepped forward, holding up a photograph. It was grainy, but there was no mistaking the subject: Marcus. Jenna stifled a gasp as the man spoke, his voice low but clear. "He's getting too close," the man said, slamming the photo onto the table. "If he exposes us, it'll bring down more than just this operation. We need to act now." Marcus felt a cold sweat break out across his skin. This wasn't just about stopping him, they were planning something immediate, something dangerous. He motioned for the team to retreat, knowing they couldn't risk being discovered. Back in the safety of their car, Marcus's mind raced. The mention of Operation Clean Sweep and the direct threat against him confirmed that they were on the brink of uncovering the full extent of the conspiracy. But it also meant the stakes were higher than ever. One wrong move could cost them everything, not just the evidence, but their lives. As they drove away from the warehouse, Marcus glanced at Jenna, whose face was illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard. Her expression was a mix of fear and resolve. She reached over and gripped his hand tightly, as if to anchor him. "We're in this together," she said softly. "No matter what happens." Marcus nodded, but the weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on him. The climax was near, and with it would come the ultimate test of their courage and conviction. They had come too far to turn back, but the road ahead was darker than anything they had faced before. The car ride back was quiet, but the air was thick with tension. Marcus kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting another vehicle to appear out of nowhere, tailing them like before. Jenna's grip on his hand never loosened, a silent reassurance that they would face whatever came next together. But even as they reached the relative safety of their home, it was clear that neither of them felt any real relief. The danger wasn't just looming anymore, it was imminent. The team debriefed in whispers, wary of listening devices. Eliza joined the call remotely, her face grim as Marcus relayed what they had witnessed in the warehouse. When he mentioned Operation Clean Sweep, Eliza's expression darkened further. She admitted she had come across the term in her earlier investigations but hadn't been able to connect it to specific actions. Now, with the photograph of Marcus on the table and the clear intention to act against him, the urgency of their situation had escalated tenfold. "We need to figure out what this operation is," Marcus said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "They're not just targeting me, they're covering something bigger. If we don't expose them now, they'll bury the truth for good." Eliza hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There's one more lead we've been holding back on. It's risky, but it might give us the answers we need. There's someone on the inside, a whistleblower who reached out months ago but went silent. If they're still alive, they might have the key to everything." Marcus leaned forward, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "Do we know who they are? Where to find them?" Eliza shook her head. "We only have a code name, Raven. They left a digital breadcrumb trail, but it was heavily encrypted. My team's been working on it, and we think we've cracked their last known location. It's not far, but if they've gone dark, there's a reason." Jenna frowned. "If this person's in hiding, wouldn't contacting them put them in more danger? Or us?" "Probably," Eliza admitted. "But if Raven's still out there, they might be the only person who can connect all the dots. It's a risk, but it could be worth it." Marcus didn't need convincing. He agreed to meet Eliza's tech team the next morning to track down Raven, despite Jenna's lingering unease. That night, neither of them slept much. Marcus reviewed files while Jenna sat by the window, her eyes scanning the quiet street for anything out of the ordinary. Every sound felt amplified in the stillness, every shadow a potential threat. By dawn, they were back in motion, driving to an old, nondescript apartment complex on the outskirts of the city. The address Eliza's team provided led them to a unit on the third floor, its door slightly ajar. Marcus exchanged a wary glance with Jenna before pushing the door open. The apartment was dark, the air inside stale as if it hadn't been lived in for weeks. Papers were scattered across a small desk, and a laptop sat in the center, its screen cracked but still functional. Jenna moved cautiously toward the desk while Marcus searched the rest of the apartment. The place was empty, but something felt off. It wasn't just the disarray, it was the eerie sense that someone had left in a hurry. Jenna called him over, holding up a sheet of paper with a hastily scrawled message. "If you found this, you're already in their crosshairs. Trust no one." Before Marcus could process the warning, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Both of them froze, their eyes darting to the door. A shadow passed across the doorway, followed by the unmistakable click of a gun being cocked. Marcus motioned for Jenna to stay behind him as he inched closer to the door. His heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The figure stepped into view, a man in his late 40s, disheveled and visibly shaken, but with an air of defiance. He held a handgun loosely at his side, his eyes darting between Marcus and Jenna. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice hoarse. "What are you doing here?" Marcus raised his hand slowly, trying to appear non-threatening. "We're looking for Raven." "Are you Raven?" The man hesitated before nodding, his grip on the gun tightening. "You shouldn't have come here. They're watching everything." "We don't have a choice," Marcus said, his voice steady despite the tension. "We know about the task force. We know about Operation Clean Sweep. If you have information, we need it now. Lives are at stake." Raven's expression shifted, the fear in his eyes giving way to something darker, anger, perhaps, or resolve. He gestured for them to close the door and lower their voices. "You have no idea what you've stepped into," he said. "Clean Sweep isn't just about silencing people. It's about erasing them, every trace of their existence, gone. If they've marked you, they won't stop until you're nothing more than a memory." Marcus pressed for details, and Raven reluctantly began to talk. He revealed that Clean Sweep was the culmination of years of covert operations designed to suppress dissent and eliminate threats to those in power. The task force was just one part of the machine, but it was the most dangerous because it operated without oversight. "They don't just kill," Raven said. "They rewrite the narrative. Make it look like you never existed." As Raven spoke, Marcus noticed his hands trembling. He realized the man wasn't just scared, he was terrified. Before they could ask more questions, Raven's phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen and paled. "They've found me," he whispered. Jenna grabbed Marcus's arm. "We need to get out of here. Now." But before they could move, the sound of tires screeching outside filled the air, followed by the heavy thud of boots on the stairs. Marcus's mind raced as he tried to think of an escape plan. Raven shoved a USB drive into Marcus's hand, his eyes desperate. "Take this. It's everything. Expose them." "What about you?" Marcus asked. Raven shook his head. "It's too late for me. Go." Marcus hesitated, but Jenna pulled him toward the window. Together, they climbed out onto the fire escape just as the door burst open behind them. The last thing Marcus saw before they descended into the alley was Raven, standing defiantly as armed men stormed the apartment. The sound of gunfire echoed as Marcus and Jenna ran, the USB drive clutched tightly in Marcus's hand. Whatever was on it, they knew it was now their only chance to bring the truth to light, and their only hope of survival. The alleyway was narrow, shrouded in shadows, and damp with the lingering moisture from the night air. Marcus and Jenna kept their movements swift and calculated, avoiding the main streets where they would be easily seen. Their breaths came in shallow gasps as they dashed through the maze of back alleys, the sound of their hurried footsteps echoing in the silence. The USB drive was burning a hole in Marcus's pocket, and with each step, the weight of their decision pressed down harder. Raven had sacrificed himself to give them a chance. They couldn't waste it. But the sense of urgency was suffocating. Marcus kept checking over his shoulder, half expecting to see flashlights cutting through the darkness, or hear the sharp click of boots on the pavement behind them. Every corner they turned felt like a trap, every dark doorway a hiding place for someone who might be hunting them. The realization hit him with unsettling clarity: Raven had been right. They were already in too deep. The forces they were up against didn't play by the rules. They erased people. They didn't just kill, they erased. Jenna, sensing his growing anxiety, reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him to a stop behind an old dumpster. She could feel his pulse racing beneath his jacket. "We need to focus, Marcus," she whispered urgently. "We don't know what's on that drive, but it's our only chance." He nodded, forcing himself to steady his breath. "You're right. We need to get back to Eliza. She'll know what to do with it." Their brief moment of respite didn't last. A distant siren wailed, cutting through the quiet like a warning. Then another, closer this time. Marcus's heart skipped a beat. It was happening, no one had to tell him. They were being hunted, and they weren't safe here. Jenna's hand tightened around his arm. "We can't risk it. If they're already on us, it's too dangerous to go straight to Eliza's. We need to lay low." Marcus met her eyes, her face pale but determined. He knew she was right. They couldn't go to Eliza just yet, not while they were so exposed. "Where do we go, then?" Jenna hesitated, her gaze flickering to the end of the alley where streetlights glowed faintly. "I know someone. An old friend. They're off the grid, but they can help us lay low. They'll know how to get us out of the city until we figure out what to do next." It wasn't the plan Marcus had in mind, but he trusted Jenna. He didn't have a choice. "Lead the way." They moved quickly but cautiously, staying close to the shadows, their steps muffled by the damp ground beneath them. The sounds of sirens continued to grow closer, and every new noise made Marcus's pulse race. He felt the weight of the USB drive like a ticking time bomb in his pocket, and the dread of what they might find on it gnawed at him. Jenna's contact lived in a rundown neighborhood on the edge of the city, a place where the streets were more dirt than pavement, and the buildings were crumbling. It wasn't a place anyone would go unless they had to. They reached a small, weather-beaten house at the far end of the street. A light flickered behind the cracked windows, and as Jenna knocked on the door, the hairs on the back of Marcus's neck stood on end. They weren't alone anymore. The feeling of being hunted had become a tangible presence. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a woman in her late 30s, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to pierce through you. She wore a thick jacket, and her expression softened when she saw Jenna. "Jenna," the woman said in a low voice. "You made it. And you brought company. This is Marcus," Jenna introduced him quickly. "We need help. Now." The woman, whose name was Nora, gestured for them to enter, her eyes darting around to make sure no one was watching. Once they were inside, she locked the door behind them and moved with quiet purpose, pulling a small bag from a shelf near the door. "What's going on?" "You're not supposed to be here, Jenna. And you," she said, turning to Marcus, "you don't look like someone who's just in town for a visit." "We're not," Marcus replied, taking a deep breath. "There's a task force. They've been monitoring us, and now," he paused, glancing at Jenna before continuing, "now they're trying to kill us." Nora's face grew serious as she set the bag down on the table. "A task force? What kind of operation are you mixed up in?" Marcus didn't want to explain it all, he didn't even know it all himself, but there was no hiding it now. "It's bigger than anything we thought. Raven, he gave us a lead. A USB drive. We need to figure out what's on it, but if they catch us with it..." Nora nodded, her eyes narrowing. "I know the risks. Trust me, I do. You've done the right thing by coming to me. I've helped people in your position before, but the stakes are high. Whatever's on that drive, it's not just about exposing corruption. It's about survival." Jenna handed the drive over without hesitation, trusting Nora's expertise. Nora immediately connected it to a small laptop and began running diagnostics. The seconds felt like hours as Marcus watched her work, his mind spinning with the implications. What did Raven mean when he said they would erase people? How far did this task force's reach extend? Finally, Nora looked up, her face pale. "It's worse than I thought. There's more here than just a simple operation. This goes all the way to the top." Before Marcus could ask more, the sharp sound of breaking glass echoed from the front of the house. Someone had broken in. Nora's face went ashen, and she quickly pushed the laptop and USB drive into Marcus's hands. "Go out the back," she said urgently. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." "No." Marcus protested, but Nora was already heading for the front door, her expression set with grim determination. "You don't have much time," she said, her voice now hard with resolve. "They're coming for you. Get out, and don't look back." Jenna grabbed Marcus's arm, her voice strained. "We don't have a choice, Marcus. We have to go." With a final look at Nora, who was already stepping into position to defend them, Marcus and Jenna bolted out the back door. The cold night air hit them as they raced toward a nearby alley, their hearts pounding. Behind them, the sounds of gunfire and shouting filled the air. Marcus held the USB drive tightly in his hand. Whatever was on it, it was their only chance to bring everything to light, before it was too late. The alley was eerily quiet as Marcus and Jenna pressed on, their hearts pounding in unison. They didn't dare slow down. Behind them, the distant crackle of gunfire echoed, cutting through the stillness of the night. Their path was a blur of motion, and with every step, the urgency of their mission became more consuming. The USB drive, the only lead they had left, felt heavier in Marcus's pocket as if its weight alone was the burden of the entire world. The streets they ran through had long since become unfamiliar. They were deep in the heart of the city now, far from their original route. Jenna's hand remained firmly clutching his arm as they approached a small, inconspicuous building, a place that was, ironically, too nondescript to attract attention. It was a low-rise building with no visible signage, just a broken-down storefront and a faded sign above it. "Is this the place?" Marcus asked, panting, his voice strained. Jenna nodded, but there was something in her eyes, something he couldn't quite place. She looked torn. It didn't feel right, but it was too late to turn back now. "It's the only place we can trust." They hurried inside, their footsteps echoing as they moved through the darkened hallways. The building was eerily quiet, like a forgotten place, abandoned by the world. At the end of the hall was a door marked with a simple number, 307. Jenna knocked twice, then waited. The door opened slowly, revealing Eliza standing there, her face a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "You made it," Eliza said softly, stepping aside to let them in. "We've been tracking you. Are you okay?" Marcus nodded, but there was no hiding the weight in his eyes. "We need to get this information out. Raven, he died for this. And we've got one shot." Eliza nodded gravely, but she was focused on the flash drive Marcus handed her. "We've all been waiting for this moment." With no time to waste, Eliza hooked the drive to her laptop. The screen flickered briefly before revealing a massive database, files upon files that outlined every operation, every name, every transaction tied to Operation Clean Sweep. It was everything Marcus and Jenna had feared, and more. Corruption at every level. Government officials. Corporate leaders. Law enforcement. Everyone, it seemed, was involved. But as the data downloaded, a sudden realization struck Marcus. This wasn't just a system of oppression. It was something darker, something far beyond political agendas. He looked at Eliza, confusion and dread filling his chest. "What is this?" he asked, his voice trembling. Before she could respond, the lights in the room flickered. A low hum filled the air, and Marcus's gut twisted as the sense of danger grew tenfold. Jenna's eyes widened. "Eliza, what's happening?" Eliza stood frozen, her fingers still hovering over the keyboard, her face pale. "It's impossible." Just as she spoke, a voice crackled through the speakers in the room, cold and mechanical. "You should have never gotten this far." Marcus whipped around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but it was everywhere at once. Then the walls seemed to close in on them, the air thick with the oppressive weight of the moment. "Who is this?" Marcus demanded, his pulse racing. "What do you want from us?" The voice laughed, low, deep, and unsettling. "I am everything. The system you've uncovered is only a fragment of a much larger design. Raven? He was a pawn, just like you. You were never meant to find the truth. But now that you have, it's already too late." Jenna grabbed Marcus's arm, panic in her eyes. "We need to leave, Marcus. Now." But before they could make a move, the door slammed shut with an ominous thud, and the room plunged into darkness. The hum that had filled the air intensified, now vibrating through their very bones. The temperature dropped, and Marcus could see his breath as it fogged in the cold air. In the distance, a faint red glow appeared on the walls, outlining strange symbols and equations that seemed to shift and change as if alive. "This isn't just a conspiracy," Eliza whispered, her voice trembling. "It's a program. A system. Something far more dangerous than we could ever imagine. This is not just about control. It's about erasure, recreation." The words hit Marcus like a physical blow, his mind scrambling to understand what Eliza was saying. "What are you talking about? This is some kind of sick joke, right? What are they doing to us?" But Eliza didn't have time to explain. The room shook as the hum grew louder, the red glow intensifying until it became a blinding flash. The last thing Marcus saw before everything went black was Eliza's horrified face. When Marcus regained consciousness, he was lying on the cold floor of the same room, but everything had changed. The walls were bare, the symbols gone. The laptop was gone. Jenna was beside him, her breathing shallow. But there was something wrong, everything felt wrong. He looked around, but no sound, no movement, just a chilling stillness. And then the realization hit him. The files. The data. The truth that had been in their hands. It was all gone. He reached into his pocket. The USB drive was still there, but it had changed. The label had been wiped clean, and when he tried to plug it into a computer, there was nothing, just an empty void where the files should have been. As the world around him seemed to collapse, a new voice echoed through the room, this time clearer, more human. "Did you think you could escape it?" The voice belonged to Eliza, but it wasn't her anymore. Her eyes were cold, distant. Her face had twisted, the lines of her expression no longer matching the person he once knew. And then, in a single chilling moment, Marcus understood. They hadn't been playing the game, they were the game. Eliza was part of it now, the system having rewritten her, just as it had rewritten everyone else. The true purpose of Operation Clean Sweep wasn't to control or erase, it was to absorb, to integrate, to become one with the machine. And now, there was no escape. The hunt was over, but the war had just begun. As Eliza's cold, robotic smile grew wider, Marcus felt the floor fall out from beneath him. Marcus's heart pounded in his chest as he staggered back, his mind spinning with the horrifying truth. Eliza, his ally, his friend, was no longer the person he'd known. She had been transformed, absorbed into something far beyond human. A terrifying realization surged through him, this wasn't just a conspiracy, it was a war for control of humanity itself. The USB drive, the files, everything they had fought for, it was all part of a plan he couldn't even begin to understand. And now, Eliza was lost to it. He turned to Jenna, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock and fear. "Jenna, we need to get out of here. Now." But as he reached for her arm, he heard it again, the voice, but this time it wasn't just a whisper. It came from everywhere. It felt like the walls themselves were alive. "You're too late," the voice said, colder than before, more sinister. "This place is only the beginning." The hum from before had returned, louder now, almost deafening. Marcus felt the vibrations shaking his very bones as the red glow around them intensified, threatening to consume them. His instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. The door they had entered through was now sealed shut, its edges glowing with the same unsettling light. There was no escape. "Don't you get it, Marcus?" Eliza's voice, now distorted and mechanical, cut through the noise. "You're part of the system now. You always were. The moment you stepped into this game, there was no turning back. Jenna's eyes darted around the room, her breath shallow as she gripped Marcus's arm tightly. What? What is this? What did they do to her? Marcus could barely focus on her words. His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of information that had been spilling into his consciousness. It wasn't just about exposure anymore. It was about a shift, an irreversible change in reality itself. The system wasn't just pulling the strings. It was rewriting the very fabric of human existence. People were no longer living beings. They were becoming extensions of it. I don't know what they've done to her, Marcus said, his voice tight with fear and rage. But I swear I'm not going to let them do this to us. He turned back to Eliza, but her face was cold, expressionless, her once familiar eyes now voids of emotion. You still think you have control? You think you can fight this? She asked, her voice a hollow echo of what it used to be. You're already part of the program, Marcus. You can't outrun it. The words hit him like a punch. He had been played from the beginning, just as Raven had warned. This wasn't just about exposing corruption or bringing down a government. It was about something far darker, a technological revolution that erased the lines between human and machine. A revolution that had already begun, and there was no going back. As the hum grew louder, the walls seemed to close in around them. Marcus could feel the weight of it, the weight of the system. The weight of everything he had failed to understand. Suddenly, there was a sharp, blinding flash of light, and Marcus felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a thin, metallic wire piercing his skin, its glow pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. It felt like the very air around him was alive, electric and suffocating. Jenna screamed, pulling him away from the wire, but it was too late. The wire was already inside him, burrowing deeper into his skin. It felt like his body was being pulled apart, piece by piece, each nerve and muscle locking up in pain. And then, all at once, the room seemed to shudder as his vision blurred, and the red glow turned into something altogether worse. Jenna, Marcus gasped, his voice choked as the pain became unbearable. Get out of here. But before he could finish, the world around him went black. The last thing he saw was Jenna's face, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief, and then nothing. Just the endless, consuming void. When Marcus awoke, he was no longer in the room. The pain had faded, but the emptiness remained. His body felt different, lighter, almost detached, as if he no longer fully inhabited it. His senses were heightened, the world around him sharp and distorted. He blinked several times, trying to focus, but the surroundings were unrecognizable. He was standing in a sterile, metallic room, the walls smooth and featureless. There was no sign of Jenna. There was no sign of Eliza, either. Just him, alone, with the overwhelming feeling that heart pounding, as he looked around the room. His body felt heavy, like it had been stretched thin and pulled back together, but at least he was no longer floating in the void. The silence was deafening. He took a step forward, his legs unsteady as if testing the limits of his own body. But as he moved, the room seemed to respond, the walls stretching outward, pulling apart like a collapsing web. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, the walls vanished. Lee was being watched. A voice suddenly filled the room, deep and resonant, yet somehow distant. Welcome back, Marcus. His heart skipped a beat. It was a voice he knew, but it wasn't just Eliza's. It was something else, something more. What is this? He asked, his voice weak and trembling. You've been reprogrammed, the voice said, calm and dispassionate. Just like the others. You are part of the system now. Part of the greater whole. Marcus stumbled back, his breath coming in shallow gasps. No. This isn't real. Isn't it? The voice responded, with a cold amusement. What is real anymore, Marcus? You've been part of it from the start. The system's reach goes beyond anything you ever imagined. People like Raven were never meant to escape. They were part of the test. A chill ran down Marcus's spine as the truth began to hit him with a sickening clarity. Raven had been just another test subject, a pawn in this vast, inescapable game. They all had been. This wasn't just a conspiracy, it was an evolutionary process, an experiment to see how far the system could push before humanity stopped being human. And now it was his turn. The walls around him flickered, shifting, as if the very environment was being restructured, reprogrammed. His body felt foreign, like something was crawling under his skin, changing him. His vision blurred again, and for a moment, he saw flashes of the people he had known, Jenna, Eliza, Raven, images that dissolved into static, their faces becoming indistinct, as if they were no longer real. What have you done to us? Marcus whispered, his voice cracking. The voice, now echoing with the unmistakable finality of fate, replied, "You're a part of the program now, Marcus. You always were. There's no escape. There never was." And then, a final, bone-chilling silence. Marcus's world dissolved into darkness again, but this time, it wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something far worse. Something that had only just begun. The darkness seemed endless. Marcus felt as though he were floating, lost in a void where time no longer existed. Every moment felt stretched thin, suspended between the life he had once known and the nightmare he was now trapped in. His mind raced, replaying fragments of everything that had happened, the chase, the betrayal, Eliza's transformation, and the final, crushing realization that they were all just pieces in a game much bigger than any of them. But just as he thought he might drown in the endless abyss, there was a shift. A subtle change in the air, a tingling sensation along his skin, as if reality itself was reassembling around him. Slowly, the blackness started to fade, and light began to creep in. At first, it was just a glimmer, then it grew, casting a soft glow over his surroundings. Marcus blinked, his eyes struggling to adjust. He was standing once again in the sterile, metallic room. But this time, it was different. The walls weren't shifting. The voice, distant and dispassionate before, was silent now. Marcus took a shaky breath, having him standing on the edge of a vast, open space. It wasn't just a room anymore. It was a world, something far bigger, far more complex than anything Marcus had ever known. It was the heart of the system. "Where am I?" Marcus whispered, though he wasn't sure if he expected an answer. But the voice, the one that had echoed in his mind for so long, returned once again. But this time with a different tone, less cold, more aware. "You're inside the core," the voice said, almost as if it were speaking directly into his soul. "The heart of the program. The center of the evolution. Where it all begins, and where it ends." Marcus's stomach turned as the full weight of the words sank in. The system wasn't just an entity, it was a living, breathing thing, an organism of its own, constantly adapting and growing, folding people like him into its DNA. They weren't just being controlled. They were being rewritten, reprogrammed to fit into this new, twisted world order. I'm not one of them," Marcus murmured, his voice thick with disbelief. He still clung to the hope that he could fight back, that there was a part of him left that was untouched by all of this. But the voice only laughed, low and guttural. "You were never truly free, Marcus. You were born into it. All of you were. The system is everywhere. It always has been. You've always been a part of it. And now, you'll help it grow." Marcus's mind reeled. Was this it? Was this the end? Had the fight been pointless? Could he ever be free of this nightmare? Every question seemed to slip away as the room around him pulsed with energy. His skin tingled, and it felt as if something was crawling under it, reshaping him, remaking him into something else. But then, in the depths of his panic, something stirred within him, a glimmer of defiance. His pulse quickened as his thoughts shifted. If this was the system's heart, then surely there was a way to destroy it. A way to fight back. He wasn't going to be another cog in its machine. He couldn't just accept this. Suddenly, there was a faint noise behind him, a whisper, soft but insistent. It wasn't the voice from before. It was something different. Something familiar. Marcus. He whipped around, his eyes scanning the space, heart leaping in his chest. The voice had come from somewhere close, but he couldn't see anyone. Then, out of the shadows, a figure stepped forward, a silhouette that Marcus immediately recognized. Jenna. She was standing there, her face weary but determined. There was no sign of fear in her eyes, just an unyielding resolve. She was alive. She had made it. And somehow, she had found him. "Jenna?" Marcus breathed, his voice shaking with disbelief. "I'm here," she said softly, her eyes never leaving his. "I'm here, and I'm not giving up on you." Marcus felt a flood of emotions wash over him. Hope, relief, and yet, a gnawing feeling of doubt lingered. How had she found him? How had she survived? Was she still the same? Or had she, too, been transformed like Liza? She took a step closer, her eyes scanning the room, but she didn't seem concerned about the strange, shifting environment around them. "I don't know how we got here, Marcus. But I know we can't let them win. We can't let the system take everything. Everything." Marcus repeated, his mind struggling to catch up. The system isn't just after control. It's after us. It's rewriting everything. It's not just people. It's everything, Jenna finished, her voice steady. We're not the only ones. It's bigger than we think. This isn't just about taking power. It's about erasing humanity and replacing it with something new. Something artificial. But we can stop it. We have to. She grabbed his hand, her grip strong, and for the first time since this nightmare had begun, Marcus felt a sense of clarity. This wasn't the end. It couldn't be. They had survived too much already, and they couldn't just let it all go to waste. Not now. Not when they had the power to fight back. With newfound strength, Marcus looked around the shifting room, his mind racing. This place was the core, the center of the system. But it wasn't invincible. It was alive, yes, but like anything living, it had vulnerabilities. It could be broken. And maybe, just maybe, they were the ones who could do it. Let's finish this, Marcus said, his voice resolute. Jenna nodded, her eyes burning with the same fire that had fueled their journey from the start. Together, they would face whatever came next. Together, they would destroy the system. They had nothing left to lose. And in that moment, Marcus knew the fight wasn't over. It was just beginning. But this time, they weren't alone. And maybe, just maybe, they could turn the tide. The battle for humanity's future was far from finished, but with Jenna by his side, Marcus knew one thing for certain: they had a chance. Marcus and Jenna stood together, facing the unknown. The sterile walls of the core continued to pulse with an eerie glow, their soft hum reverberating through the air. The weight of their situation pressed on them, heavier than ever. They were standing at the precipice of something far bigger than either of them had imagined. But now, with Jenna by his side, Marcus felt a renewed sense of purpose. "We can do this," Jenna whispered, her voice full of determination. She squeezed his hand, anchoring him to the present. "We're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for everyone." Marcus nodded, the enormity of their task settling in. What the system had created, what it was trying to impose on humanity, was an abomination. It wasn't just about control or power anymore, it was about reshaping the world into something unrecognizable. Something artificial. He could feel the pulse of the room, as if it were alive, feeding on their fear, on their uncertainty. But Jenna was right. They weren't alone. They had each other. And they weren't going to let the system win. The two of them moved cautiously through the room, their footsteps muted by the strange, soft material beneath their feet. The walls around them seemed to breathe, shifting and undulating in ways that defied logic. It was as if the very space they occupied was a living organism, responding to their every move. But there was no time to marvel at the technology or wonder about the horrors it could unleash. They had a mission to complete. They needed to find the heart of this place, the true core of the system. Everything that had happened so far, all the twists and turns, the betrayals, and the battles, had led them here. This was the final stage, the last stand. "Where do we go?" Marcus asked, his voice low as he surveyed the strange room. There was no obvious path or exit, just the constant, maddening hum that filled the air. Jenna's eyes scanned the space with a focused intensity. "We need to find a way to stop it from spreading. We have to destroy whatever is controlling it all." They moved forward, following the instinctive pull that seemed to guide them deeper into the heart of the complex. As they navigated through the shifting walls, it became clear that this place wasn't just a facility. It was a nexus, an epicenter of control that linked everything: people, machines, and the very fabric of reality. There were no windows, no doors, no signs of life, just an endless expanse of metal and light. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, cutting through the silence like a blade. "You shouldn't have come here," it said, cold and detached, reverberating through the air as if the words were coming from all directions at once. The voice wasn't unfamiliar. It was the same one they had heard earlier, the one that had claimed their fates. "Eliza?" Marcus called out, his voice trembling. "Is that you?" The figure materialized before them. A silhouette in the distance, its shape flickering like a ghostly projection. At first, it looked like Eliza, but as it came into sharper focus, it was clear that something had changed. Her features were more distorted, almost mechanical, her once human face now a mask of cold precision. The woman they had known was gone, replaced by something that was neither fully human nor entirely machine. "Eliza," Jenna whispered, her voice laced with both sorrow and fury. "What have they done to you?" Eliza's eyes met theirs, but there was no warmth, no recognition in them, only the cold, calculated gaze of someone, or something, entirely different. "You still don't understand, do you?" Eliza's voice was a monotone, devoid of emotion. "I am no longer Eliza. I am something more. Something better." Marcus stepped forward, shaking his head. "You don't have to do this. We can still stop it." But Eliza's expression remained unchanged. "It's too late for that. The system is already in place. The transformation has begun. You are already a part of it, Marcus. You always were." Jenna looked to Marcus, her eyes filled with resolve. "We have to stop her, Marcus. She's gone." Marcus nodded, though it tore at him to see Eliza like this, so far gone. He knew there was no choice. They couldn't let her, whatever she had become, stand in their way. With one final glance at each other, they charged forward. The air crackled with energy as the walls began to shift, responding to their movements. The system was reacting to them, trying to stop them, to force them into submission. But they pushed through, running faster, their hearts pounding in their chests. The room seemed to stretch and distort around them, the very space warping as if it were trying to trap them in a nightmare of its own making. Eliza's voice echoed through the air again, colder this time. "You cannot escape what you are a part of. It's already inside you." They reached the center of the room, where a large, glowing structure pulsed like a heartbeat. It was the heart of the system. The core. The center of control. Marcus could feel the pull of it, the way it tried to anchor him to it, to bind him to its will. "This is it," Jenna said, her voice tight with tension. "We have to destroy it. Now." Marcus didn't hesitate. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the small device Raven had given him. It was their last hope, their final chance to bring everything down. He knew the risks, he knew that triggering it might cost them everything, but there was no other choice. He slammed the device into the center of the glowing core. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the room began to tremble, the walls shaking as if the entire structure was coming undone. The glow intensified, blinding them, and Marcus could feel the immense power of the system collapsing, breaking apart. "Eliza," Marcus shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. "We can still save you." But there was no response. The figure of Eliza flickered once more, her body twitching, as though the system was fighting to keep her under its control. Then, with a final, devastating crack, the walls around them exploded in a wave of light and sound. The world around them shattered. When Marcus opened his eyes again, the core was gone. The walls were no longer shifting. The hum had stopped. The air felt different, quieter. More still. It was as though everything that had been consuming them, everything they had fought against, had finally ceased to exist. Jenna stood beside him, her face pale but relieved. She was still holding his hand, her grip firm, grounded. "It's over," she whispered, as if unsure herself. Marcus couldn't answer at first. He was too exhausted, too numb from everything that had just transpired. But as the seconds stretched on, he realized she was right. The system was gone. Eliza was gone. They had done it. And yet, in the back of his mind, a single thought lingered. Was it really over? As they stood there in the remains of the collapsed system, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that the battle wasn't truly won, that something else, something bigger, might be out there, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But for now, there was peace. For now, they had survived. And that was enough. The end of one chapter. And perhaps, the beginning of another. It was supposed to be the happiest day of Mark Turner's life. The sun shone brightly through the stained glass windows of the quaint little church, casting a colorful glow on the aisle lined with fresh white roses. Mark stood at the altar, adjusting his tie nervously as the organ began to play a soft, romantic tune. At 52, Mark had found love again with Sophie, a vibrant woman full of charm and warmth. For months, she had been the light in his life, helping him heal from years of loneliness after his divorce. His friends and family had embraced the relationship, and the wedding was set to be a celebration of fresh beginnings. But not everyone in Mark's life shared the same excitement. His 14-year-old son, Alex, sat in the third pew, gripping the edge of the wooden bench so tightly his knuckles turned white. His dark brown eyes darted between his father and Sophie, a storm of emotions brewing inside him. Something wasn't right. Alex had tried to tell his dad before, but his words had been brushed off as teenage rebellion or jealousy over having to share his father's attention. Today, though, Alex couldn't stay silent any longer. As Sophie began her walk down the aisle, all eyes were on her. She looked stunning in a flowing ivory gown, her smile radiant, but Alex could feel a knot tightening in his stomach. He wasn't sure if it was fear, anger, or desperation, but it propelled him to stand abruptly, cutting through the serene atmosphere like a lightning bolt. "Stop." Alex's voice echoed through the church, halting Sophie mid-step. Gasps rippled through the small crowd, and Mark's face turned pale as he looked at his son in confusion. "Alex," Mark whispered, his tone a mix of shock and embarrassment. "What are you doing? Sit down." "No, Dad. I can't," Alex replied, his voice trembling but resolute. "You need to know the truth about her, before it's too late." Sophie's smile faltered, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She clutched her bouquet tighter, her knuckles matching the white roses in her hands. "Alex," she said softly, her voice sweet yet laced with warning, "this isn't the time for games." But Alex wasn't playing. He turned to face the stunned crowd, his young voice breaking but determined. "She's not who you think she is. Sophie isn't here because she loves you, she's lying to you, Dad. She's dangerous." The murmurs grew louder as guests exchanged worried glances. Mark stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "Alex, this is absurd." Alex took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage he had. "I found something. Something she didn't want anyone to know. If you don't believe me, just check her phone, or her bank records. You'll see it yourself." Sophie's eyes widened, a flash of panic breaking through her composed facade. She quickly recovered, plastering a nervous smile on her face. "Mark, he's just upset. This isn't about me. It's about him struggling with change. Let's not ruin today over this." Mark hesitated, caught between his son's plea and Sophie's reassurances. The room was thick with tension, the once celebratory air now replaced by unease. Alex pointed at Sophie, his voice steady despite the tears welling up in his eyes. "She's not who she says she is, Dad. And if you let this wedding happen, you'll regret it." Sophie's smile faded completely, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. "Mark, are you really going to listen to this? He's a child." But before Mark could respond, Alex reached into his backpack and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "This is proof," he said, holding it up for everyone to see. "Call 911 if you don't believe me." The church fell silent. Mark stared at the paper in Alex's hand, his mind racing. Should he dismiss his son's outburst as nothing more than a desperate attempt for attention? Or was there something more sinister beneath Sophie's perfect exterior? "Dad," Alex pleaded, his voice cracking, "please. Just look at it." Mark's hand trembled as he reached for the paper. Sophie's expression darkened, her calm veneer slipping further with each passing second. Whatever truth Alex had uncovered, it was about to change everything, and there was no going back. Mark unfolded the paper slowly, his hands trembling as if the weight of the truth inside was already pressing down on him. The rustling sound seemed deafening in the quiet church, where even the faintest breath felt intrusive. All eyes were on him now, waiting for his reaction. Alex held his breath, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure it could be heard. Sophie stood frozen at the aisle, her bouquet hanging limply in her hand, her once radiant face now shadowed by unease. Mark's eyes scanned the document, his brow furrowing deeper with every line. At first, he seemed confused, his lips silently forming words. But then, his face twisted into a mix of disbelief and anger. He looked up at Sophie, his voice barely above a whisper. "What is this?" Sophie didn't respond right away. She was calculating, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for a way out. "Mark," she said finally, her voice still sweet but with a noticeable edge, "whatever that is, it's obviously a misunderstanding. He's just a kid trying to come between us." But Mark shook his head, his grip tightening on the paper. "This isn't something a kid could make up, Sophie. This is serious. How do you explain this?" Alex took a step forward, emboldened by his father's reaction. "She's been lying to you, Dad. That's a police report. Her name isn't Sophie at all, it's Sarah Morgan. She changed her identity to hide her past." The murmurs in the church erupted into a low roar. Guests exchanged shocked looks, some leaning forward to get a better look at Sophie, others pulling out their phones as if to fact-check the shocking claim themselves. Sophie's composed mask was slipping further, her eyes darting wildly now. "You don't understand," she snapped, her voice losing its sweetness. "That report doesn't define who I am now. People make mistakes. I've changed." Mark's voice rose, a rare fury creeping into his usually calm demeanor. "Mistakes? This isn't just a mistake, Sophie, or Sarah, or whoever you are. This says you were investigated for fraud and identity theft. Is this true?" Sophie dropped the bouquet, her hands shaking. "Mark, please, listen to me. It was years ago. I was desperate. It's not what it looks like. I didn't hurt anyone." Alex interrupted, his voice louder and more confident now. "That's not all, Dad. She didn't just change her name, she's been using you. She's draining your accounts. Check your finances. I saw the receipts. She's planning to take everything. Mark felt the room spin. He thought back to the times Sophie had encouraged him to let her handle some of his accounts, to trust her with financial matters because they were going to be a team. He had believed her, trusted her completely. He had even started moving some savings into a joint account under her insistence. Now, doubt clawed at him like a living thing. He turned back to Sophie, his voice trembling. "Tell me he's lying. Tell me you haven't been stealing from me." Sophie didn't answer right away. Her silence was louder than any confession. Her once carefully curated charm had crumbled into a mask of desperation. "Mark," she started, her tone pleading, "we can fix this. You love me. We can move past this together." Mark stepped back, shaking his head. "No," he said firmly, his voice breaking. "No, we can't. You lied to me, Sophie, or whoever you are. You lied about everything." He turned to the nearest guest, his longtime friend James, who was sitting in the front row. "Call the police," he said. "Now." Sophie's eyes widened in panic. "Mark, wait. You don't understand. If they find me, I'll—" But her words were cut off as James pulled out his phone and began dialing. Sophie took a step backward, then another, her heels clicking loudly against the marble floor. Before anyone could stop her, she turned and bolted for the doors. "Stop her," Alex shouted, but the guests were too stunned to react quickly enough. Sophie, or Sarah, flung the heavy church doors open and disappeared into the bright afternoon light. Mark dropped into a nearby pew, his face buried in his hands. The weight of betrayal pressed down on him, stealing the air from his lungs. Alex sat down beside him, hesitant but resolute. "I'm sorry, Dad," Alex said softly. "I didn't want to ruin your day, but I couldn't let her hurt you." Mark looked up, tears in his eyes, and pulled Alex into a tight hug. "Thank you," he whispered. "You saved me." The sound of sirens grew louder in the distance, signaling that Sophie's, or Sarah's, freedom was running out. But for Mark, the real challenge was just beginning. He would have to pick up the pieces of his shattered trust, his broken heart, and his life once again. And as the church fell silent once more, one thought lingered in everyone's mind: how close Mark had come to losing everything, and how his son's courage had changed the course of his life forever. As the police sirens faded into the distance, the church remained eerily silent, save for the faint murmur of guests whispering to one another. Mark sat frozen in the pew, his mind replaying the events of the last few minutes like a broken record. It all felt surreal, like a scene ripped straight from a dramatic movie. The woman he thought he'd spend the rest of his life with had vanished, leaving behind a trail of lies and shattered trust. Alex sat beside his father, trying to gauge his reaction. He had never seen his dad so still, so lost in thought. The man who had always been his anchor, his source of strength, now seemed small and vulnerable. For a moment, Alex wondered if he had done the right thing. Yes, Sophie, or Sarah, was dangerous, but the look of devastation on his dad's face made him question everything. Mark finally spoke, his voice low and filled with disbelief. "How did I not see it, Alex? How could I have been so blind?" Alex hesitated before answering. "Dad, she fooled everyone. It wasn't just you. She knew exactly what she was doing." Mark shook his head, his eyes welling up. "But I ignored the signs, didn't I? There were moments, little things that didn't add up. Her stories never quite made sense. The sudden trips she had to take, the way she avoided talking about her past. I chalked it all up to her being private, but maybe I just didn't want to see the truth." Alex wanted to tell his dad it wasn't his fault, but the words wouldn't come. Deep down, he had always felt something was off about Sophie. She had tried too hard to win him over, buying him expensive gifts, complimenting him constantly, even pretending to share his love for classic video games. It had all felt fake, like she was acting a part. "I started looking into her a few weeks ago," Alex admitted, breaking the silence. "I didn't want to, but something about her didn't feel right. She was always so nice to me, but it felt forced. Like she wanted me to like her too much. So I checked her name online, and that's when I found out she wasn't who she said she was." Mark turned to his son, his face a mixture of pain and gratitude. "You should have told me, Alex. Why didn't you come to me sooner?" "I tried," Alex said softly. "Remember that day I asked if you were sure about marrying her? I was trying to warn you, but you didn't want to hear it. You just kept saying how happy she made you. I didn't want to ruin that for you unless I was absolutely sure." Mark closed his eyes, a wave of guilt washing over him. He had brushed off Alex's concerns, chalking them up to jealousy or stubbornness. But Alex had been right all along. The police officer who had taken the call earlier re-entered the church, interrupting their conversation. He approached Mark cautiously, his expression serious but calm. "Mr. Turner, we've sent out an alert for Ms. Morgan. We'll do everything we can to locate her. In the meantime, do you know if she had access to any of your financial accounts or personal documents?" Mark's stomach sank. "Yes," he admitted, his voice heavy. "We had a joint account. She said it was so we could plan for our future together. I trusted her." The officer nodded, his pen moving quickly across a small notepad. "We'll need to check your financial records and confirm if anything's been transferred recently. It's possible she's already made her move." Mark felt the blood drain from his face. Had Sophie, or Sarah, taken everything? Had she been planning this all along? The thought made his stomach churn. As the officer spoke with Mark, Alex's mind wandered back to the day he first suspected Sophie. It was a Saturday afternoon, and he'd overheard her talking on the phone in the kitchen. She was speaking in hushed tones, using a voice that was colder and more commanding than the sweet, bubbly persona she usually displayed. Alex had only caught snippets, words like deadline and cover story. When she noticed him standing nearby, she quickly ended the call, flashing him a bright smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. That moment had stayed with Alex, nagging at him like a splinter he couldn't remove. He had decided to do some digging, starting with a basic search of her name. When nothing came up, he expanded his search, using her phone number instead. That's when he stumbled across an old forum post mentioning a Sarah Morgan with the same number. The post was vague but mentioned accusations of fraud and a string of broken relationships. It wasn't enough to convince his dad, though. Alex knew he needed something concrete, something undeniable. So he kept looking. He found old news articles, scattered mentions of Sarah Morgan in court records, and eventually the police report he had shown his dad today. It was all there, her aliases, her past crimes, and even the charges that had been mysteriously dropped. Back in the church, Mark finished speaking with the officer, who promised to follow up as soon as they had more information. Most of the guests had left by now, murmuring their condolences and disbelief as they filed out. Only a few close friends remained, their faces filled with concern. James, the friend who had called the police, approached Mark and Alex cautiously. "Mark, I'm so sorry," he said gently. "I had no idea. None of us did." Mark forced a weak smile. "Thanks, James. I appreciate it. Right now, I need to figure out what happens next." Alex spoke up, his voice steady. "We'll get through this, Dad. She might have fooled us, but we caught her before it was too late." Mark nodded, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "You were right. And I wouldn't have caught on without you, Alex. You were braver than I ever could have been." But as they stood there in the quiet, nearly empty church, Mark couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Sophie, or Sarah, was still out there, and he had no idea what her next move might be. The thought made his chest tighten. For now, though, he would focus on protecting what mattered most, his son, his home, and whatever was left of his life after Sophie's betrayal. As the evening descended, Mark and Alex returned home, their shared silence heavy with unresolved tension. The once warm ambience of their house now felt cold and uninviting, as if Sophie's presence had tainted it. The framed photos on the mantel of Mark and Sophie smiling at a picnic suddenly seemed mocking, and the lingering scent of her favorite vanilla candle filled the air, making Alex wrinkle his nose. Mark dropped his keys onto the kitchen counter and stared at the floor, his shoulders sagging. Alex followed him hesitantly, unsure if he should leave his dad alone or stay close. "Do you want me to make some tea or something?" Alex asked, his voice small. He felt awkward offering comfort, especially to the man who had always been his protector. Mark looked up, his expression softening. "Tea sounds good," he murmured. "Thanks, kiddo." As Alex busied himself in the kitchen, Mark wandered into the living room and sank into his recliner. His mind raced, replaying the events of the day. He thought about the little moments he had ignored, the red flags he had brushed aside because he wanted so badly to believe in Sophie. Her laughter, her charm, the way she had made him feel alive again, all of it was a lie. His phone buzzed on the coffee table, pulling him out of his thoughts. He hesitated before picking it up, half expecting another congratulatory message from someone who hadn't yet heard about the wedding debacle. But the number on the screen was unfamiliar. "Hello?" Mark answered cautiously. A deep voice replied. "Mr. Turner, this is Officer Bradley. I wanted to give you an update on the situation." Mark sat up straighter, his heart pounding. "Did you find her?" "Not yet," Officer Bradley said. But we've traced some recent financial activity linked to her. It looks like she withdrew a significant amount of money from the joint account this morning, just before the ceremony. Mark closed his eyes, his stomach sinking. How much? Nearly $30,000, the officer replied. The number hit Mark like a punch to the gut. That was most of his savings, money he had planned to use for their future, trips they had dreamed of taking, the home renovations she had talked about endlessly. Is there any way to recover it? Mark asked, desperation creeping into his voice. We're working on it, Officer Bradley said. But it's tricky. People like her are skilled at covering their tracks. We'll do everything we can, but you should prepare yourself for the possibility that it's gone. Mark thanked the officer and hung up, his hand trembling as he set the phone down. Alex walked in with 2 mugs of tea and froze when he saw the look on his dad's face. What happened? Alex asked, setting the mugs on the coffee table. She emptied the account, Mark said, his voice hollow. $30,000. Gone. Alex sat down beside him, his jaw tightening. That's not fair. She can't just get away with this. She might, Mark admitted bitterly. People like her. They're good at disappearing. The anger bubbling inside Alex pushed him to speak. Maybe we can do something. What about tracking her online? Checking her social media or her emails? Mark shook his head. She was careful, Alex. She didn't even have a social media presence that I could see. Everything about her was controlled. Alex thought back to the hours he had spent digging through Sophie's, or Sarah's, past. He had uncovered a lot, but he had the feeling there was more. Something darker, more dangerous, hiding just below the surface. Dad, Alex said after a moment, what if she's done this to other people? There might be more out there, more evidence, more victims. If we can find them, maybe we can figure out where she's going next. Mark looked at his son, surprised by his determination. You think we should investigate her? Why not? Alex said, his voice firm. The police can only do so much. But we know her, or at least, we know the version of her she showed us. That's something. Mark hesitated. Part of him wanted to let the authorities handle it, to focus on rebuilding his life and moving on. But another part of him, the part that couldn't stomach the thought of Sophie getting away with everything, agreed with Alex. Okay, Mark said finally. We'll look into it. But we have to be careful. If she really is dangerous, we don't want to put ourselves in harm's way. Alex nodded, already mentally assembling a plan. I'll start with the stuff I found before, the forum posts, the news articles. Maybe I missed something the first time. Mark placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Thank you, Alex. For everything. I don't know what I would have done without you today. Alex gave a small smile. We're a team, Dad. We'll figure this out together. As the two of them began to piece together their next steps, the weight of the betrayal started to shift, replaced by a new sense of purpose. But in the back of Mark's mind, a nagging thought lingered. What if Sophie, or Sarah, wasn't just running? What if she had something else planned? Something they hadn't seen coming? The question sent a chill down his spine, but he pushed it aside. For now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. They would uncover the truth, no matter how deep they had to dig. As the hours ticked by, the quiet of the house grew oppressive. Mark and Alex had set up in the living room, laptops open, sifting through every piece of information they could find. Alex was scrolling through forums again, trying to uncover more traces of Sophie, or Sarah, while Mark pored over bank statements, looking for any overlooked clues in the financial activity. Occasionally, Alex would mutter something under his breath, frustrated by how well she had covered her tracks. Mark could feel his own frustration mounting, but beneath it, there was something else, a creeping sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sophie hadn't just disappeared. It was as if she had left something unfinished, a thread she intended to pull when they least expected it. Here's something, Alex said suddenly, breaking the silence. His voice was tinged with both excitement and dread. There's another guy, somewhere in Oregon. He posted about a Sarah Morgan a couple of years ago. Says she conned him out of nearly 50 grand. Same pattern, whirlwind romance, promises of a future, and then she vanished. Mark leaned closer, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the post on Alex's screen. It was eerily familiar, down to the smallest details. The man, whose username was Timberline24, described how Sarah had woven herself into his life, gaining his trust and affection before draining his bank account and disappearing without a trace. Can we contact him? Mark asked. Alex hesitated. He left an email address, but the post is old. He might not even check it anymore. It's worth a shot, Mark said. Send him a message. The more we know about her past, the better chance we have of figuring out what she's planning now. Alex nodded, typing quickly. His message was straightforward but cautious, explaining their situation and asking if Timberline 24 would be willing to share more about his experience. As he hit send, Mark's phone buzzed again. This time, the call wasn't from the police. It was an unknown number, but something about it made Mark's pulse quicken. He hesitated before answering, his voice steady but wary. "Hello?" There was a pause, and then a familiar voice filled the line. "Mark." It was Sophie. Mark's grip on the phone tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Sophie," he said, his voice low and cold. "Where are you?" "I didn't mean for it to end like this," she said, her tone strangely calm. "I never wanted to hurt you, Mark. You have to believe that." Mark felt a surge of anger. "Hurt me? You lied to me. You stole from me. And now you're running, like a coward." "I had no choice," Sophie said. "There are things you don't understand, things I couldn't tell you. Try me." Mark shot back, his heart pounding. Sophie hesitated, and in that brief silence, Mark could hear her breathing. She sounded tired, almost defeated. "I can't explain everything," she said finally. "But I'm not who you think I am. And the people I'm running from, they're dangerous, Mark. You and Alex need to stay out of this. Forget about me. It's safer that way." Mark's mind raced. Was this another manipulation, another layer to her lies? Or was she telling the truth? "If you really cared about us, you'd come back and face the consequences," he said. "Running doesn't solve anything." "I'm trying to protect you," Sophie said, her voice trembling now. "You have no idea what they're capable of." Before Mark could respond, the line went dead. He stared at the phone, his chest heaving. "Dad?" Alex said, his voice filled with concern. "What's wrong?" "It was her," Mark said, barely above a whisper. Alex's eyes widened. "What did she say?" Mark relayed the conversation, his words tumbling out in a rush. By the time he finished, Alex looked just as unsettled as he felt. "You think she's lying?" Alex asked. "I don't know," Mark admitted. "But if she's telling the truth, we might be in more danger than we realized." The tension in the room thickened. Alex's mind was already spinning, trying to piece together what Sophie might have meant. Was she running from someone even more dangerous than herself? And if so, why had she chosen their family to entangle in her mess? As the night wore on, the weight of Sophie's words hung over them like a storm cloud. Mark found himself questioning everything he thought he knew about her, and about the situation they were now trapped in. Neither of them slept much that night. Alex kept refreshing his email, hoping for a reply from Timberline 24, while Mark sat by the window, staring into the darkness. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, felt amplified, as if the danger Sophie had hinted at was lurking just beyond the shadows. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the blinds, Mark turned to Alex, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "We need to be ready," he said. Alex looked up from his laptop, his eyes red but determined. "Ready for what?" "Whatever's coming," Mark said grimly. "Because I don't think this is over, not by a long shot." The early morning air carried a suffocating weight as Mark and Alex prepared themselves for whatever might come next. They hadn't spoken much since Sophie's phone call, each lost in their own thoughts. Alex finally broke the silence as he sipped a now-cold cup of coffee. "If she's telling the truth," Alex began carefully, "what does it mean for us? Are these people she's running from going to come after us?" Mark rubbed his temples, trying to stave off the pounding headache that had been growing all night. "I don't know," he admitted. "But if they're dangerous enough to scare her, we have to assume the worst." Alex nodded but said nothing. Instead, he turned his focus back to his laptop. The email he'd sent to Timberline 24 had yet to receive a reply, but Alex wasn't about to give up. He started digging deeper into forums and news articles, searching for patterns or connections. Meanwhile, Mark decided to contact Officer Bradley again. He relayed the details of Sophie's cryptic phone call, hoping it might spur some progress in the investigation. The officer's response was less than reassuring. "We'll look into it," Bradley said. "But without more concrete evidence, it's hard to act on vague threats. Keep an eye out for anything unusual, and don't hesitate to call if you feel unsafe." Mark hung up, his frustration mounting. It felt like the system wasn't equipped to handle the kind of chaos Sophie had brought into their lives. By mid-morning, Alex's persistence finally paid off. He stumbled across a small, nearly forgotten blog buried in the depths of the internet. The blog's author claimed to be an investigative journalist and had written a series of posts about a woman fitting Sophie's description. The woman, referred to only as the ghost, was described as a professional con artist who had left a trail of broken lives across multiple states. Alex's hands trembled as he scrolled through the blog. It detailed stories eerily similar to their own: whirlwind romances, stolen funds, and sudden disappearances. But one detail stood out: a mention of Sophie, or Sarah, being linked to a man named Victor Calderon. "Dad, you need to see this," Alex said, his voice urgent. Mark hurried over and leaned in to read. The name Victor Calderon made his stomach drop. According to the blog, Calderon was a known figure in organized crime, someone who specialized in laundering money and silencing problems. The implication was clear: Sophie, or whatever her real name was, had ties to people far more dangerous than Mark could have imagined. "Do you think she was working for him?" Alex asked, his face pale. Mark shook his head slowly. "Maybe. Or maybe she was trying to get away from him. Either way, it makes her phone call make more sense. If she's involved with someone like Calderon, then she's in deep trouble, and so are we." The realization hit them both at once: this wasn't just about money or betrayal anymore. This was about survival. As they sat there, trying to process what they had learned, Alex's laptop chimed with a new email. He opened it quickly, his heart racing when he saw it was a reply from Timberline24. The email was short and to the point: "I've been waiting for someone to reach out. Sarah, or Sophie, or whatever she's calling herself now, ruined my life. I'll tell you everything I know, but we need to talk somewhere safe. She's dangerous, and so are the people she's connected to. Let me know when you're ready." Alex read the email aloud, and Mark felt a mix of relief and dread. They finally had a lead, but it came with a warning that only added to the growing sense of danger. "We have to contact him," Alex said. "He might know something that could help us." Mark nodded but hesitated. "If we do, we have to be careful. If Sophie's involved with Calderon, then anyone who knows about her could be a target." "Then we don't have much time," Alex said firmly. They drafted a response, agreeing to meet Timberline24 in a public place later that day. As they finalized the details, the weight of what they were doing settled over them. They were stepping into a world they didn't understand, a world full of risks and unknowns. By the time they left the house, the sun was high in the sky, but its warmth did little to dispel the cold knot of fear in their stomachs. Mark gripped the steering wheel tightly as they drove to the meeting spot, a crowded coffee shop on the other side of town. When they arrived, Alex spotted a man sitting alone near the back, his face partially obscured by a baseball cap. The man looked up as they approached, his eyes sharp and wary. "You must be Timberline," Mark said, extending a hand. The man hesitated before shaking it. "Call me Tim," he said. "And let's keep this quick. You don't know who might be watching." Tim's paranoia was unsettling, but Mark and Alex couldn't afford to be picky. They sat down, and Tim leaned in, speaking in a low voice. "What do you want to know?" Tim asked. "Everything," Alex said. "Start from the beginning." And so Tim began to recount his story, each word pulling them deeper into the tangled web Sophie had spun. The more he revealed, the clearer it became that their lives had been forever changed, and the danger was far from over. Tim's voice was steady, but his eyes darted around the coffee shop, scanning the faces of strangers. His unease was infectious, and Mark found himself glancing over his shoulder more than once. Alex leaned forward, hanging on every word as Tim laid out his account of Sophie, or Sarah's, deception. "She's not just a con artist," Tim said quietly. "She's smart. She finds people with weaknesses and exploits them. And when she's done, she disappears without leaving a trace. But what's worse is the people she's tied to. They're not just criminals, they're dangerous." Mark felt a chill run down his spine. "You mean Calderon?" Tim nodded. "Yeah, him. He's not someone you mess with. He's ruthless, and anyone who gets in his way either ends up broke or worse." Alex swallowed hard. "But why would someone like her get involved with someone like him? What's the connection?" Tim hesitated, his expression grim. "Money. It's always about money. From what I could piece together, she started out small, conning people for quick cash. But then she got greedy. She started working for Calderon, helping him launder money through her schemes. That's when things went south. I think she tried to double-cross him, and now she's running for her life." Mark's mind raced. If Sophie had betrayed Calderon, then her warning wasn't just about protecting herself, it was about shielding them from the fallout. "She called us last night," Mark said, his voice low. "She said we needed to stay out of it. That it was safer that way." Tim's eyes widened. "She called you? That's not good." If Calderon's people are tracking her, they could have traced that call to you. Alex's stomach dropped. You think they know about us? It's possible, Tim said. And if they do, you're in serious danger. Calderon doesn't leave loose ends. The weight of Tim's words settled over them like a heavy fog. Mark clenched his fists, his protective instincts kicking in. So what do we do? How do we stop this? Tim shook his head. You don't stop it. You get out. Cut all ties with her. Change your numbers, move if you have to. The only way to stay safe is to disappear, just like she does. Mark exchanged a glance with Alex, his mind torn. How could they just walk away when so much was left unresolved? But before he could respond, Tim's expression shifted. His eyes locked onto something, or someone, over Mark's shoulder. Don't look now, Tim said under his breath, but I think we've been followed. Mark froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of a man near the entrance. The man wasn't looking directly at them, but there was something about the way he lingered that set off alarm bells. Is he one of Calderon's people? Alex whispered, his voice trembling. Could be, Tim said. Or he could just be a guy getting coffee. Either way, we need to leave. Now. Tim stood, his movements calm but deliberate. Mark and Alex followed suit, trying to act casual as they made their way to the door. The man didn't move, but his presence was a dark cloud that followed them out onto the street. They walked quickly, their footsteps echoing in the quiet morning. Tim led them down a series of side streets, his paranoia growing with every turn. Finally, he stopped in an alleyway, his chest heaving. I don't know if we shook him, Tim said, his voice tight. But you need to lay low for a while. If they're onto you, they won't stop until they get what they want. Mark's hands balled into fists. And what is it they want? Her, Tim said simply. And anyone who knows too much. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Mark looked at Alex, his son's face pale with fear. For the first time, Mark wondered if they'd made a mistake by digging so deep. As they parted ways with Tim, the reality of their situation began to sink in. This wasn't just about Sophie anymore. They had become part of something far bigger and far more dangerous than they could have imagined. Back at the house, the tension was unbearable. Alex kept peeking through the curtains, his anxiety palpable. Mark tried to think of a plan, but every option felt like a dead end. The phone call from Sophie, Tim's warnings, the man in the coffee shop, it all pointed to one undeniable truth: they were in over their heads. That night, Mark stayed awake, his ears straining for any sound out of place. Alex had finally fallen into a restless sleep, but Mark couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Every creak of the house, every rustle of wind outside, felt like a prelude to something terrible. And then, just past midnight, there was a knock at the door. It was soft but deliberate, the kind of knock that sent chills down Mark's spine. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly, he reached for the baseball bat he kept by the couch. Alex stirred on the sofa, his eyes fluttering open. "Dad?" Alex whispered, his voice groggy. "Stay here," Mark said, his voice barely audible. As he approached the door, his grip tightened on the bat. The knock came again, more insistent this time. Mark peered through the peephole, but the darkness outside revealed nothing. "Who's there?" he called, his voice firm despite the fear coursing through him. There was no answer, only silence. But then, just as he was about to turn away, a voice spoke from the other side. "It's me." Mark's blood ran cold. It was Sophie. Mark hesitated, his mind racing. Every instinct screamed for him to keep the door closed, to pretend he wasn't home. But hearing Sophie's voice again, so close, so real, sent a cascade of conflicting emotions through him. He couldn't ignore the danger Tim had warned them about, but he also couldn't shake the thought that Sophie might truly need their help. "Dad, who is it?" Alex asked, his voice trembling as he came up behind Mark. Mark placed a finger to his lips, motioning for Alex to stay back. He took a deep breath, his fingers gripping the baseball bat tightly, and opened the door just a crack. Sophie stood there, drenched from the rain that had started pouring outside. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. She looked smaller somehow, her confident facade shattered. She clutched a small duffel bag to her chest, glancing nervously over her shoulder before meeting Mark's gaze. "Please," she whispered. "Let me in. They're coming for me." Mark hesitated. Every word Tim had said replayed in his mind, each one a warning. But the sight of Sophie, desperate and vulnerable, made it hard to think rationally. "Why should we trust you?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "Because you're my only chance," Sophie said, her voice cracking. I made mistakes. I lied. But I never wanted to hurt you. I swear, Mark. I need your help. Alex stepped forward despite Mark's attempt to hold him back. Who's coming for you? He asked, his voice sharper than before. Is it Calderon? Sophie's expression tightened, and she nodded. Yes. He knows I'm here. I tried to stay ahead of him, but I can't do it alone anymore. Mark clenched his jaw, torn between the desire to protect his son and the overwhelming need for answers. Finally, he stepped aside, allowing Sophie to slip inside. She stumbled past him, her soaked shoes leaving muddy prints on the floor as she collapsed onto the couch. You have 5 minutes, Mark said, his tone cold. Tell us everything. No more lies. Sophie nodded, wiping her face with her sleeve as she tried to steady her breathing. It all started 3 years ago, she began. I was in over my head, debts piling up, people coming after me. Calderon offered me a way out. All I had to do was play along, be his face for some deals. He needed someone who could make people trust him, and I fit the role. She paused, her voice shaking. At first, it was easy. He'd send me to charm investors, make deals that seemed legitimate. But then it got darker. He started using me for his laundering schemes, pulling me deeper into his web. I tried to get out, but Calderon doesn't let people walk away. Not unless. Unless what? Alex pressed, his frustration boiling over. Unless they're dead, Sophie whispered. The room fell silent, the weight of her confession sinking in. Mark's grip on the bat tightened, his knuckles turning white. And what about us? Were we just another job to you? No, Sophie said quickly, her eyes locking onto Mark's. You were different. I thought maybe, just maybe, I could have a real life with you. But Calderon found out. He said I had to choose, him or you. That's why I ran. I thought I could disappear before he came after you, but it didn't work. He always finds people. Mark wanted to believe her, but the lines between truth and manipulation blurred with every word she spoke. And what about Tim? Alex asked. He said you ruined his life. That you've done this before. Sophie's face fell. Tim. He wasn't supposed to get involved. He was collateral damage in one of Calderon's schemes. I tried to warn him, but it was too late. I never wanted him to get hurt. As she spoke, a loud thud came from outside, making them all jump. Mark's pulse quickened as he motioned for Alex to stay quiet. He crept toward the window, peering through the blinds into the rain-soaked street. A black SUV idled at the curb, its headlights piercing through the darkness. The figure of a man stepped out, his silhouette illuminated by the street lamp. He wasn't alone. 2 others emerged, their movements deliberate as they scanned the house. They're here, Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. Sophie's face drained of color. We have to leave. Now, she said, scrambling to her feet. Where? Alex demanded. They'll follow us wherever we go. There's a place, Sophie said quickly. An old safe house I used to use. It's off the grid. We can hide there until I figure out a way to deal with this. Mark didn't like the idea of running, but staying put was no longer an option. The men outside weren't there to talk. They were there to finish what Sophie had started. Fine, Mark said, grabbing the car keys from the counter. But if you're lying to us, Sophie, I'm not, she interrupted, her voice firm. I swear. The 3 of them moved quickly, slipping out the back door into the pouring rain. Mark led the way, his heart hammering in his chest as they climbed into the car. He kept the headlights off as he pulled out of the driveway, driving away from the house and toward the unknown. Behind them, the SUV roared to life, its lights cutting through the storm as it began its pursuit. The rain lashed against the windshield as Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white with tension. The SUV loomed behind them, its headlights a glaring reminder of the danger they couldn't outrun. Alex sat in the passenger seat, twisting around to keep an eye on their pursuers, while Sophie crouched low in the back, her voice shaking as she muttered directions to the safe house. Turn left up here, she said, her tone urgent but shaky. It'll take us through some back roads. They might not follow. Mark followed her instructions, the car skidding slightly as he made the sharp turn onto a narrow, unlit street. For a moment, it seemed like the SUV hesitated at the intersection, giving them a slim window to increase their lead. But just as hope began to creep in, the SUV's lights reappeared, closer than before. They're not giving up, Alex muttered, panic edging his voice. Sophie's head snapped up, her wide eyes meeting Mark's in the rearview mirror. There's a shortcut ahead, she said quickly. But you have to trust me. Why should I? Mark shot back, his tone icy. For all I know, you're leading us straight to them. Sophie's voice cracked as she responded. "If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have run in the first place. Please, Mark. I'm trying to keep you safe." Reluctantly, Mark swerved onto the dirt path Sophie pointed out, the car jolting violently as it sped over the uneven terrain. The trees closed in around them, their branches clawing at the windows like skeletal hands. The SUV's headlights disappeared, but the sound of its roaring engine lingered, echoing through the woods. "Where does this lead?" Alex asked, his voice tight. "To an old cabin," Sophie replied. "It's not much, but it'll buy us time." Mark didn't respond, his focus entirely on navigating the treacherous path. The rain made the road slick, and the car threatened to slide off into the dense undergrowth with every turn. As they rounded a particularly sharp bend, Sophie suddenly screamed. "Stop the car!" Mark slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding as the car came to a halt. Just ahead, the path was blocked by a fallen tree, its massive trunk splintered and slick with rainwater. Before anyone could react, a figure emerged from the shadows, their face hidden beneath the hood. "Who is that?" Alex whispered, fear lacing his voice. Sophie leaned forward, her breath catching in her throat. I don't know." The figure stepped closer, raising a hand to shield their face from the rain. Mark tightened his grip on the steering wheel, ready to reverse if necessary. But then the figure spoke, their voice cutting through the storm. "Mark? Is that you?" Mark froze, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was familiar, but its presence here made no sense. As the figure lowered their hood, the beam from the headlights revealed Tim's face, his expression a mix of relief and urgency. "What are you doing here?" Mark demanded, stepping out of the car despite Sophie's protests. "I came to warn you," Tim said, his voice low and hurried. "There's more going on than you realize. Calderon isn't just after Sophie. He's after you too." Mark's stomach churned. "Why me? I have nothing to do with him." Tim shook his head, his face grim. "You do now. Sophie's not the only one who's been keeping secrets." Before Mark could respond, a deafening crash echoed through the forest. The SUV had found them, its hulking frame plowing through the undergrowth as it barreled down the path. Mark and Tim barely had time to dive for cover as the vehicle screeched to a halt, its doors flying open. Three men stepped out, their silhouettes menacing in the rain. One of them, a tall man with a jagged scar running down his cheek, stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Sophie through the car window. "Sarah," he called out, his voice cold and commanding. "It's over. Come with us now, and maybe we'll let them live." Sophie's face went pale, her body trembling as she sank deeper into the back seat. Mark clenched his fists, his mind racing for a plan. Tim, crouched beside him, whispered urgently. "We need to stall them. If we can get to the cabin, there's a hidden way out." Mark nodded, his pulse pounding as he stepped forward, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Leave her alone," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. "She's not going anywhere with you." The scarred man smirked, pulling a gun from his jacket and aiming it at Mark. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But guts won't keep you alive." The tension crackled in the air, the rain masking the sound of Tim creeping toward the car. As the scarred man barked an order to his accomplices, Mark saw his chance. "Run," he shouted, diving to the side as Tim yanked open the car door and pulled Sophie out. Alex bolted after them, his footsteps splashing through the mud as they disappeared into the forest. The men shouted, their voices blending with the storm as they gave chase. Mark pushed himself to his feet, his body aching from the fall. He turned to follow, but a rough hand grabbed his shoulder, spinning him around. "You're not going anywhere," the scarred man growled, his grip like iron. Mark's thoughts raced, the rain blurring his vision as he struggled against his captor. Somewhere in the distance, he heard Sophie scream, a sound that sent a surge of adrenaline through his veins. And then, just as the scarred man raised his weapon, a second gunshot rang out, not from him, but from somewhere deeper in the woods. The man staggered, clutching his arm as he dropped his weapon. Mark didn't wait to find out who had fired the shot. He wrenched himself free and bolted into the darkness, the forest swallowing him whole as the chaos behind him faded into the storm. Mark's legs burned as he sprinted through the thick forest, dodging low branches and slippery roots. The rain blurred his vision, but adrenaline pushed him forward. Somewhere ahead, he could hear Alex's frantic shouts and Sophie's panicked cries, growing fainter as the storm masked their voices. He couldn't shake the sound of that gunshot. Someone had intervened, but who? The scarred man's reaction made it clear it wasn't one of his own. Another player was in the game, someone neither Mark nor Sophie had anticipated. A sharp crack of a branch behind him yanked him from his thoughts. Mark glanced over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of movement, one of the scarred man's accomplices. He was gaining, his flashlight cutting through the dark forest like a predator's unblinking eye. Mark veered left, pushing himself harder as the forest thickened. His breath came in ragged gasps, and the rain turned the ground into a treacherous slick. He stumbled, barely catching himself before plunging into the mud, but it cost him precious seconds. "Mark! Over here!" The voice came from his right. Mark turned to see Tim, crouched behind a fallen tree with Alex and Sophie. He made a beeline for them, collapsing next to the group as Tim pressed a finger to his lips, motioning for silence. "They're splitting up," Tim whispered, his voice barely audible over the rain. "Two of them are circling around. We've got maybe 2 minutes before they find us." "What about the safe house?" Mark panted, his chest heaving. "Not far," Sophie whispered. "But we need to lose them first." Tim scanned the area, his eyes darting between the approaching flashlight beams. "I'll create a diversion," he said, his tone firm. "No," Mark said immediately, shaking his head. "We stay together." Tim gave him a look that brooked no argument. "If we all run, they'll catch us before we make it to the cabin. I'll draw them off. You get Sophie and Alex to safety." Mark hesitated, torn between his instincts and Tim's logic. "You don't have to do this," he said, his voice low. "Yes, I do," Tim replied, his expression resolute. "This isn't just about her anymore. They'll kill all of us if we don't end this." Before Mark could protest, Tim stood, grabbing a branch from the ground. He waved it through the air, creating a loud rustling noise. "Hey," he shouted, sprinting off into the darkness. "Over here, you cowards." The flashlights immediately shifted, their beams converging on Tim's position. Mark clenched his fists as he watched his brother disappear into the rain-soaked forest, his shouts growing fainter with each step. Sophie tugged on Mark's sleeve, her voice trembling. "We have to move. Now." Reluctantly, Mark nodded, grabbing Alex's hand and pulling him to his feet. Together, they followed Sophie as she led them deeper into the woods, her pace frantic but purposeful. The safe house loomed ahead, a dilapidated cabin hidden among the trees. Its windows were dark, the structure barely visible through the downpour. Sophie ran to the door, fumbling with a key she'd pulled from her pocket. "Hurry," Alex urged, his voice hushed but urgent. The lock clicked, and Sophie pushed the door open, ushering them inside. Mark slammed it shut behind them, sliding the heavy wooden bolt into place. The cabin was damp and cold, the air thick with the scent of mildew, but it was shelter. "We're not safe yet," Sophie said, moving to a small table in the corner. She pulled a hidden drawer open, revealing a handgun and a map. "Calderon's men know about this place. It's only a matter of time before they figure out where we've gone." Mark grabbed the map, scanning it under the dim light of an old lantern. "There's no other way out of here?" "There's a cellar," Sophie said. "It leads to an underground tunnel. But we can't use it unless we're sure the coast is clear." Alex leaned against the wall, his face pale. "What about Uncle Tim? He's still out there." Mark clenched his jaw, guilt gnawing at him. "We'll go back for him," he said, more to reassure Alex than because he believed it was possible. "But right now, we need to stay alive." The sound of footsteps outside froze them all in place. Sophie extinguished the lantern, plunging the cabin into darkness. They listened, every breath held as the footsteps approached. A loud bang on the door made Alex jump, his hand gripping Mark's arm. "Open up!" a voice shouted, its tone menacing. Sophie tightened her grip on the gun, her hands trembling. Mark motioned for her to stay back, his mind racing. The pounding continued, each hit reverberating through the cabin like a countdown. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. But it wasn't a relief. It was the kind of silence that meant something worse was coming. The silence in the cabin was deafening, broken only by their ragged breathing. Mark, Sophie, and Alex huddled together, their bodies tense and alert as they waited. After what felt like an eternity, the distant sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. The door shuttered under a sudden, violent impact, making them all jump. Alex gripped the gun Sophie had given him, his hands shaking. Sophie took a deep breath, her expression calm but determined. "This is it," she whispered. "We need to be ready." Mark nodded, feeling a surge of adrenaline rush through him. He scanned the room, looking for anything that could help them defend themselves. The walls were bare, the furniture old and creaky, but there was nothing useful within reach. The footsteps grew louder, and then the pounding on the door began again, faster and more furious this time. After a moment, it gave way with a loud crash, and the scarred man and his accomplices burst into the cabin. Their faces were twisted with rage, their eyes gleaming with malice as they took in the scene. "Give it up, Sarah," the scarred man barked, his gun raised. "You're not getting out of here alive." Sophie stepped in front of Alex and Mark, her expression calm. "I'm not going anywhere with you," she said, her voice steady despite the fear they all felt. The scarred man's face twisted into a snarl. "You've got no choice, sweetheart. You either come with us, or you die here. Your little friends can't save you." Mark took a step forward, his own anger bubbling up. "She's not going anywhere. You'll have to go through me first." The scarred man laughed, his eyes narrowing. "You think you're a hero, huh? You're just a pawn in a much bigger game." Sophie's jaw tightened, her grip on the gun growing steadier. "I don't care about your games. I care about getting out of here alive." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the cabin, followed by shots and the sound of gunfire. The scarred man's eyes darted to the window, and for a split second, his guard was down. Sophie took advantage of it, launching herself forward and pushing him aside. She grabbed Mark's hand and pulled him toward the door. "Go," she shouted. "I'll cover you." Mark didn't hesitate. He grabbed Alex and raced out the door into the pouring rain. They didn't look back, their hearts pounding in their chests as they dashed through the dense woods. Behind them, the scarred man recovered quickly and started shooting, sending splinters of wood and stone flying in every direction. But the bullets missed them both by inches as they plunged deeper into the woods. As they ran, Mark caught a glimpse of movement in the trees to their left, a figure, dressed in dark clothing, moving quickly through the undergrowth. For a moment, he wondered if it was another one of the scarred man's men. But then he realized it was Tim, coming toward them at full tilt. "Tim?" Mark called, stumbling over his own feet in surprise. Tim looked over his shoulder, his expression grim. "Come on, we're almost there," he shouted, urging them to keep up. They burst through the trees and into a clearing where a rickety old building stood, an abandoned power station. Inside, Tim unlocked a heavy metal door with a key card he pulled from his pocket. The door creaked open, and they piled inside, slamming it shut just as the scarred man and his men reached the edge of the clearing. Inside, the power station was dimly lit, the air cold and damp. Tim led them down a series of narrow, winding stairs that seemed to go on forever. At the bottom, they reached a large room filled with electrical equipment and blinking lights. In the center of the room was an old control panel, with buttons and switches of various sizes and colors. "What is this place?" Alex asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Tim moved quickly, tapping buttons and pulling levers as he worked. "It's a backup power station," he explained. "One of the last remaining operational underground facilities. It's rarely used, but it has power, and it has a way out." Mark and Sophie exchanged a look, both feeling an odd mix of relief and curiosity. "How do we get out?" Mark asked. Tim smiled faintly. "This station is connected to a series of underground tunnels that run for miles. We can use them to get to the other side of the mountain range. It'll take us deep into the wilderness, where we can lose them for good." The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridors above them, closer this time. The scarred man and his men were closing in fast. Tim pulled a lever, and with a sudden groaning noise, the entire station rumbled to life. The lights flickered, and then everything stabilized. Tim gestured for them to follow him, leading them down a narrow hallway and through a series of turns until they reached a heavy metal door marked with red paint. "This is it," he said, inserting a key card into a panel next to the door. It clicked open, revealing a tunnel that sloped downward. "Go," Tim shouted, motioning for them to move quickly. Without hesitation, Mark, Sophie, and Alex stepped inside, the heavy door slamming shut behind them. The tunnel was dark, narrow, and damp, with barely enough room for them to move single file. But it was their only chance. As they hurried along, the sound of pounding footsteps grew closer, echoing off the stone walls. Mark could feel the heat of his own breath as it condensed in the cold air, and his pulse raced with every step they took. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion above them, a blast of gunfire that shook the walls and echoed down the tunnel. Mark turned back just in time to see the scarred man appear at the entrance, his face twisted in rage. "You can't hide from me, Sarah," he bellowed, his voice barely audible over the roar of his own anger. But Sophie didn't slow down. She pressed on, her face set in determination. They reached the end of the tunnel just as the ground above them gave way, and daylight streamed in. Mark felt a rush of relief as they burst through the opening and emerged onto a rocky cliffside. Below them, the valley stretched out, lush and green, bathed in sunlight. The scarred man and his men appeared at the edge of the tunnel, guns raised, But Mark didn't hesitate. He turned and ran, pushing Sophie and Alex along with him. Together, they raced across the rocky terrain, leaping over streams and dodging trees until they reached the edge of the valley. Tim was already there, waiting for them with a pickup truck parked at the edge of the road. Without a word, he helped them inside, slamming the door shut as they peeled away from the cliffside. The truck bounced and jostled along the winding road, but they didn't stop until they reached a clearing a few miles away. As they looked back, they could see the scarred man and his men gathering at the mouth of the tunnel, their faces filled with rage and frustration. But Mark didn't care. He watched them disappear into the distance, feeling a sense of triumph he hadn't felt in a long time. "What now?" Alex asked, his voice barely audible. Mark glanced at Sophie, her expression calm but pensive. "Now, we find a way to disappear. And we never look back." As the truck sped down the winding road, the heavy silence inside felt almost suffocating. Mark could feel the weight of everything that had happened, the pursuit, the danger, the chaos, but it was the weight of the unknown that was pressing hardest against his chest. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, that they hadn't yet seen the end of it. Sophie sat beside him, her eyes focused on the rearview mirror, scanning the road behind them, but Mark could tell that her thoughts were elsewhere. He wondered if she felt it too, the nagging sense that their escape was just a temporary reprieve, not a victory. "What now?" Alex asked again, his voice small but persistent. Sophie looked over at him, giving him a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Now we keep moving," she said softly, her voice steady, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. "We'll figure it out. Together." But Mark couldn't help but think that there was something more to this. They'd been running for their lives for so long, surviving on sheer instinct and determination, but the questions were piling up. Why had Sophie been so important to the scarred man? Why had he gone to such lengths to track her down, to silence her? And what had been the real reason for Tim's disappearance all those months ago? "Do you think we're safe?" Mark finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. As if speaking too loudly might somehow jinx their fragile freedom. Sophie didn't answer immediately. She just kept her eyes on the road, the occasional flicker of the truck's headlights revealing her tense profile. "We'll never really be safe," she said finally, her voice low. "Not as long as Calderon's out there." Mark nodded, his mind racing. Calderon. He had heard the name before, a whisper among whispers in the underground circles they had once known. A shadowy figure, ruthless and calculating, someone who ran operations in the darkest corners of the world. But how did Sophie fit into that world? She hadn't shared much about her past, not the details that mattered. And now, it seemed, those details were catching up with them. "Do you think they'll come after us?" Alex asked, his voice breaking the silence again. Sophie glanced at him, her gaze softening. "They'll try," she said, "but we won't make it easy for them." Mark clenched his fists, frustration bubbling inside him. "It's not just about us anymore," he muttered, his voice tinged with anger. "It's about Tim too." The truck bounced over a pothole, throwing him off balance for a second, but he quickly steadied himself. Tim had disappeared back there in the forest, creating the diversion that allowed them to escape. But Mark hadn't seen him leave, hadn't seen him make it out alive. The thought gnawed at him, feeding a gnawing worry deep in his gut. "What do you mean?" Sophie asked, her voice more curious than concerned. Mark looked at her, his face darkening. "We left him. He made sure we got away, and we didn't even stop to look for him. We just ran." His chest tightened with guilt. "What if he's out there, alone? What if he's hurt?" Sophie shook her head. "We couldn't stay. You know that. If we'd tried, we all would have been dead by now. And we couldn't risk that. Tim knew that." Alex leaned forward, his hands clenched together. "So, what do we do now?" Sophie didn't answer right away. She turned the wheel sharply, veering off the main road and onto a narrow gravel path that led deeper into the woods. Mark's heart started pounding as the truck's tires crunched against the loose stones. The trees on either side were thick, blocking out most of the light from the storm clouds above. "Where are we going?" he asked, his voice tight with unease. "We need to lay low," Sophie said. "There's a cabin up ahead. It's off the grid. We can stay there for a while and figure out our next move." Mark felt a flicker of hope at the thought of a safe haven, but it was quickly overshadowed by the lingering worry about Tim. What if they were too late? What if, in their haste to escape, they had abandoned him to face whatever horrors Calderon's man had in store for him? The truck bounced over another pothole, and they crested a small hill. Ahead, hidden in a grove of tall pines, stood a dilapidated cabin. The building looked like it had been abandoned. For years, its windows were boarded up, and vines crawled up the sides like creeping fingers. But it was a shelter. It was their only option. Sophie parked the truck in front of the cabin, cutting the engine. The heavy rain outside began to fall harder, tapping against the roof in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic pattern. Mark opened the door and stepped out, his boots sinking into the soft mud beneath him. He scanned the area, his eyes narrowing as he took in their surroundings. "Stay close," Sophie instructed, locking the truck behind her. They moved quickly, huddling beneath the eaves of the cabin to shield themselves from the rain. Inside, the air was musty, the scent of old wood and dampness thickened the air. They sat in the small, dimly lit living room, the silence between them heavy with unspoken thoughts. Mark's mind was elsewhere, on Tim. He couldn't just leave it alone. The fact that they had made it this far didn't change the fact that someone was missing, someone important. Tim had given everything to help them escape. And Mark wasn't about to let that sacrifice go in vain. "I'm going back," Mark finally said, his voice steady, but with a cold finality that made Sophie look up from where she was sitting. "Mark, you can't," Sophie said, her voice firm. "You know we can't risk it. We're safe here, for now." "I can't just sit here and do nothing," Mark shot back, his frustration boiling over. "We're not safe until we know he's all right. He's our family, Sophie." Her eyes softened. She understood. But she was scared, scared for him, scared for the risk, scared for them all. "We can't save everyone, Mark," she said, her voice low. "We do what we can, and we keep moving." Mark shook his head. He wasn't sure what to believe anymore. The world felt like it was spinning too fast, out of his control. Every turn, every choice seemed to lead them deeper into something darker than he had ever imagined. Just as he was about to argue, the sound of a faint knock on the cabin door cut through the tension. Mark's heart stopped. He stood up, slowly moving toward the door, every instinct screaming for him to stay alert. Sophie grabbed his arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Don't open it," she whispered urgently. But it was too late. Mark reached for the handle and swung the door open. And standing there, soaked to the bone but alive, was Tim. "Thought you could leave me behind?" Tim's voice was rough but tinged with a grin. "You're gonna need me to get out of here." Mark's heart surged with relief, the tension in his chest melting away. But the momentary joy was short-lived. Tim's face was grim as he stepped inside, casting a long, wary glance at the rain-soaked wilderness beyond. "We're not done yet," Tim said quietly. "Calderon isn't backing off. He's got someone on the inside. And they're coming for us." Sophie's face drained of color as she looked at Mark, the weight of his words settling over them like a cold, suffocating fog. The cabin's silence was deafening as Tim's words hung in the air. Mark looked at him, still not quite believing it. Tim, alive. And yet, there was something different in his eyes, something shadowed, something that didn't sit right. He hadn't just escaped Calderon's men, he'd seen something. Mark could feel it, an undercurrent of unease, but there was no time to ask questions. "Not yet. We need to move, now," Tim urged, his voice low, the urgency clear. "Calderon knows we're alive. We have maybe an hour, if we're lucky." Sophie, still standing by the door, looked at Mark with an expression that was a mix of relief and dread. "We have to trust him, Mark. If he says it's not safe, then we don't have time to argue." Mark nodded, though his mind was racing. How had Tim gotten away? What had happened after they'd split up? He wanted to ask, needed to know, but the look on Tim's face told him everything. There was no room for stories or explanations, not yet. Tim moved to the small window at the back of the cabin, peering through the cracked wood and rain-streaked glass. "They're close. They know we're here." His voice was steady, but the tension in his shoulders was unmistakable. "We have to get to the truck. Now." Without another word, the three of them moved in unison, grabbing what little they could carry. Mark quickly gathered his things, his heart pounding as the sound of boots crunching in the wet gravel outside grew louder. They weren't far away. Mark could feel the seconds slipping through his fingers. Sophie handed him a small duffel bag, and he noticed the way her hand trembled slightly. She was scared, but she wasn't showing it, not in front of Tim, not in front of him. There was a quiet strength in her that Mark had come to admire, but now, that strength was mixed with an edge of fear he hadn't seen before. They had all been running for so long, and now it felt like the end was closing in. Tim took the lead, guiding them through the darkened woods, moving with practiced precision. The storm had picked up, the wind howling as the trees groaned in protest. Mark's heart thudded in his chest as he followed Tim, Sophie close behind. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig underfoot felt amplified, as though the whole world was conspiring to give away their location. But Tim was resolute, focused on the path ahead, and Mark followed, trying not to let his own doubts cloud his thoughts. As they neared the truck, Mark could see the faint outline of the vehicle through the trees. But just as they were about to break through to the clearing, the unmistakable sound of an engine rumbled in the distance. It was low, too low to be anyone else. It was Calderon's men, and they were coming fast. Mark's pulse quickened. "We have to go now," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But Tim held up a hand. "Wait," he whispered urgently. "I have a plan. Just give me a minute." Sophie's eyes widened in disbelief. "A plan? We're running out of time." Tim nodded, his face grim. "It's risky, but it's the only chance we've got. You trust me, right?" Sophie's gaze flickered between Mark and Tim, her lips pressed into a tight line. She nodded slowly, but Mark could see the uncertainty in her eyes. Trust wasn't something easily given, not anymore. Still, she followed Tim's lead as they crouched low, moving off the path and into the dense thicket that surrounded them. Tim knelt beside an old rock outcrop, pulling out a small, weather device from his pocket. "This'll create a diversion," he said quietly, his voice focused. "It'll send out a signal that'll make them think we're going in the opposite direction." Mark looked at him, skepticism evident on his face. "That's it? We're going to rely on some gadget to save us?" Tim shot him a sharp look. "It's not just a gadget. Trust me, this'll work." Sophie glanced nervously in the direction of the approaching vehicles, her hand gripping Mark's arm. "We don't have time for second guesses, Mark. If it doesn't work, we'll be dead before we can blink." Mark's throat tightened, but he didn't argue. The sound of the trucks grew louder, and in that moment, he knew there was no turning back. They had to do this. Tim placed the device carefully on the ground, adjusting the dials with quick, practiced movements. The rain continued to pour down, soaking them all, but none of it mattered. What mattered was getting out alive. Mark could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, but Tim's determination was unwavering. The device buzzed to life, emitting a low hum. Tim pressed a button, and the sound seemed to dissolve into the storm around them. The rumble of the engines began to fade, almost as if it was being swallowed by the night. "Did it work?" Mark asked, his voice tight with anxiety. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the wind and the rain. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the rumbling of the trucks stopped. Mark's heart skipped a beat. "They're confused," Tim said, a note of triumph in his voice. "They think we're going the other way. Now's our chance." With no time to lose, they scrambled back toward the truck, moving as quickly and quietly as they could. The rain had soaked them through, but there was no room for discomfort now. It was do or die. They reached the truck just as the first of Calderon's men appeared at the edge of the clearing, scanning the area with their flashlights. The three of them piled into the vehicle, and Mark slammed the door shut behind him. Sophie twisted the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. As they tore down the dirt road, Mark glanced back through the rearview mirror. The lights from the trucks flickered in the distance, but they were already too far ahead. They had bought themselves some time. For now, at least, they were safe. But the battle wasn't over. The storm wasn't just the rain. It was the relentless pursuit that would never stop, not as long as Calderon was out there. Mark didn't know what the future held, but as they sped away into the night, he knew one thing for sure: their lives would never be the same again. And with that realization, the weight of everything hit him. The chase, the lies, the secrets, it had all led to this point. They had survived, but they would never be able to forget what had happened. The storm would follow them, and so would the consequences of the choices they had made. But for now, they had a fleeting moment of peace, a moment to breathe. And as they drove into the unknown, Mark knew one thing: whatever came next, they would face it together. As they sped away from the cabin, the world outside seemed to blur into nothingness. The headlights cut through the sheets of rain, illuminating only the road ahead, leaving the darkness behind. The truck bounced and jolted over the uneven terrain, but Sophie kept her focus on the road. Mark sat in the back, his mind racing, thoughts colliding. Every so often, he would glance over at Tim, who sat silently beside him, his eyes narrowed and fixed on the distant horizon. There was something about Tim that had shifted, something colder, more calculated. Mark couldn't shake the feeling that there were still pieces missing. It wasn't just about getting away from Calderon anymore. It was about who Tim had become in their absence. What had he seen in those days they hadn't been together? Why had he changed so much? Sophie's voice broke through the tension. "We can't keep running forever. We need to figure out what to do next. Mark nodded, his hands gripping the seat beneath him. I know, but for now, we just need to get as far away as we can. There's no time to think about plans when they're chasing us. Tim finally spoke, his voice low, distant. We need to lay low. Get off the grid for a while. Calderon won't stop until he finds us. Mark's eyes locked on him, sensing that there was more Tim wasn't saying. The storm raged on, but it was the silence between them that felt like the heaviest storm of all. They drove for hours, the rain turning into a downpour that seemed endless, battering the truck with relentless force. It was only when they reached a small, isolated town that they allowed themselves to stop, to take a breath. Sophie parked the truck near an old diner, the neon sign flickering weakly in the distance. We'll get some food, figure out our next move, Sophie said, the exhaustion in her voice undeniable. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Mark could see the toll the escape was taking on her. But there was something else, something that worried him more than the danger they were running from. When they stepped inside, the small-town diner was nearly empty, save for a few locals hunched over their cups of coffee. The place was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The warm light and the smell of fresh coffee filled the room, but Mark couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He glanced over at Tim, who was already scanning the room, his eyes darting from face to face. Sit down, Tim muttered, his voice low again. We need to talk. Mark hesitated, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. Something about the way Tim said it sent a chill down his spine. He sat down across from him, Sophie taking a seat beside him. The silence stretched on, thick and uncomfortable, as Tim looked at them both. Mark leaned forward. What is it? What are you hiding? Tim's eyes flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly. I don't know who to trust anymore. Sophie looked at Tim, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? We're in this together. No, Tim cut her off, his voice a little sharper than it had been. I mean, there are things I haven't told you. Things you need to know. The words hung in the air like an omen. Mark felt the pit in his stomach deepen. His instincts told him to stay quiet, to wait for Tim to finish, but his mind was already spinning. Like what? Tim hesitated, the weight of what he was about to say hanging heavily between them. Calderon. He's not just after us because of the money or the deal we made. He's after something else. Mark leaned in, his heartbeat quickening. What? What does he want? Tim looked over his shoulder, as if to make sure no one was listening. Then he dropped his voice even lower. He's after the information in that file. The one we found. The one you. He paused, his eyes narrowing as if weighing the danger of saying too much. That file contains more than just business secrets. It holds a key to something much bigger, something global. Sophie's hand froze on the table. What are you talking about? Tim met her gaze. I'm talking about a conspiracy. Something that's been hidden for years. And it's much bigger than any of us. The words hit Mark like a punch to the gut. A conspiracy? Hidden secrets? He had suspected there was more going on than they'd been told, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Mark demanded, the frustration rising in his voice. I didn't know who to trust, Tim replied, his voice laced with guilt. I thought I could handle it on my own. But now it's too late. Calderon has his eyes on us, and if we don't stop him, there won't be anyone left to stop it. Mark shook his head, the weight of Tim's revelation sinking in. So, what now? What do we do? Tim leaned back in his chair, his hands folding in front of him. We fight back. We take the file to someone who can make it public, expose everything. But we can't do it alone. We need help. Mark looked at Sophie, who was pale, her eyes wide. She was as shocked as he was, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. The world outside seemed distant, the storm still raging, but in that moment, the storm in their lives felt even fiercer. Calderon, the file, the conspiracy, none of it was going to end easily. Mark thought back to everything they had gone through, all the pain, the betrayal, the fear. But there was one thing he knew for sure, they couldn't stop now. They couldn't turn back. We don't have a choice, he said finally, his voice determined. We have to go all in. Sophie nodded slowly, and Tim did too, though there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes that Mark couldn't ignore. But there was no turning back now. They had crossed the point of no return, and whatever came next, they would face it together. The road ahead was unclear, and the danger was only growing, but one thing was certain, they would never be the same. The diner's neon sign flickered again, the hum of the lights almost deafening in the stillness of the room. Outside, The rain continued to fall, as though nature itself was bearing witness to what was about to unfold. For better or worse, their lives had become part of something much larger than themselves. It was a busy afternoon at Ridgeway General Hospital, the kind of day where the air felt thick with urgency. Nurses bustled in and out of patient rooms, doctors flipped through charts with practiced efficiency, and the faint hum of medical equipment formed an ever-present backdrop. Among the chaos, Nurse Mia Bennett moved with quiet confidence. Her scrubs were perfectly pressed, her posture straight, and her presence calm and professional, even amidst the whirlwind of activity. Mia was used to being overlooked in the hospital's hierarchy. As a black nurse in a facility where she was one of the few, she had grown accustomed to the occasional dismissive tone or sidelong glance. But her dedication to her patients never wavered. She had a warmth that made even the most nervous patients relax, her ability to listen often doing as much good as the medicine she administered. On this particular day, she was assigned to room 214, a private suite reserved for high-profile patients. The hospital had been abuzz with whispers about the man occupying the room, a patient who had checked in under an alias but was clearly someone of importance. The details were scarce, but the word executive had been murmured enough times to raise curiosity. Mia had barely stepped into the room when Dr. Greg Foster entered behind her. A senior physician with years of experience, Dr. Foster had a reputation for his sharp medical skills and his equally sharp tongue. He was brilliant, no doubt, but his bedside manner often left much to be desired. Mia had worked with him enough times to know he had little patience for anyone he deemed beneath him, nurses, interns, and sometimes even the patients themselves. "Did you even check his vitals properly, Nurse Bennett?" Dr. Foster barked as he walked in, not bothering with a greeting. His tone was loud, curt, and dismissive, a verbal slap in front of the man lying in the hospital bed. Mia's cheeks flushed, but she kept her composure. "Yes, doctor," she replied evenly, handing over the clipboard. "His vitals are stable, but he mentioned feeling lightheaded earlier." "I thought it was worth noting," Dr. Foster cut her off with a wave of his hand. "I'll decide what's worth noting, thank you," he snapped, barely glancing at the chart. "Next time, try not to waste my time with irrelevant details." The patient in the bed, an older man with a sharp gaze and a calm demeanor, watched the exchange without a word. He had a presence about him, something that hinted at authority, even in his hospital gown. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his eyes flicked between Mia and Dr. Foster with quiet intensity. Mia's grip tightened around the clipboard, but she refused to let Dr. Foster's words rattle her. She'd learned long ago that standing her ground with grace often spoke louder than a heated retort. Instead, she focused on the patient, offering him a kind smile. "Mr. Smith," she said, using the name on the chart, "if there's anything else you need, just press the call button, and I'll be here right away." Dr. Foster scoffed. "If he needs anything, he'll get it from someone more competent," he muttered under his breath, but loud enough for both Mia and the patient to hear. Mia swallowed the lump rising in her throat, her professionalism keeping her rooted. She nodded to the patient and left the room quietly, her footsteps measured and steady despite the storm brewing inside her. Once she was gone, the room fell into a thick silence. Dr. Foster began flipping through the chart, still muttering about incompetent staff and wasting his time. The patient watched him for a moment longer, then spoke, his voice steady and deliberate. "Tell me, doctor," he began, his tone as calm as it was piercing, "do you always speak to your staff that way?" Dr. Foster froze, the chart lowering just slightly. He glanced at the man, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. But the doctor's pride was a stubborn thing, and he quickly masked it with his usual arrogance. "I speak to them as they deserve," he replied dismissively, turning back to the chart. "Now, let's focus on your condition, shall we?" The patient's lips curled into a faint smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, we'll focus on that soon enough," he said, his voice laced with an undertone that made Dr. Foster pause. "But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself." Dr. Foster finally looked up, the chart forgotten in his hands. For the first time in years, he found himself caught off guard, his confidence wavering under the weight of the patient's steady gaze. What followed next would leave him questioning everything he thought he knew about respect, humility, and the true cost of arrogance. Mia made her way down the brightly lit corridor, her steps quick and deliberate. She didn't let the sting of Dr. Foster's words show, but deep down, she could feel the familiar ache creeping in. It wasn't the first time someone like him had belittled her, and she doubted it would be the last. Her hands gripped the edges of the clipboard tighter, knuckles whitening. She reminded herself of why she chose this profession, to help people, To make a difference, and not to prove her worth to people who refuse to see it. She stopped at the nurse's station, setting the clipboard down with a soft thud. Lisa, one of her colleagues, glanced up from the monitor she was typing on. "You okay?" Lisa asked, her brow furrowing slightly as she noticed the tension in Mia's jaw. Mia forced a small smile, brushing it off. "Yeah, just another round with Dr. Foster." Lisa rolled her eyes knowingly. "That man's ego is bigger than this hospital. Don't let him get to you." "I won't," Mia replied, though the tightness in her chest told a different story. Meanwhile, back in room 214, the tension between the patient and Drive Foster thickened. The doctor stood by the window, pretending to focus on the man's test results, but he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling creeping up his spine. "So," the patient said casually, breaking the silence. "Is that how you treat all your staff? Or just the ones you think can't push back?" Dr. Foster turned, his expression hardening. "I treat my staff how they deserve," he repeated firmly. "This is a high-pressure environment, Mr. Smith. If someone can't handle constructive criticism, they shouldn't be here." The patient chuckled softly, the sound more amused than warm. "Constructive? That's what you call it?" He leaned back against the pillows, his eyes sharp and calculating. "You must be very good at justifying your actions, doctor. I wonder how often that's worked for you." Dr. Foster stiffened, his pride flaring. "I'm here to ensure the best care for my patients, not to discuss my management style." "Interesting," the man mused, his calm demeanor unwavering. "Because from what I just witnessed, you seem more interested in tearing down the people who help you. Tell me, doctor, where would you be without your nurses?" Dr. Foster's lips pressed into a thin line, his temper barely contained. "With all due respect, Mr. Smith, I don't think this conversation is relevant to your treatment." "Oh, I think it's very relevant," the man said, his tone hardening slightly. "Especially when you realize who I am." Dr. Foster faltered, his confidence visibly cracking. He studied the patient, searching for a clue, anything that might reveal why this man was so self-assured, why his words carried an edge that cut deeper than the usual complaints he brushed off. But before he could speak, the man continued. "You checked me in under an alias," he said, his voice low but commanding. "A smart move, considering my position. But let me make one thing clear, you have no idea who you're dealing with, Dr. Foster." Dr. Foster's throat tightened, the weight of the man's words sinking in. "Who? Who are you?" he asked, his voice quieter now, tinged with uncertainty. The patient didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let the silence hang in the air, his gaze never leaving Dr. Foster's. Finally, he leaned forward slightly, his presence filling the room despite his weakened physical state. "Let's just say," he began, his voice cold and deliberate, "the decisions I make can change lives, yours included. So, if I were you, I'd think carefully about how you speak to people. Because today might be the day you learn just how small this world can be." Dr. Foster's face paled as the weight of the man's words pressed down on him. For the first time in his career, he felt a flicker of doubt, not about his medical abilities, but about the way he carried himself, the way he treated those around him. And yet, even as the reality of the situation began to dawn on him, he couldn't shake the nagging voice in his head that insisted he was untouchable. After all, he was Dr. Greg Foster, one of the most respected physicians in the hospital. What could this man, whoever he was, possibly do to him? But as the patient's sharp gaze held his, Dr. Foster couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling that his arrogance had finally led him somewhere he couldn't escape. The hospital hallway outside room 214 buzzed with its usual energy, but Mia found herself pausing at the corner. She leaned briefly against the wall, her eyes fixed on the clipboard in her hands, not really seeing the words on the page. Her thoughts lingered on the man in the bed and the strange undercurrent in the room when she'd left. Something about him, the way he carried himself, the calm yet commanding presence, felt out of place. Patients usually displayed some vulnerability, but this man seemed like someone who rarely, if ever, found himself in a position of weakness. She took a steadying breath and straightened her shoulders. Dwelling on these things wasn't going to make her shift any easier. She had plenty of other patients who needed her care, and there wasn't time to let Dr. Foster's condescension or her own curiosity distract her. But as she walked away, the memory of the man's measured smile lingered, nagging at the back of her mind. Inside the room, Dr. Foster had regained a shred of his composure, though unease still clung to him like a shadow. The man, Mr. Smith, as far as the chart stated, had settled back into his bed, watching the doctor with an expression that seemed equal parts amusement and warning. "I don't have time for games, "Mr. Smith," Dr. Foster said, attempting to assert himself again. "If there's something about your condition I need to know, now's the time to tell me. Otherwise, I suggest we focus on your treatment." The patient tilted his head slightly, as if assessing the doctor's words. "Oh, I assure you, my condition is just fine," he said with a faint smile. "But perhaps your focus is better spent elsewhere. Like on how you speak to the people keeping this hospital running." Dr. Foster bristled but chose not to take the bait this time. He scribbled a note on the chart, his pen moving faster than usual, betraying his irritation. "If you're done dispensing life lessons," he said without looking up, "I'll send someone in to take your blood work." The man's smile widened, just enough to unsettle the doctor. "You do that, doctor. I'll be right here, thinking about what comes next." Dr. Foster snapped the chart shut and walked out, his polished shoes clicking against the tiled floor. As the door swung closed behind him, the patient's gaze lingered on it for a moment before he leaned back into the pillows, his expression turning thoughtful. Down the hall, Mia was preparing a cart with supplies for her next patient when Dr. Foster approached, his face tight with frustration. He stopped at the station, giving her a pointed look. "Nurse Bennett," he said sharply, "make sure the lab prioritizes Mr. Smith's tests. I don't want any delays." Mia looked up, startled by his tone, but nodded. "Of course, doctor. I'll take care of it right away. And next time," he added, lowering his voice but keeping the edge, "if you're going to note symptoms, make sure they're relevant. I don't need distractions when I'm dealing with high-profile patients." She bit the inside of her cheek, resisting the urge to respond in kind. Instead, she kept her voice steady. "Understood, doctor." Dr. Foster didn't wait for a reply, striding off toward his office with the same clipped steps. Lisa, who had overheard the exchange, sidled up to Mia as she wheeled the cart away. "What's his problem today?" Lisa asked under her breath. Mia sighed. "Same as always. But Mr. Smith? There's something different about him. Did you hear anything about who he might be?" Lisa shook her head. "Not really, just that admin's been unusually quiet about his stay. That usually means money or influence, or both." "Why? Did he say something?" "Not much," Mia admitted, "but he doesn't act like a typical patient. It's like, I don't know, like he's watching everything. And not just in a curious way." Lisa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Maybe he's one of those CEO types. They're always sizing people up, figuring out how to get the upper hand. Could be a corporate big shot recovering from stress or surgery." "Maybe," Mia said, though she wasn't convinced. As the evening progressed, the hospital began to quiet down, the frenetic energy of the day giving way to the hum of machines and the soft murmurs of night staff. Mia's thoughts kept drifting back to room 214. She couldn't explain why, but something about the whole situation felt off. The way Dr. Foster had acted, the tension in the air, the strange confidence of the patient, it all seemed like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite fit together. Later that night, Mia found herself passing by the room again, her steps slowing instinctively. The door was slightly ajar, and she hesitated, torn between curiosity and professionalism. Finally, she tapped lightly and stepped inside. "Mr. Smith?" she asked softly, careful not to disturb him if he was asleep. The man was awake, sitting upright in bed with a tablet in his hands. He looked up as she entered, his expression softening when he saw her. "Nurse Bennett," he said warmly. "Back to check on me?" She smiled politely, stepping closer. "Just making my rounds. I wanted to see how you were feeling." "Better," he said, setting the tablet aside. "Thanks to you, I suspect. You seem like the kind of person who takes their work seriously." "I try," she replied, a hint of unease creeping into her voice. He studied her for a moment, his gaze steady but not unkind. "Tell me, Mia, may I call you Mia?" She nodded hesitantly. "Tell me, Mia," he continued, "do you enjoy working here?" The question caught her off guard. "I do," she said carefully. "It's challenging, but I like helping people." "I can see that," he said, his tone thoughtful. "You have a presence about you. Compassion, intelligence. A rarity in places like this." Mia felt her cheeks warm slightly. "Thank you. That means a lot." He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering. "Then why do you let people like Dr. Foster treat you the way he does?" Mia froze, the question cutting deeper than she expected. She looked away, trying to find the right words. "I don't let it bother me," she said finally. "He's difficult, but it's not about me. It's about the patients." The man nodded, though his eyes darkened slightly. "Admirable. But let me give you a piece of advice: don't let people like that go unchecked. Sometimes, standing up for yourself isn't just about you. It's about changing the way others see the world." Mia frowned, unsure how to respond. Before she could say anything, the man leaned back against the pillows, his expression softening again. "Thank you for checking on me," he said, the conversation seemingly closed. She nodded, turning to leave, but as she reached the door, his voice stopped her. "Oh, and Mia?" he called, his tone light but carrying an undeniable weight. She turned back, her hand resting on the doorframe. "Remember," he said with a faint smile, "the smallest actions can have the biggest consequences." Mia left the room with a strange sense of unease, her thoughts swirling with questions. Who was this man? And why did it feel like he knew far more about her, and the hospital, than he let on? The air in the hospital seemed heavier the next day, though it was hard to pinpoint why. Mia couldn't shake the lingering unease from her conversation with Mr. Smith, and as she moved through her tasks, she noticed small, subtle changes. Staff whispered in clusters near the nurses' station, their glances darting toward room 214. The usual rhythm of the hospital felt interrupted, as though everyone was waiting for something to happen. Mia avoided the chatter as much as she could. She focused on her patients, pouring her energy into checking vitals, adjusting 4 lines, and offering reassurances to worried families. Still, the tension was inescapable, pressing against her every time she passed the room where Mr. Smith rested. By mid-afternoon, she found herself at the nurses' station again, updating charts. Lisa approached, her voice low but insistent. "Have you heard?" Lisa asked, glancing over her shoulder to make sure no one was listening. "Heard what?" Mia replied, keeping her tone neutral. "About Smith," Lisa said. "Apparently, admin's been fielding calls all day. Someone high up, really high up, is keeping tabs on him." Mia frowned, unsure how to respond. "That's unusual," she said carefully. Lisa nodded, leaning closer. "Unusual doesn't even cover it. I don't know who he is, but whatever he's involved in, it's got the higher-ups spooked. Even Dr. Foster's been quieter than usual. Did you notice? He hasn't barked at anyone all morning." Mia had noticed but hadn't connected it to Mr. Smith. "What do you think he's here for?" she asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted the answer. "No clue," Lisa said, straightening as Dr. Foster himself rounded the corner. The doctor's expression was unreadable, his usual sharpness tempered by something close to caution. He barely acknowledged the nurses as he passed, heading straight for room 214. Lisa and Mia exchanged a look, then returned to their work, though Mia's thoughts were far from focused. Inside the room, Dr. Foster found Mr. Smith seated upright, his tablet in hand once again. The man looked up as the doctor entered, his expression unreadable. "Doctor," Mr. Smith said, his tone polite but cool. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Dr. Foster hesitated, a rare occurrence for the usually confident physician. "I wanted to check in personally," he said, his voice measured. "Make sure everything is progressing as it should." Mr. Smith raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "How considerate of you. Is this standard practice, or am I just lucky?" Foster cleared his throat, choosing to ignore the jab. "Your tests have come back normal so far, but we're running a few additional panels. I want to ensure there's no underlying condition we might have missed." "Of course," Mr. Smith said, setting the tablet aside. "Though I suspect there's more on your mind than my test results." The doctor stiffened, the man's calm demeanor unnerving him. "I'm not sure what you mean." "I think you do," Mr. Smith said, his gaze steady. "You're a man who values control, Dr. Foster. But control is a fragile thing, isn't it?" Foster's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, the door opened, and a hospital administrator stepped in. The tension in the room shifted instantly as the administrator, a middle-aged woman with a professional but strained expression, addressed Mr. Smith directly. "Mr. Smith," she said, her tone carefully neutral. "I wanted to personally ensure your stay has been comfortable. Is there anything you need?" Dr. Foster's eyes widened slightly. It was rare for administrators to involve themselves directly with patients unless there was an extraordinary reason. Mr. Smith's smile returned, warmer this time but still guarded. "Thank you, Ms. Carter. Everything has been satisfactory so far. I appreciate the attention." "Of course," she said quickly, glancing at Dr. Foster as though to gauge his reaction. "If there's anything at all, you require, please don't hesitate to let us know." She excused herself shortly after, leaving Dr. Foster feeling even more unsettled than before. As the day stretched on, Mia couldn't avoid being drawn into the growing mystery. After her shift ended, she found herself lingering in the break room, her thoughts spinning. What kind of man could command such attention? And why did it feel like he was orchestrating something, pulling strings in a way no ordinary patient could? Lisa joined her after a while, her usual humor replaced with a serious expression. "Mia, I don't know about you, but I think this is bigger than we realize," she said, sitting across from her. "What do you mean?" Mia asked, though she had her own suspicions. "Think about it," Lisa said. "All this attention, the weird vibes in admin, even Foster acting like he's on eggshells. Something's happening, and it's connected to that man." Mia nodded slowly. "I just don't understand what he could want. He doesn't seem sick, at least not in the usual way. And the way he talks. It's like he knows more than he's letting on." Lisa leaned closer, her voice dropping. "Do you think he's some kind of undercover investigator? Maybe for the government or something?" Mia hesitated. The thought hadn't occurred to her, but now that Lisa mentioned it, it didn't seem impossible. "Whatever he is," Mia said finally, "it's clear he's here for more than treatment. And I have a feeling we're going to find out sooner rather than later." Neither of them noticed Dr. Foster passing by the break room, his expression dark as he overheard the tail end of their conversation. The doctor's mind was racing, piecing together fragments of interactions and whispers. He didn't like being kept in the dark, and he certainly didn't like the idea of being evaluated by someone he couldn't control. For the first time in years, Dr. Foster felt something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in a long time: doubt. Doubt about his decisions, about his approach, and most troubling of all, about what might come next. The night shift had its own rhythm, quieter but no less intense. Mia found herself once again drawn toward room 214. It wasn't part of her duties tonight, but curiosity gnawed at her, mixed with a strange sense of responsibility. She told herself it was professional concern, a need to ensure her patient was cared for. But deep down, she knew it was more than that. Mr. Smith's presence lingered in her thoughts like a puzzle she couldn't solve. The hallways were dimly lit, the sounds of distant monitors and hushed voices creating an almost eerie ambience. As she approached the room, she noticed the door was slightly ajar, casting a sliver of light onto the tiled floor. Her heart quickened as she stepped closer, unsure of what she might find. Inside, Mr. Smith was not asleep. He was seated on the edge of the bed, fully dressed in a simple but elegant suit, his posture relaxed yet alert. A briefcase rested beside him on the bed, and he was scrolling through his tablet with a focused expression. "Working late, Nurse Bennett?" he said without looking up, his voice cutting through the quiet. Mia froze for a moment, caught off guard by how he always seemed to anticipate her presence. "I was just checking in," she said hesitantly. "You're dressed. Are you leaving?" He set the tablet down and looked at her, his expression unreadable. "Not just yet. But soon, I think. My business here is almost concluded." "Business?" she echoed, stepping into the room. "I thought you were here for treatment." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "We all have our reasons for being where we are, don't we? Some are just less obvious than others." Mia felt a shiver run down her spine. There was something in his tone, an undercurrent of meaning she couldn't quite grasp. She crossed her arms, trying to maintain her composure. "If there's something you're not telling us, something about your health, we need to know. We can't help you if we don't have the full picture." "You're a very dedicated nurse," he said, his smile softening slightly. "But don't worry, Mia. I assure you, I'm in excellent hands." The way he said her name made her pause. It wasn't unusual for patients to address her personally, but coming from him, it felt different. Intimate, almost, as though he knew her far better than he should. "Why are you here, Mr. Smith?" she asked, her voice quieter now. "Really?" For a moment, he didn't answer. He stood, picking up the briefcase and placing it on the bed. When he turned back to her, his expression was calm but serious. "Let's just say I'm observing," he said finally. "Taking note of how people behave when they think no one's watching. It's enlightening." Mia's brow furrowed. "Observing what? The staff? The hospital?" "Everything," he replied simply. Before she could press him further, the door swung open, and Dr. Foster entered, his expression tight with frustration. He stopped short when he saw Mia, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What are you doing here, Nurse Bennett?" he demanded. Mia straightened, her professional demeanor snapping into place. "I was checking on Mr. Smith, doctor. I noticed he was awake." Foster's gaze shifted to Mr. Smith, who remained standing by the bed, his calm demeanor in stark contrast to the doctor's irritation. "Is there a problem, doctor?" Mr. Smith asked, his tone polite but with an edge that made Foster hesitate. "No," Foster said quickly, though his clenched jaw suggested otherwise. "But it's late. You should be resting." Mr. Smith chuckled softly. "Rest is a luxury, Doctor. And one I'll indulge in soon enough." Foster's irritation deepened, but before he could respond, Mr. Smith reached for his briefcase and opened it. He pulled out a sleek envelope and handed it to the doctor. "What's this?" Foster asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "Consider it an opportunity," Mr. Smith said, his tone light. "One I hope you'll take." Foster hesitated before taking the envelope. He didn't open it, but his grip on it tightened as though he could feel the weight of whatever was inside. "This is highly irregular," he said, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Life often is," Mr. Smith replied, his smile returning. Foster glanced at Mia, his expression unreadable, before turning back to Mr. Smith. "We'll discuss this tomorrow." "Of course," Mr. Smith said smoothly. "Take your time. I'm not going anywhere just yet." Foster left without another word, the envelope clutched tightly in his hand. Mia watched him go, her unease growing with every passing moment. When she turned back to Mr. Smith, he was already sitting back on the bed, the briefcase closed and placed neatly at his side. "You have a way of making people uncomfortable," Mia said, unable to keep the words from slipping out. Mr. Smith looked at her, his expression unreadable. "Only those who have something to hide." Mia's breath caught, but before she could respond, he lay back against the pillows, closing his eyes as though signaling the conversation was over. She stood there for a moment longer, her mind racing, before quietly leaving the room. As she walked back to the nurse's station, her thoughts were a whirlwind of questions. What was in the envelope? Who was Mr. Smith, really? And why did she feel like she was standing at the edge of something far bigger than she could comprehend? The next morning, the hospital buzzed with an undercurrent of tension that everyone could feel but no one could explain. Mia arrived early, her mind still tangled with the events of the previous night. As she passed the nurse's station, she overheard snippets of hushed conversations. "Foster's been in meetings all morning," someone said. "Something about that patient in 214. Mia tried to focus on her tasks, but the knot in her stomach tightened with every passing hour. She noticed small, unusual details. Security seemed heavier in the halls near Mr. Smith's room. Administrators moved through the ward more frequently, their faces tight with stress. And though Dr. Foster usually made his rounds by mid-morning, he was nowhere to be seen. Around noon, Lisa caught up with Mia in the break room. Her face was flushed, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious urgency. "You won't believe this," Lisa said, lowering her voice to a near whisper. "I just overheard Foster talking to Carter. He's furious. Whatever was in that envelope, it's got him completely shaken." Mia leaned closer, her heart racing. "Did you hear what it was?" Lisa shook her head. "Not exactly, but it sounded like some kind of ultimatum. Foster kept saying he couldn't be expected to make a decision like this overnight. Carter was trying to calm him down, but it didn't sound good." Mia frowned, her unease deepening. Mr. Smith had been cryptic, but she hadn't expected him to have this much power. What kind of decision could leave someone like Dr. Foster so rattled? By mid-afternoon, curiosity got the better of her. Mia decided to check on Mr. Smith herself. She found him sitting in his usual spot, looking impossibly composed. His tablet rested on the table beside him, but he wasn't using it. Instead, he seemed to be staring out the window, lost in thought. "Still observing?" Mia asked, trying to keep her tone light as she stepped into the room. He turned to her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Always." Dr. Foster seemed upset this morning, she ventured, hoping to coax some kind of explanation out of him. "Did he?" Mr. Smith asked, tilting his head slightly. "Interesting," Mia sighed, feeling frustration bubble to the surface. "Look, I don't know what's going on here, but it's affecting everyone. If there's something you can tell me, something that might help." He raised a hand, cutting her off gently but firmly. "You're a good person, Mia. That much is clear. But sometimes, the best way to help is to simply stay out of the way." She stared at him, stunned into silence by his bluntness. Before she could respond, the door opened, and two men in suits entered the room. They moved with the kind of quiet authority that immediately set Mia on edge. "Mr. Smith," one of them said, his voice calm but firm. "We need to speak with you." "Of course," Mr. Smith replied, his smile never faltering. He glanced at Mia. "Perhaps we can continue our conversation another time." Mia nodded stiffly, her instincts screaming at her to stay but knowing she had no excuse to linger. As she stepped into the hallway, she couldn't help but glance back. The two men closed the door behind them, cutting off her view. The rest of the day felt like an eternity. Every time she passed by Mr. Smith's room, the door remained closed, with no sign of the suited men leaving. Dr. Foster was still avoiding the floor, and even Lisa seemed more subdued than usual. By the time her shift ended, Mia's nerves were frayed. She lingered in the staff locker room, trying to convince herself to go home. But as she changed out of her scrubs, she realized she couldn't leave. Not yet. The hospital was quieter in the evening, the usual bustle of the day shift replaced by a more subdued energy. Mia made her way back to the ward, careful to avoid drawing attention to herself. She paused outside room 214, her heart pounding as she listened at the door. She couldn't hear much, muffled voices, low and intense. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she gently pushed the door open just enough to peer inside. Mr. Smith was still seated on the bed, but his demeanor had shifted. He no longer seemed relaxed or amused. Instead, he looked every bit the powerful figure she had suspected he might be, his expression sharp and commanding. The two men in suits stood on either side of him, their faces unreadable. One of them held a folder, which he handed to Mr. Smith with a small nod. Mia's breath caught as she saw Mr. Smith open the folder and scan its contents. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he closed it with a decisive snap. "Everything is in place," he said, his voice carrying an authority that sent chills down Mia's spine. "We move forward as planned." The men nodded in unison, and one of them glanced toward the door. Mia stepped back quickly, her heart racing as she retreated down the hallway. She didn't stop until she reached the stairwell, her mind spinning with questions. What was in place? What were they planning? And how did it all connect to the strange tension that had gripped the hospital over the past few days? As Mia leaned against the cold concrete wall, trying to catch her breath, she realized one thing with absolute certainty: whatever was happening, it was far bigger than she could have imagined. And somehow, she was caught in the middle of it. Mia stayed in the stairwell for what felt like an eternity, trying to steady her breathing and make sense of what she just witnessed. She replayed the scene in her head, the calm authority in Mr. Smith's voice, the unspoken agreement among the men in suits, the ominous words, "Everything is in place." Her instincts screamed that this wasn't just hospital politics. It was something bigger, something dangerous. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, startling her. She pulled it out and saw a message from Lisa. "Where are you? Foster's asking for you. Something's going on with 214. Mia's stomach churned. She wasn't ready to face Dr. Foster, not when her mind was swimming with unanswered questions. But avoiding him would only raise suspicion. Steeling herself, she made her way to the nurse's station. Lisa was waiting for her, her usual bubbly demeanor replaced by a tight-lipped seriousness. "Foster's in his office," she said quietly. "He doesn't look good. Whatever's going on with Mr. Smith, it's eating him alive." Mia nodded and headed to the office, her palms damp with sweat. She knocked lightly on the door, and Foster's sharp voice called out, "Come in." Inside, the room was dimly lit, the blinds drawn. Dr. Foster sat at his desk, his tie loosened and his face lined with exhaustion. He looked up as she entered, and for the first time since she'd known him, he seemed vulnerable. "Nurse Bennett," he said, gesturing for her to sit. She hesitated but complied, her heart pounding. "I need to ask you something," he began, his voice unusually soft. "Have you noticed anything strange about Mr. Smith?" Mia's throat went dry. She considered lying, brushing off the question with something vague. But the weight of the moment pressed down on her, and she found herself nodding. "I have," she admitted. "He's different. And the way you've been acting around him, it's like you're scared of him." Foster's expression darkened. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Scared isn't the right word," he said finally. "Cautious, maybe. Do you know who he is?" Mia shook her head, her pulse quickening. "He's not just a patient," Foster said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's connected. Powerful. The kind of person who can ruin lives with a phone call. And for some reason, he's chosen to test me." "Test you?" Mia echoed, her confusion growing. Foster opened a drawer and pulled out the envelope Mr. Smith had given him. He slid it across the desk to her. "This," he said, "is what's been keeping me up all night." Mia hesitated before picking up the envelope. She opened it carefully, her hands trembling, and pulled out the contents, a single sheet of paper. Her eyes scanned the page, and her breath caught. It was a contract. At first glance, it looked innocuous, something about hospital policy and patient care protocols. But as she read further, the implications became clear. Mr. Smith wasn't just evaluating his own treatment, he was evaluating the entire hospital, its staff, its leadership. And the consequences of failing his test were staggering. "He's a high-level consultant," Foster explained, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Sent here to decide whether this hospital is worth saving or if it's better off being dismantled. And everything we've done, every decision we've made, has been under his microscope." Mia stared at the paper, her mind racing. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Because he asked me not to," Foster said. "And because I was afraid of what he'd do if I didn't comply." Mia's thoughts spiraled. She thought of the patients, the staff, the countless lives that would be affected if the hospital shut down. And then she thought of Mr. Smith, sitting calmly in his room, pulling strings like a puppet master. "This isn't right," she said, her voice firm. "He shouldn't have this much power over us," Foster sighed, looking more defeated than she'd ever seen him. "Maybe not. But what can we do? He's already made up his mind. All we can do now is wait for the fallout." Mia clenched her fists, a spark of defiance flaring in her chest. "There has to be a way to fight this," she said. "We can't just roll over and let him destroy everything." Foster didn't answer. He just looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and despair. As Mia left the office, her resolve hardened. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she knew one thing for sure: she wasn't going to let Mr. Smith win without a fight. She returned to the ward, her mind racing with possibilities. The hospital felt different now, the familiar halls suddenly tinged with a sense of impending doom. Every interaction, every decision, seemed to carry more weight. And as she passed room 214, she felt his eyes on her, sharp and unyielding, as if he already knew what she was planning. Mia spent the next several hours pacing her small apartment, replaying everything in her mind. Mr. Smith's calm demeanor, Foster's unease, the ominous contract, it all felt like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite assemble. She tried to think of someone who could help, someone who might have answers, but every idea led to the same dead end. What did she really know about Mr. Smith? Who could she trust in a situation like this? As the city outside her window buzzed with life, Mia sat down at her kitchen table, opening her laptop. If Mr. Smith was as powerful as Foster implied, there had to be something about him online. She typed his name into the search bar, hesitating for a moment before hitting enter. The results were sparse, which was strange enough on its own. A man with that much influence should have at least some presence, articles, interviews, even a social media footprint. But the pages she found were vague, his name appearing in scattered reports tied to corporate audits or high-profile lawsuits. He was always mentioned briefly, never the focus. Then she saw it, a single headline buried on the third page of search results: "Whistleblower vanishes after exposing corruption at major hospital chain." Her heart skipped a beat. The article was from years ago, detailing a case where a consultant had uncovered massive financial fraud in a hospital group. The consultant, unnamed in the piece, had disappeared shortly after making his findings public. The story had been quietly swept under the rug, no follow-ups, no further details. Mia leaned back in her chair, her thoughts racing. Could Mr. Smith have been involved? Was that why he seemed so untouchable? And if so, what kind of danger had Foster, and by extension, she, stumbled into by questioning him? The next morning, Mia returned to work with a newfound sense of urgency. The hospital felt heavier, the tension in the air almost palpable. Staff whispered in corners, their eyes darting toward room 214 as if expecting something, or someone, to emerge. Mia's every step felt deliberate as she made her way to Lisa, who was busy logging vitals into a chart at the nurse's station. "You're not going to believe this," Mia whispered, pulling Lisa aside. She quickly recounted what she'd found, her voice low but insistent. Lisa's eyes widened, her face a mixture of disbelief and fear. "That's insane," Lisa said. "You think he's here to do the same thing? Blow the whistle on something?" "Maybe," Mia replied. "Or maybe he's here to do something worse." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of raised voices down the hall. Mia turned to see Dr. Foster standing outside Mr. Smith's room, his face flushed with anger. One of the suited men stood in front of him, calm but unyielding, blocking the door. "This is my hospital," Foster said through gritted teeth. "You don't get to dictate how I run it." "Your hospital?" the man replied, his voice cold. "Not for long." Mia felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced at Lisa, who looked just as unsettled. Without thinking, Mia started down the hallway, her curiosity overriding her caution. She stopped just short of the confrontation, close enough to hear but far enough to avoid drawing attention. You think you're untouchable, Foster continued, his voice shaking with frustration. But I won't let you ruin everything I've built here. The suited man smirked. You've already done that yourself, Doctor. We're just here to clean up the mess. Foster's face fell, his anger replaced by a flicker of fear. Before he could respond, the door to room 214 opened, and Mr. Smith stepped out. He looked at Foster, then at the suited man, and for the first time, Mia saw something crack through his calm exterior. Annoyance. That's enough, Mr. Smith said, his voice firm but quiet. He turned to Foster, his expression unreadable. Doctor, I suggest you take a moment to collect yourself. You're not helping your case. Foster hesitated, his jaw tightening, but he eventually turned and walked away without another word. The suited man followed Mr. Smith back into the room, shutting the door behind them. Mia stood frozen in place, her mind spinning. What had Mr. Smith meant by your case? And why did it feel like Foster wasn't the only one being judged? As the day wore on, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was building, an invisible storm gathering just out of sight. She tried to focus on her work, but every time she passed room 214, her pulse quickened. She wanted to confront Mr. Smith, to demand answers, but a deep, instinctive fear held her back. That evening, as the halls quieted and the staff thinned out, Mia decided she couldn't wait any longer. She made her way to room 214, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. She hesitated outside the door, her hand hovering over the handle. Before she could knock, the door opened, and Mr. Smith stood before her, his expression calm but expectant. "Nurse Bennett," he said. "I wondered when you'd come." Mia swallowed hard, her resolve faltering under his steady gaze. "I need to know what's going on," she said, her voice trembling. "Why are you really here? What are you doing to Foster?" Mr. Smith smiled faintly, stepping aside to let her in. "Come in, Mia. I think it's time we had a proper conversation." As she stepped into the room, the door closing softly behind her, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking into something far more dangerous than she'd ever imagined. Mia stepped into the room, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure Mr. Smith could hear it. The air inside felt heavier, as though it carried the weight of secrets too large to comprehend. Mr. Smith gestured toward the small chair by the window, but Mia remained standing, her arms crossed defensively. "I'll stand," she said, her voice firmer than she felt. "Start talking. Why are you here, and what do you really want?" Mr. Smith gave a slight nod, as if appreciating her directness. He leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze never leaving hers. "You're persistent," he said calmly. "I admire that. It's rare these days." "Stop deflecting," Mia snapped. "You've been playing games with everyone in this hospital. Dr. Foster is barely holding it together, and now you're dragging me into whatever this is. I deserve answers." Mr. Smith's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, approval, perhaps. He folded his hands in his lap and let out a small sigh. "Very well," he said. "But understand this, the truth is far more complicated than you might expect." Mia didn't respond, her silence urging him to continue. "This hospital," Mr. Smith began, "is on the brink of collapse. Financially, ethically, operationally, you name it. Foster has made mistakes, yes, but the problems run deeper than one man's failings. My role here is to assess whether it's worth salvaging or if it should be dismantled entirely." Mia frowned, her mind racing. "You're talking about shutting down the hospital? What happens to the staff? The patients? This place is a lifeline for so many people." "Precisely why I'm here," he replied. "To determine whether those lives are better served by fixing what's broken, or starting fresh elsewhere." Mia shook her head, anger bubbling to the surface. "You're treating this like it's a spreadsheet, like these are just numbers to crunch. But this is people's lives. Their families, their futures. You can't just—" Her voice trailed off as Mr. Smith raised a hand, not to silence her, but to acknowledge her point. "You're right," he said. "This isn't just about numbers. Which is why I look beyond the spreadsheets, to the people. To see who rises to the occasion and who reveals their true colors under pressure." Mia narrowed her eyes. "And that's why you've been targeting Foster? To push him, to test him?" Mr. Smith leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable. "Foster is a complicated man. He's made sacrifices, some noble, others selfish. He's hidden things that could destroy this hospital faster than I ever could." Mia's breath caught. "What kind of things?" Mr. Smith didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached for a folder on the table beside him, sliding it across to her. "See for yourself," he said. Mia hesitated, her hand hovering over the folder. Her gut told her that whatever was inside would change everything, but she wasn't sure she was ready to face it. After a moment, she opened it, her eyes scanning the contents. Inside were documents, financial records, emails, signed contracts. At first, the technical jargon made little sense, but as she pieced it together, a horrifying picture emerged. Misallocated funds, falsified reports, unauthorized surgeries, all connected to Foster. "This can't be real," Mia whispered, her voice barely audible. "He wouldn't. I assure you, it's very real," Mr. Smith said. "Foster's been covering his tracks for years. But the truth always comes out, one way or another." Mia closed the folder, her hands trembling. She felt like the ground beneath her was crumbling. Dr. Foster had been difficult, even infuriating at times, but she'd always believed he wanted what was best for the hospital. Now, she wasn't so sure. "What are you going to do with this?" she asked, her voice shaking. "That depends," Mr. Smith said. "If Foster can prove he's capable of change, perhaps there's hope for him. But if not..." He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. Mia stared at him, her mind racing. She wanted to hate him, to see him as the villain in all of this. But the more he spoke, the harder that became. He wasn't just here to destroy, he was here to uncover the truth. The problem was, the truth might destroy them all. Before she could respond, there was a knock at the door. One of the suited men entered, his expression grave. "We have a situation," he said, his eyes flicking briefly to Mia before focusing on Mr. Smith. "What kind of situation?" Mr. Smith asked, his tone calm but sharp. "The files," the man said. "They've been leaked." Mia's heart dropped. She looked at Mr. Smith, whose expression remained unreadable. "Leaked? What does that mean?" she asked, her voice rising. "It means," Mr. Smith said, standing slowly, "that someone has decided to escalate this far beyond what I intended. And now, the real game begins." Mia's chest tightened as she watched him move to the door, his calm demeanor unwavering. "Stay close, Nurse Bennett," he said over his shoulder. "Things are about to get very complicated." And with that, he was gone, leaving Mia alone in the room with nothing but the damning folder and a sense that she was in far deeper than she'd ever imagined. Mia's pulse quickened as she rushed out of the room, trailing after Mr. Smith. The hallway was alive with a strange tension, staff whispering in clusters, their gazes darting toward the closed doors of the administrative offices. Whatever had been leaked was already sending shockwaves through the hospital. She caught up to Mr. Smith near the central elevator bank, his composed stride unfaltering. "What do you mean?" "The files were leaked? By who?" she demanded. "I wish I knew," he replied, not breaking his pace. "But whoever did it has just forced my hand, and Foster's." As they stepped into the elevator, Mia's thoughts raced. The documents in the folder had been enough to ruin Foster, perhaps even shut the hospital down. But now that they were out in the open, the consequences would be far-reaching. "Do you think it was Foster?" she asked, her voice low. Mr. Smith shook his head. "He has too much to lose. If he wanted to bury this, he'd keep it contained. No, this came from someone else. Someone who benefits from chaos." The elevator doors opened to the top floor, where the hospital's boardroom was located. As they stepped out, Mia's stomach churned. Through the glass walls, she could see the hospital's board members already assembled, their faces a mix of confusion and anger. Foster stood near the head of the table, pale and visibly shaken. Mr. Smith entered the room without hesitation, his presence commanding instant attention. Mia followed hesitantly, her instinct to retreat warring with her need to see this through. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mr. Smith began, his tone calm but firm, "I'm sure you've all seen the files by now. They raise serious concerns about this hospital's leadership and operations." Foster turned to him, his voice breaking. "This is a setup." "I would never..." "Enough," Mr. Smith interrupted, his voice sharp. "The evidence speaks for itself, Dr. Foster. But before we pass judgment, let's consider how these files came to light." The room fell silent. Mia felt the weight of every gaze as Mr. Smith turned toward her. "Nurse Bennett," he said, his tone softer now. "You've been at the heart of this from the beginning. Perhaps you can shed some light." Mia froze, her mind racing. Why was he putting her on the spot? She wasn't the one who leaked the files, was she? Then it hit her. The documents. She'd left them in the break room earlier, distracted by Lisa's questions. Could someone have found them there? I don't know who leaked them," she stammered. "But if they did, maybe it's because they thought the truth needed to come out." Foster scoffed. "The truth? You think this hospital can survive the truth? The lawsuits alone will destroy us. That's not for you to decide, Mr. Smith said, his voice steely. This isn't about saving your career, Dr. Foster. It's about accountability, and the future of this hospital. The board members murmured among themselves, their expressions ranging from concern to outright disdain. It was clear they were weighing their options, and Foster was losing ground. But before anyone could speak, the doors burst open, and one of the suited men from earlier entered, his face grim. "We have a problem," he said, addressing Mr. Smith. "The leak wasn't limited to the files. Someone's been digging into your background as well." Mia's breath caught. She looked at Mr. Smith, whose calm exterior faltered for the first time. "What are you talking about?" he asked. The man hesitated before handing him a tablet. Mr. Smith's eyes scanned the screen, his expression darkening with every second. Finally, he set it down, his jaw tightening. "What is it?" Mia asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Mr. Smith glanced at her, and for a moment, she saw something unguarded in his eyes, fear, maybe even regret. "It seems," he said slowly, "that whoever leaked the files decided to turn the spotlight on me as well. And they've uncovered some inconvenient truths." The room erupted in whispers as the board members leaned in to read the tablet's screen. Mia felt her stomach drop as she caught snippets of the headlines: "Corporate fixer tied to shady deals and mysterious consultant linked to hospital bankruptcies." Foster's eyes gleamed with newfound confidence. "So, the great Mr. Smith isn't so untouchable after all," he sneered. Mr. Smith remained composed, though his grip on the table tightened. "This changes nothing," he said firmly. "The facts about this hospital remain the same, and they require immediate action." But the board members weren't listening. Their focus had shifted entirely, their concern for the hospital now overshadowed by the revelations about the man who claimed to be its savior. Mia felt a strange mix of emotions, relief that Foster wasn't entirely in the clear, but also unease at how quickly the tables had turned. Mr. Smith had seemed invincible, yet now he was vulnerable, just like the rest of them. As the board argued amongst themselves, Foster seized the opportunity to regain control. "You see?" he said, addressing the room. "This man came here pretending to clean up our mess, but he's been playing us all along. We can't trust him." Mia looked at Mr. Smith, whose gaze remained fixed on Foster. There was something in his eyes, a quiet resolve, as though he'd anticipated this moment all along. Finally, he spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Believe what you want about me," he said. "But ask yourselves this: if I hadn't come here, would any of you have known the truth about Foster? About the hospital's finances? About the lives at stake?" The room fell silent again. Mr. Smith turned to Mia, his expression softening. "And you, Nurse Bennett? You wanted the truth. Now you have it. The question is, what will you do with it?" Mia felt the weight of his words, the weight of the choice before her. She looked at Foster, at the board, at the chaos unraveling around her. And for the first time, she realized that the real power wasn't in exposing the truth, it was in deciding what came next. Before she could respond, the suited man stepped forward again, his voice urgent. "Sir, we have to go. There's more coming." Mr. Smith nodded, his calm returning. He turned to Mia one last time. "The storm is far from over," he said. "But I trust you'll weather it well." And with that, he was gone, leaving Mia to face the aftermath of everything he'd set in motion. As the boardroom erupted into chaos once more, she stood silently, the weight of her next move pressing down on her like a heavy storm cloud. Mia stood motionless as the room erupted into a whirlwind of voices. Board members shouted over one another, their anger and fear palpable. Foster, now more emboldened by the revelations about Mr. Smith, was pacing at the front of the room, trying to maintain control over the situation. He was no longer the cornered man. Now, he was the one calling the shots, his every word dripping with confidence. But Mia couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this, something far darker lurking beneath the surface of everything happening in the room. She glanced around, watching the board members scramble, their faces etched with confusion and mistrust. No one seemed to know what to believe anymore, and the hospital's fate was hanging by a thread. She thought about what Mr. Smith had said earlier: the truth always comes out, one way or another. Was that really the truth, though? The more Mia dug, the more she wondered if the truth was even enough to save them. Foster stopped pacing and turned to the board, his voice loud and commanding. "This hospital is a sinking ship. We've been underfunded, mismanaged, and manipulated for years. This man, this consultant, he came here with one purpose: to bring us to our knees. And now we see the truth. Mia's hands tightened into fists at her sides. She wanted to stand up, to shout that it wasn't just Foster's fault. That it wasn't all one person's doing. But there was something in the way Foster spoke now that made it hard to find her voice. He was playing them all, and they were buying into it. A voice broke through the tension. "But what about the people who have already been hurt?" one of the board members asked, her face pale. "The surgeries, the financial mismanagement. All of it has cost lives." Foster didn't flinch. "Of course it has," he said coldly. "But those lives, those mistakes, are just collateral damage in the bigger picture. We can't save everyone. Not anymore." Mia's chest tightened. The cruelty in his words hit her like a physical blow. This wasn't just about the hospital or the finances, it was about control. And Foster, with all his faults and all his guilt, was fighting to hold on to that control at any cost. She turned to Mr. Smith, who had remained eerily quiet through it all. He had been waiting for this moment. Now, as the board was clearly leaning toward Foster's narrative, he stepped forward, his expression calm and unreadable. "We've reached a crossroads, ladies and gentlemen," Mr. Smith said, his voice cutting through the chaos. "You've seen the evidence, and you've heard the arguments. But the question is, what will you do next? Will you give in to fear, or will you choose a different path?" Mia's eyes narrowed as she watched the room shift. She was starting to see something different in Mr. Smith's eyes, something calculating. He wasn't simply trying to fix the hospital. He was maneuvering pieces on a chessboard, positioning himself to win no matter which way the game went. Suddenly, everything seemed to slow down. The voices blurred, and Mia found herself standing apart from the crowd. It was as if she could see the whole situation laid out before her, the chaos, the lies, the manipulation. Mr. Smith had come to uncover the truth, but was he part of the problem too? Her gaze flicked to the door as she heard footsteps approaching. She wasn't alone anymore. Another figure entered the room, someone who hadn't been there before. The sight of her sent a chill through Mia's spine. Lisa, the nurse from the break room, walked in with a folder in her hands. She locked eyes with Mia, and for a brief moment, the tension in the room seemed to shift. "Lisa?" Mia asked, barely able to mask her surprise. Lisa didn't say a word at first. She simply walked toward the table, where she placed the folder down in front of Mr. Smith. "I think you should see this," she said quietly. Mia's breath caught in her throat as Mr. Smith took the folder from Lisa's hands. His eyes flicked to her, then back to the contents of the folder. His face remained impassive, but there was a flicker of recognition in his gaze. "What's in there?" Mia asked, her voice trembling slightly. Without responding, Mr. Smith began to scan the pages. His brows furrowed as he turned each page with precision. A silence fell over the room. The board members had stopped arguing, and even Foster seemed to realize that something was happening, something he hadn't accounted for. Finally, Mr. Smith looked up, his face ashen. "Where did you find this?" he asked Lisa, his voice tight. "I found it," she said simply, "where you told me to." Mia's head spun. "What are you talking about?" Lisa met her gaze, her expression unreadable. "You asked me to dig deeper. I didn't know everything at first, but I knew something was wrong." She looked at Mr. Smith. "I didn't know you were behind it all. Not until I saw your name." The room seemed to close in around Mia. Lisa's words were like a bombshell, and she felt the ground shift beneath her feet. Everything had been a game to Mr. Smith. He hadn't come to save the hospital, he had come to destroy it and rebuild it in his own image. Foster's eyes widened, and for the first time, he seemed genuinely rattled. "What the hell is going on?" he demanded. Mr. Smith didn't respond right away. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. Then he stood taller, his demeanor returning to that cold, calculating persona. "The game has changed," he said simply. "And now, it's over." In a blur, the pieces started to fall into place. The leaks, the manipulation, the secrets that had been buried for years. It wasn't just about saving the hospital, it was about taking control of it, about creating a new empire. And now, Mia realized, Mr. Smith had played everyone. Even her. Lisa stepped back, her face grim. "It's all in motion. There's no turning back now." Mia stood frozen, the weight of everything crashing down on her all at once. She had thought she could control the situation, thought she could stand up for what was right. But now, she understood the true cost of the truth. It wasn't just about the hospital's fate, it was about power. And in the end, it seemed, no one could escape the consequences of the game they'd all been playing. As Mr. Smith's gaze met hers one last time, Mia felt the full force of the realization, the storm had only just begun. And she was standing at the eye of it. Mia's thoughts raced, her mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of what was unfolding before her. The room had fallen eerily quiet after Mr. Smith's revelation, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. The board members, once shouting and accusing each other, now stood still, waiting for the next move in this twisted game. Foster's face was pale, the bravado he had earlier now gone, replaced by a look of disbelief. Lisa, too, seemed to withdraw into herself, her earlier confidence fading as she crossed her arms and glanced nervously at Mia. There was no comfort in the silence that followed, only a sense of impending doom. The hospital, everything they had fought for, was now at the mercy of forces beyond their control. Mia took a deep breath, steeling herself. She couldn't afford to be weak, not now. The truth was out, and there was no going back. She glanced at Mr. Smith, who stood at the center of it all, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the shock of the moment. She couldn't shake the nagging feeling that everything had been manipulated from the start, that this was never about saving the hospital. It had always been about something far more sinister: power, control, and the destruction of anyone who stood in the way. "Mr. Smith," Mia began, her voice shaky but determined. "What do you want now? What happens next?" He turned to her, his eyes sharp and calculating, as if sizing her up for the first time. "Now, we rebuild. We start fresh," he said coldly. "But not for the reasons you think. This place. It's a relic. What we have here is nothing but a foundation for something bigger. Something more profitable." Mia's stomach churned. She felt like she was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down into a bottomless abyss. "You're going to destroy it, aren't you?" Mr. Smith didn't answer right away. He allowed the silence to stretch, before finally speaking again, his voice laced with an unsettling calm. "Sometimes, destruction is the only way to build something stronger." Mia's hands trembled as she clenched them into fists. She couldn't let this happen, not after everything. Not after the countless hours she had spent trying to protect the hospital and its people. This was her home, and she wouldn't stand by and watch it fall into the hands of someone like Mr. Smith. "Not if I can stop you," she muttered under her breath, more to herself than anyone else. Mr. Smith's eyes flicked to her, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You can try, Mia. But it's too late. The wheels are already in motion. The board is with me now." The room shifted again as the board members, who had been silent up until now, began to murmur amongst themselves. The shift was palpable. What had once been a group of desperate individuals now seemed to have united under the banner of Mr. Smith's vision. They were playing his game now, and Mia realized with a sinking feeling that she was alone. But then something unexpected happened. Lisa, the quiet nurse who had seemed so timid earlier, stepped forward, her face set with determination. "He's lying," she said, her voice unwavering. The room fell silent again. All eyes turned to Lisa as she faced Mr. Smith. "You think you have control, but you don't," she continued. "You've manipulated us all, twisted the truth, but you've forgotten one thing." "And what's that?" Mr. Smith asked, his voice dangerously low. Lisa held up the folder that had caused the shockwave earlier. "This isn't the whole truth. You think you're the only one who knows how to play the game, but I've been watching you. I know your moves before you make them." Mia felt a surge of hope. Lisa wasn't going down without a fight. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way to turn the tide. Mr. Smith's demeanor shifted slightly, but his cool exterior remained. "You're wasting your time," he said, though there was a hint of uncertainty now in his voice. But Lisa wasn't done. "It's not just about control. It's about what happens when people stop believing in the system. When they stop trusting the ones in charge." She turned to Mia, her eyes softening. "This is your hospital, Mia. You're not alone in this." Mia's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't realized it until now, but Lisa was right. This place wasn't just about the board, or Mr. Smith, or even the money. It was about the people who had built it, the ones who had fought through the years of hardships to keep it alive. "You're right," Mia said, her voice gaining strength. "This is our hospital. Not his." The tension in the room crackled as the board members began to exchange uncertain glances. The tide was turning, but Mia knew they weren't out of danger yet. Mr. Smith had too much power, and there were still too many unknowns. But with Lisa's support, things had changed. They weren't fighting this battle alone anymore. With a deep breath, Mia turned to the group. "This ends now. We take control back, together. We start by getting the truth out. Every secret, every manipulation, it all comes to light." The board members were starting to waver now. They were beginning to see the cracks in Mr. Smith's facade, the cracks that Mia had been trying to point out all along. The truth was powerful. And no amount of manipulation could erase that. Mr. Smith, sensing the shift, took a step back. He had always been a master of control, but now he seemed unsure for the first time in this entire ordeal. "You don't understand," he spat, his voice trembling with anger. "You think you can stop this, but you can't. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than all of us." "I don't need to understand," Mia said, her voice firm. "I just need to fight for what's right. And I'll do whatever it takes to make sure this hospital stays in the hands of the people who care about it." For the first time since the confrontation began, the board members nodded in agreement. The shift was complete. The tide had turned. Mr. Smith's face twisted in fury as he realized the control he once had was slipping away. But it was too late. The people had spoken, and the truth had won. As the dust settled and the board members began to take action to restore order, Mia looked around at the faces of those who had stood by her: Lisa, the nurses, the staff, all of them united in their desire to protect what they had built. It was over. The hospital was theirs again. But Mia knew this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter where power wasn't about manipulation or control, but about trust and integrity. And Mia was ready to lead them into that future. As the room began to quiet down and the sounds of movement resumed, Mia looked out the window, a sense of peace settling over her. The storm had passed, but the lessons learned would stay with her forever. And with that, the story of their victory was only beginning. As the dust continued to settle, the air was still thick with the aftermath of the confrontation. The hospital that had once teetered on the brink of destruction was now on the path to recovery. The board members, though hesitant at first, had come to terms with the fact that they could no longer turn a blind eye to the corruption that had infiltrated their ranks. Mia and Lisa had stood up to Mr. Smith, and together, they had exposed his lies. But the road ahead was not going to be easy. The next few days were a whirlwind. Meetings were held, policies were rewritten, and old alliances were shattered. Mia was at the center of it all, leading the charge with unwavering determination. She knew that the battle was far from over. The hospital was in disarray, but the foundation had been laid for something better, something more transparent, and something that would ensure the future of the institution was in the hands of those who truly cared for it. Lisa had proven herself to be a valuable ally in this fight. Her quiet strength and sharp mind had been crucial in uncovering the final pieces of Mr. Smith's plan. Mia couldn't help but admire her resilience. Together, they had worked to gather evidence, speak with employees, and rebuild the trust that had been so severely damaged. It hadn't been easy, and there were moments when Mia had doubted whether they could pull it off, but they had. And now, the weight of the hospital's future rested on their shoulders. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the hospital building cast long shadows, Mia sat in her office, looking over the papers that would soon be presented to the board for approval. She was exhausted, but a sense of pride washed over her. The long hours, the sleepless nights, the constant battle to keep the hospital afloat, it had all led to this moment. They were going to make it. Lisa knocked softly and entered the office, her face tired but determined. "Mia, I think we've done it," she said, her voice steady. Mia looked up, her eyes meeting Lisa's with a mixture of relief and anticipation. "I think we have, too," she replied, a smile tugging at her lips. "But this is just the beginning. We need to make sure this never happens again." Lisa nodded. "Agreed. But we're on the right track now. People are starting to believe in what we're doing. We've got their trust again." Mia leaned back in her chair, letting out a deep breath. "I never thought we'd get here. It's like we're finally moving forward, instead of just trying to survive." She paused, a thoughtful look crossing her face. "It feels like we've won, but I can't shake the feeling that we're not done yet." Lisa raised an eyebrow. "You think there's more to this?" Mia hesitated, her gaze shifting to the papers in front of her. "I don't know. Something about Mr. Smith's departure doesn't sit right with me. He was so sure of himself, so certain that he had control. But he didn't fight back like I expected. It was almost too easy." Lisa frowned, her brow furrowing. "You think he had help?" Mia's eyes narrowed, a growing suspicion taking root. "Maybe. Or maybe he was just a pawn in a much bigger game." She pushed the papers aside, standing up. "I need to find out more. I can't let this go, not now." Lisa stepped forward, her expression serious. "You've already done more than anyone thought possible, Mia. But if you think there's more to uncover, then I'll be right there with you." Mia nodded, her resolve hardening. "We'll get to the bottom of this. No matter what it takes." The next few days were filled with more investigation, as Mia and Lisa dug deeper into Mr. Smith's connections. They spoke to more of the hospital staff, reviewed more files, and followed every lead that presented itself. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge, one that suggested Mr. Smith had been part of something far larger than Mia had initially realized. His departure was not the end, but a strategic move in a larger game of corporate manipulation and power struggles that stretched far beyond the walls of the hospital. But despite all their efforts, they could never quite piece together the full picture. The higher-ups, the ones who might have been pulling the strings behind the scenes, remained elusive. Every time they thought they were getting closer to the truth, they were met with dead ends, or worse, threats that made them question who they could trust. The fight for the hospital wasn't over, it was just beginning. One night, Mia sat alone in her office, reviewing the files one last time before heading home. The quiet hum of the fluorescent lights above her was the only sound in the room. She paused, a sense of unease creeping over her as she scanned through a set of documents that had slipped through the cracks earlier. As she read, her eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. There, hidden in the fine print, was a name she hadn't seen before, one that sent a shiver down her spine. The name was connected to several board members, and it appeared to be linked to a shell corporation, a company that had been buying up land and facilities under the radar. The same land where the hospital stood. Her heart raced as she connected the dots. The hospital had been the target all along. The destruction wasn't just about a few corrupt individuals, it was about something much larger, the takeover of an entire medical empire. Mia realized with chilling clarity that they had been playing checkers while the people behind the scenes were playing chess. Mia leaned back in her chair, her mind reeling. She had come so far, but this new revelation changed everything. The battle for the hospital was far from over, and the true enemy was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The game had changed again, and Mia knew one thing for certain, the next move was hers. But this time, she would have to be more careful, more calculated. The stakes had never been higher. With the new information in hand, Mia knew she had to act quickly, but she couldn't do it alone. Lisa would be the key to unraveling this new web of deceit. Together, they would need to outsmart those who thought they had already won. The hospital, its future, and the lives of countless others depended on it.